see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge, where we're now going into play day 6 of 8, and still we can't separate any of these teams. We've done our absolute best in terms of the standings, but still it's been very tough indeed. It's been back and forth, and hopefully today maybe to separate just a little bit here. We'll see how things go. I am Lethal, joining me is Lady B and of course Judo. And B, I'm going to start with you. How's your day been so far?
It's been going great. We'll see how it ends with these predictions that we just can't seem to get a hold of. But either way, we're in for some incredible matches coming to the mix. What about you, Judo? How are you doing, and what are you most looking forward to?
I'm actually looking forward to, like Lethal said, see whether we can have a little bit of change in the leaderboard, because it seems like everything is so close. We really need to move into the last week, next week, with a little bit of excitement. Teams really struggling at the bottom and having every single match coming to play, which I am sure it will do. But let's take a look at the leaderboard at the moment. Only one or two teams making the difference. It's still neck and neck throughout the middle, Lethal.
It really is, and if College Gaming win and Badinger lose, that means it's technically a 5-way tie. This is how close it's been, and it's been really, really difficult. GH West, I'll be keeping my eye on especially. I think one loss may actually cost them a opportunity for the finals, but we'll keep an eye on them anyway, because there may be a chance they could go in 7-7. Now the problem is the fate is going to be in the hands of their opponents to hopefully get the same ratio. But we'll see how things go here. But even the champions from last season also going 4-5. But every single team, even almost on the final week, still in the running here, B.
Yeah, I think it's impressive to see MCES so far down in the ranks, considering they were right there on top in last season, and we've seen the teams coming in definitely bringing their A game, stepping it up, and throwing everything in the mix, which does make for some pretty exciting matches, because you really just don't know who's going to take one team over the other. And speaking of, we do have our lineup of matches for today. First up, we're going to get to see Entropy Gaming going against Time to Throw, Badinger versus ATN, and GH Rest versus Time to Throw as well.
Yes, and following that, we will have ATN yet again, this time against Reported Gaming. Badsinger and Carnage Gaming will follow, and then MCES and GHREST. That is a huge matchup down at the bottom of the table, followed by finally Carnage Gaming and Reported Lethal.
Yeah, we've got plenty of matches to tantalise all your taste buds here in the chat and for later on, but we do have the predictions, and my goodness, look at the chat. So we've barely even talked about even having the same teams. This is actually quite crazy. That completely threw me off. I was thinking that we may have quite similar predictions along the way, but the fact that 18 has been selected on the odd occasion, neither's MCS as well, but Judo, GHRS twice in a row, you've got a lot of faith, my man.
I do, and I love the fact that mine is the opposite of the audience all of the way up until RPG at the end. You know that I teased in the last show, but I have a 33%-ish hit rate, if you want to call it, at this stage. I've had 1 out of 3 correct. So I went through and decided who I thought was going to win and submitted the opposite. So we'll see whether that actually helps me today, because statistically it should.
Yeah, you think so. And B's just been putting names on a dartboard and just throwing darts just to hope to see exactly what's been occurring. But yours is also very mixed up in comparison.
Yeah, I put on a blindfold while I was throwing those darts because, just to add to the mix. Who knows who's actually going to get these? But yeah, it's been really tough. I have not kept up on my hit rate, so to speak, as Judo has, because I realized after week 2, it was just going in the gutter, and I would just have fun with it. But what I'm really curious to know is what the audience is going to continue to think about these matches, how they're doing on their own predictions individually. And you can let us know by using hashtag ESL Mobile and get those tweets out there so we can read them out loud. We might just pick yours. Let us know what you think about the matches, and definitely let us know where your predictions are. They have to be better than ours, I think. Right, Judo?
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, like I said, I wanted to mix it up today, and we all have struggled, but I think that's testament to the competition here that we have. And the leaderboard certainly shows that it's so difficult to predict the teams, and that just makes for exciting matches. But I am sure things will start to change now that we're getting towards the end of the season. It has to, right, Lethal?
I'd hope so, and I'd assume so as well. That's why I was talking about Star Cats this, Star Cats that, because the probably is going to come to it. But the audience got the same predictions as me, so again, audience, me, thank you very much. I appreciate the fact that you're going with my predictions anyway, but ours is so stale and so boring. We've just gone for, most probably the potential favourites if, just from the past and what we've seen from the reputation anyway. But apart from that, that's been literally about it. But you guys, especially Judo with the JX Wrestling, you've had very fruity predictions here. And if you do get them right, then, kudos to you, of course. But it's a shame, really, because Judo, you're not going to miss for the first match, but we'll see you in the second match straight afterwards. So we're going to let you put your feet up and chill for a bit and have the front row seat, whilst me and Lady B are going to be kicking things off with the first match of the evening. And yeah, hopefully we will separate the standings eventually, but let's talk more about this game in particular. We do have Time to Throw versus Entropy Gaming. Now, Entropy Gaming have been known for, having an incredible attacking force, but they've been really failing a lot in their defense. Not failing by a massive degree, but we could talk about the stats later on, but there's definitely been a huge margin for error, and hopefully they'll be able to work on the defense a little bit more over the last few days.
There is. And, they're sitting at number 6, which I think probably most of us are surprised about, considering their raring start in the play-ins, where they ranked number 1. They didn't even have to play through the play-ins to get their spot here. And they were sailing up on the leaderboards. They were pretty much ahead of the pack, though. ATN was just about 1 point behind them. And ATN has managed to pretty much stay strong in this. So we're seeing Time to Throw now in the number 6 spot in rankings so far. And they're going to be facing off against EG, who is number 4. And, it's kind of interesting because you would think this is kind of closely mixed here with, these two teams, not too far off from their hit rates, with Time to Throw being 4 and 5 and Entropy Gaming being 5 and 4. So again, this is why it really is a toss-up for these matches. And when we get to look at the overall hit rates, average damage, defense rate, they're pretty similar here. The hit rate, Time to Throw, has been doing better, even though Entropy Gaming is ahead of the curve on them. But defensively, this is pretty close, Lethal.
That's much closer than I even expected. Entropy Gaming, I swear they had like 30-35% before, but they've obviously already made improvements this week, clearly, like making a 10-15% on average percentage difference compared to what they were the week before. That's huge. So it looks like they have already made progress, and I'm sure further progress will be made. In terms of average damage, 94 I think makes perfect sense for what we've seen so far. 96 though from time to throw makes sense. They are very quite the number 1 seed, definitely one of the favourites to try and make something happen, even though we don't know a huge amount about them, as they've been relying on very similar compositions. But I think over the last couple of weeks they did rely on the Queen Child Dragon Riders. They weren't really very diverse with their army compositions, but it looks like this week they have changed things a little bit so far, but that was back on Monday. We'll see if it's going to reflect this going into today as well.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the name of the game, being adaptable, flexible, and it can take a little bit of time to get used to, because, if you're switching over your strategies completely, especially after a long sleep of Doom Charge Drag Riders, it can take some time to get adjusted, but definitely needed in that mix-up. And it's all going to be base specific. And I think that's the one thing that we've been seeing coming in strong from all of these teams, is knowing which bases to use against which teams and players. So for Entropy Gaming, they tend to be that one offshoot, and I guess Time to Throw as well, because they're bringing a little bit of different things to the mix from time to time. Like Entropy Gaming, we typically get to see some E-drags from them, which can be very difficult to defend against. And equally with Time to Throw, we've been seeing them bringing in Super Witches. So, these teams, I don't want to say that they're bringing the unexpected meta to the game, but they're definitely not bringing something that we're seeing quite as standard to the mix.
Yeah, I think the variety of what we saw from the first week leading up to now, there's been a huge difference. It was definitely a wide variety. Like, we saw quite a lot. Like, we even saw, quite a lot of bowler and P.E.K.K.A. smashes. We're still seeing the P.E.K.K.A. smashes, but the bowler smash is kind of just been in the shadows now, hasn't it? We may see it once per play day, but that's literally been about it. I think it's a conversation which has become a little bit more base specific in the long run, but even then though, we may see it pop back again. We'll have to see. It really does depend though, because you can kind of tell that we've seen a lot more, or actually I say a lot more, a huge amount of Lalo attacks, a different variety of those in comparison to what we saw back in the first week. And even then, we've seen the Hog Riders, different compositions of those from time to time, just depending on what bases they're up against. So yeah, it's not, you could say it's a bit strange, but it's also not at the same time. People going back to what they know, you could say.
Yeah, and I'm getting a little chuckle out of the bowlers, because I don't know if you saw the Instagram post that ESL put out, but pretty hilarious and perfect for the upcoming Halloween season, with the Shining reference, how those bowlers can rip apart through bases. But I am surprised we're not seeing quite as much of those these days. We'll see what today holds in this matchup. And coming up to bat first, we do have Bats. And Bats not bringing in the bats. I don't know. Every time I see him come up, I always expect Bats in the mix somehow. I feel like he's just named himself for one of the attack type strategies that he likes to use, but I almost never see it. But he is coming in with the Hydra, and I would say somewhat predictable from Entropy Gaming. Let's see if Time to Throw maybe expected it and can find an opportunity to defend from the start here.
Just trying to throw these NA strategies here. It's fine, B, don't worry. And also, just let everyone know at home, the Wall Ghost won't be used, just as a heads up, so it's not going to throw any of these bases off guard. And Bats now, he's always normally the first or second player to start for Entropy Gaming, and already coming out with his Drag and Drag Riders, and a very, very aggressive approach. This is, of course, very standard for what we're going to see. The Tornado Trap's going to delay these loons a fair amount, with the free shot coming down on the Town Hall, just to try and help these loons secure the Town, which they have done in the end. Will get taken down eventually, but let's see how this goes, because the units are pretty split up at this stage.
Yeah, but the majority of them actually going through the poison bomb, which means they miss out the potential opportunity of taking down the core when very low health Dragon fighting against this multi-targeting Inferno, as it already took on just a little bit too much damage along the way. And I mean, we do have the King and Queen still rounding the corner here with the Royal Champ for support. That Dragon actually managed to take down the multi, which is going to help quite a bit, because it limits having to work our way through and beat through that wall, but actually drops in the Baby Dragon for the assist. Now, with a Rage left over, I feel like there is some small opportunity to still get this done, but it is not going to be easy with that Scattershot Expo, Wizard Tower, and Archer Tower still remaining in the compartment. It relies heavily on the Queen being able to hold her ability.
Yeah, he's got a lot of time to get the best percentage possible. It's just a shame how things occurred here. Maybe if he was able to clean up that left compartment a little bit quicker, a little bit faster, with a couple of those drags swerving onto that side, then maybe this Queen could have been able to do something, because he's got a couple walls to break here, and fair man, but he's obviously got a couple more as well later on. But yeah, it's going to be really, really tough for Bats. So it's not like it's going to be a huge fuss. It's still going to be a decent 2-star, no matter how you look at it. Just depends on how well this Queen can try and survive after taking up the storage. But, you know, he's going to try and look to get at least 90%, which he will do, but a little bit more, you know, commonly complainative here. Let's see what he can do so far. So it does pop the ability looking to try and get at least a 94, 95% mark. And luckily for him, though, the Queen's actually funneling across to the other side, which means he can take out these structures and get at least a 97.
Yeah, I mean, that Royal Champion really just needed to come in and at least limit the scatter shot. If she had done that, this could have 3-starred, but 28 seconds left to go. This Expo and the splash from the scatter shot is going to be more than enough. And if it wasn't enough insult, she runs across the bombs, just limiting that damage. So 97% 2-star is where we're at. Percentage-wise, it's not a bad place to be in, but you always want to start off with those 3 stars. You don't want to give your opponent any opportunity to claim a lead at the beginning of this matchup.
Nah, certainly not. Still 2-star, 97%. It's not too bad. He still knows his heroes at the very end. Did make the best out of a bad situation, using the rage spell on the RC just to try and push him towards that Phono Tower, kept the Queen alive in the long run, which is also good. And even then, though, like you saw from there, with the Queen was the only person left alive and still able to skate around the other side and funnel through into the other compartment. It could have been a lot worse if he was prioritising the Scattershot compartment instead. We could have seen about a 90, 91% maybe. So definitely could have been a lot worse in the long run. But you are right, though. A triple would have been nice to add the pressure onto Time to Throw, because we know what this team is like. They really are a force to be reckoned with. Here is now LP. We'll be coming up to attack here for Time to Throw, and let's see what it's going to be up to, especially with the blimp to kick things off onto the Town Hall.
Yeah, so sends that blimp in right over top Sneaky Goblins to take it down swiftly. There we go. A little bit of holding my breath to make sure it gets that final connection. And luring the CC troops. I always point this out. I think it's nice when you are bringing in blimps to the mix to try, because they push further inside the base to try and get the value of the CC lure, so you can take care of it in the side corners. But particularly with this Lalo, this is going to help out quite a bit. We eliminate any potential risk from the CC troops for the heroes. It alleviates the pressure off of them so they can get that full focus coming into a pretty heavily defended section of the base. We've got both Expos coming in at the Queen here, and she's going to meet up with the scatter shot as well. So we need to keep her going and alive, and this Golem is actually doing just the right trick so far.
Everything's just timed to perfection so far, especially with them sinking those heroes into that north compartment as well. Still needs to take down that Monty Inferno, though. It's going to take a little bit more time than expecting. The Skellies as well, just at least distracting the RC massively so far, which means the RC ability does need to be popped. A little bit of a shame there, but was looking to try and get probably more value. The Queen has been taken down. Invisibility goes onto the RC to make sure to guarantee to take up the Expo. But the Loons are coming out to play here, so is the Lava Hound as well. And remember, he still has 3 haste spells and a rage in his back pocket to use to help these Loons push across into that center.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate that the King walked out of that compartment with the single, because this would have tanked even more for the Queen. I'm not sure if he actually still had that Queen ability and missed and just died out with the scatter shot hit. I would have to rewatch that again, but this means the Loons have to cut through to the damage zone where he did not want them to go, but preserve that Warden ability, trying to hold on to it, sweeping those Loons through, and he still has a reinforcement on the outside, but they need a lot of help coming to the table here. But the Loons so far are holding their own. A freeze would be lovely, but not necessary, as there is no splash to worry about, and the single's not going to be enough to roast this. The Clone Loons really helping matters in this one. And I did notice that hog. I wonder if that was his backup plan in case he didn't get the lure of the CC, just so he could pull it to a dark corner where need be. But absolutely stunning here from LP so far, and more than enough time for the 3.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful stuff from LP. Nice way to start this war for themselves. At least they'll have a star lead and a start in hand to make sure the pressure is on to Entropy Gaming here. Just 7 seconds left though, just to make sure to try and finish up the job though. But look at that though, still that last barrack may not even get taken down if it doesn't get it in time, which he does not. It's going to be a 2-star, 99%. And I was in the same boat as you, B. I was expecting that to be a nice little triple to pick things off. But for them, Loons didn't split. And in the end, there wasn't really enough on that last barrack. What a shame, mate. What a shame, because it was such a clean attack as well.
Oh, just a fraction of a second and he would have been okay, especially with that sneaky goblin there. They work so fast. Oh, so 99%. I mean, are they going for the... Please don't go for the battle of the percentages. I don't think my heart can handle it. We need someone to take a clear lead on this one. But it was just great handling of it overall, especially considering that the king did not help to get the full value intended. But that is what we would expect from LP. I think for all intents and purposes, I'm still considering it a 3-star.
Yeah, I suppose you could call it like that. The ball is definitely in Time to Throw's park at this moment in time. Now we're all kicking things off. A few loons just to take some defense there, taking the edge off, we can say, as the Queen now just progressing from the 10 o'clock side here. So we're going to see how it's going to work out for the Blimp. Now coming on in, knows that all the air traps are going to be pretty much gone as they're heading towards that town hall, with the sweeper and the tornado trap just being a little bit of a pain so far. But the Blimp will be able to make it onto that town hall nicely, whilst the Queen is going to the northern compartment here. You can see the goblins now just trying to get into that town hall, especially with the Queen still trying to do work there, also distracting the defense. And that'll be the town hall taking down nice stuff there from Bully to help himself out in his second attack.
Yeah, and I like the patience on opening up that blimp, just waiting for the tornado trap to settle through and knowing that there was a little resistance as well from the air sweeper. So just keeping it packed before he opened it away from that storage because he didn't want to run the risk of those sneaky goblins going in the wrong direction. But this has also actually really helped a nice path for the Queen to push along with the town hall eliminated. So she can actually forge her way down and through into the scattershot compartment and eventually... We'll see, but I would say maybe the Eagle compartment. Either way, even if she moves into the core, she's got a lot of good value to pick up, and we have definitely shaped up a nice narrow path for the hybrid here, and that's really what we want to do. With only 2 heal spells and the Warden ability to get through this, we need maximum value, and you have to be very, very on target about the radius of the heal spell and getting those hogs within it, and the miners.
Yeah, healing spell placement is crucial here, especially for these Hog Riders as well. The Miners and the Hog just starting on 9 o'clock side. The King still in the south position, got a possibility eventually to clean up these structures on the outside. Still, the Hog Rider still pushing on in. Does have 1 healing spell left to try and make this work here, as they're just trying to target that multi-inferno in the center, which they managed to do, but there's still 1 more, which is going to cause a bit of an issue here, as the Hog Riders, the healing spell does come down. That will be his last one to be used, as he's trying to take down his Tessa and the multi there as well. But you can see now the RZ has come out, still got ability as well, and Speaking of Devil has literally just been popped as they're pushing on in. A couple of speeding traps has been dealt with now already. And still, it's just this Eagle compartment left to help speed things up a tad, and that is going to be a lovely way to finish up for Bully from Entropy Gaming. Great triple to definitely give him a bit of leeway here to put some added pressure onto Time to Throw. But first, though, once this storage has been cleaned up, then it's all done and dusted.
It is. I don't even want to call this one now after the 99 that came in. I'm a little worried on that one. But he does safely pick up the 3-star there, and they're hoping for another defense now at this point. They're only 2 buildings behind if Time to Throw were to pick up a triple in this mix. So, this is potentially a very, very close matchup for today. But I'm glad to see a little bit of mix up into the Hogs, getting to see that variety that Entropy Gaming definitely is able to provide.
Yeah, some of the players say with that composition in particular, it's more about execution than anything else. One tiny slip up can really be, catastrophic on many different areas, and it's a real pain in the backside to try and even recover from percentage, let alone try and get that triple if something doesn't go their way here. And this is a nice little early start here from Time. We're going to see exactly how we're going to do in that town hall compartment here, and it looks like it will be able to take it down eventually. Good start already, and we're going to see how they pressure on with this Lalo attack.
Yeah, so starts us off with a blizzard to secure taking down the town hall. Nice, easy investment, getting that done. And he's able to, again, lure the CC into a nice dark corner and start taking care of it. Or those skellies, at least, I should say, maybe. But beautiful work here so far. And you can see the value that the heroes are going to have coming into this. Working along with the power of that king, taking the lead for the queen. We really need to provide some great tank for her so we can get as much as possible. So that king is always a good option. And with them working together, this allows the opportunity to bring the royal champ in. There's the CC troops, though. So this is a bit unfortunate that the royal champ's not going to get... I shouldn't say not going to get full value. Drops that invisibility perfectly to allow her to retarget her focus on some of the defenses. But again, we want to take out that multi. So this timing is not necessarily working out the way that I think Alec had hoped to see it go.
Yeah, I agree. He had 2 invisibility spells, but had to use both in the end. I think you're right, though. He wanted the RC to get into the center to put a lot more pressure on. But of course, now with both those Inferno Towers going to be alive and well, it's going to cause some issues for this Lunar tank. But I think at the same time, he's hoping he can get the Queen into the center a little bit earlier before these Loons progress into the center, but looks like it won't be happening, so he's just gonna have to try and make this work and adapt if he can, as he's still got 1 more haste spell left to use for later on. And some of those names trying to take down that scatter shot. Hopefully the other 2 can take it off compartment, which they don't actually, so that may even cause some issues. But in the end, okay, those 2 lows did take him down in the end, which is gonna be the main thing though. Still though, the Eagle, the Inferno attack in the center, and the AD still needs to be picked apart here before anything else, and still the Eagle is actually still alive here, so we'll have to see how many more issues it's going to cost time to throw.
And those Loons, everything has completely bypassed this Eagle, which is, despite this amazing turnaround of a Lalo, not getting what he needed in the core of the base, not getting what he intended out of the Royal Champion, able to really keep this one solid, but this could be potentially the defense that Entropy Gaming was hoping for to get back in the lead, as the single roasts the Warden and is looking to thwart everything in its path. The super minions pops. Are they enough? Are they enough? They need like 1 shot. Just a little. No. Just like a sneeze on it and they could get it done. But it's another 99% 2-star.
You hate to see it. Yeah, literally, you could have done anything to that Inferno Tower and it would have been taken down. That's twice now. That's 2 attacks in a row. Literally, just anything would have just been able to cover it. It's just, and I must say, that was an incredible recovery. Even with all those Loons in the pack from that L shape going across to the north side, he still had to deal with those 2 multis, with the RC being heavily distracted there from that Lava Hand earlier on. It was a real shame, it really was. And that was definitely one of the best recoveries we've seen in quite a while. But sadly for them, it does mean another 2-star, 99% is going to be heading towards them. There could be 1 star behind now, heading towards the halfway stage as well. But yeah, honestly, that was such a shame. We've seen it twice in a row, just 1 building. But that, I think it hurts even more knowing that you could have just done anything to that Inferno Tower and it would have been cleaned up.
Yeah, and that 1 building costs them the lead now at this point that they could have held, and it would have been a 2-building lead. But now, percentage-wise, I think they're only holding up by 1 building at this point. It's pretty much leveled out for them. But let's take a look as Reen comes in, looking to, again, capitalize off of this. They have the 1-star lead. They want to keep it secured, so a 3-star will do that for them. 2-star gives them opening, too. Time to throw, of course. But going in with a nice deep dive with the Blizzard right there near the core of the base, but just working along the outskirts of the Town Hall. By alleviating some of the pressure around the Town Hall, we give an easier opportunity for the heroes to move in, but also, of course, taking down that scatter shot is a huge component of it as well.
Yeah, you're right, though. Even though time to throw it up in percentage, 198 to 197, Entropy Gaming are the ones still with that star lead. Now, of course, Reen's going to continue to put the pressure on if he can here. It will be a nice little way to continue putting on the pressure onto time to throw, as everyone's going to count it here on out, as we discussed back in the introduction. Kings now come out to play here to take out the structure on the outside and push into that south compartment with that Eagle artillery. And even with the Dragon Riders now, we're going to see how this is going to progress further. RC does come out here on the 3 o'clock position just to finish up that compartment from earlier on. King having a little bit of trouble here. It's going to take a little bit of time, but we'll get there in the end after the ability's been popped. And as our Saber has popped it straight away. So already looking very good so far. Loons and the Dragon Riders also coming out here on that 7 o'clock side there now just to do work once that Eagle's now finally been cleaned up.
Yeah, this is looking great. Beautiful connection to the just flanking sides of what we've already taken down. Looking perfect for these drag riders. The more that we can actually limit for them to have to do and keep a close confined path, the better for them. It gives them a lot of ample opportunity with the power they exert without having to worry about losing too much. I love this Yak working with the Queen, though. Look at this. The King dies out, but the Yak comes over to work alongside the Queen and giving her a beeline through the base to actually help with the cleanup. This is huge for this.
Yeah, it certainly is. And his Dragon Riders are quite healthy in the mix going into that north compartment. And there's not really any defense left. It's just a very clean attack, great execution. So much time left across the board as well. Definitely trying to make a statement here to finish off this war in a nice, easy fashion if they can. But yeah, that was great. That was incredible from Reen there. 35 seconds left remaining. Can't really complain. But as I say, that it's still got that one builder hut down south. But once that's done, he's going to be okay. He's going to be pretty pleased with himself there. And time to throw now. I'll have to really put a spanner in the works if they can to try and catch up.
Yeah, this is definitely some good movement coming in from Entropy Gaming. They're really thinking about these bases, and I like that. We're seeing a lot of variety in the mix. They're not just going for, you know, an old reliable type of attack that they feel will take down every base, but they're going very specific for these, the way they're sectioning off, and that certainly showcased it. But I had to do a second look to see on the scroll bar if he actually brought the Yak with the Queen, but usually it's taking the lead from the King. It can wind up losing a lot of health, but nice to see it working along and giving that Queen the extra opportunity, because we do know with the slight change that happened to the drag riders, we typically need those heroes to be alive and well at the end to help carry it through. And that Queen was there to support. But we do have Flexi now coming in. Ooh, with a Queen charge hog attack and more blimp action. I love this. Lots of it, but not the Blizzard this time. We've got the Yeti blimp dropping in that rage, wanting to ensure that he gets the full value here. And of course, with the defending AQ, we need that. Able to take her down and the scatter shot, plus get the lure of the CC. So this is very well invested.
Yeah, great value all round. Queen now just going to be distracted for the moment and just having a look at the spells so far. So it does have one healing for these Hog Riders, and he's probably checking to see exactly when's the best time to be able to use it, but we'll find out later on. As does have 3 rages and freezes later on also, just to help these Hog Riders a little bit into the center later on. Still though, Queen's now pushing towards on the north side. Hasn't really got too much to deal with as of yet. The DPS seems to be in check, so it doesn't need to really drop anything down as of yet. Maybe a rage spell in a second once things get a tad out of hand here. Just the Loon's just checking around to see if there's anything up with any kind of shenanigans here. We'll find a trap along the way, but now the Queen finally accessing here. North compartment will drop that rage spell just to quickly take down his town hall. Nicely done by Fluxy as he's dissecting his way from the north, but the Hog Riders now initiating that push from the south.
Yeah, and the Queen might slightly veer into the poison bomb, but he's got the healer's raged up to keep her alive, and actually that air sweeper's helping to push him away from the poison radius, so that will keep the Queen going strong. Plus she's got her ability, you can force that through if need be, but opts for the rage to keep her moving along. And we want to keep that Queen alive again. These hogs, you don't know if you're going to dwindle down towards the end of the base. It's still risky with all the giant bombs and only one heal usually brought to the mix, because you have to rely on the Queen staying alive with the rages. So definitely good moves here. And Hog's actually carrying on perfectly strong, taking the majority of the heat for the Royal Champion, so she can sneak into this back end and reserve that ability for the scatter shot and single.
Yeah, I can't believe the King's still got his ability intact. This is crazy. So is the RC. Well, okay, for the RC it's normal, but for the King, no, this is impressive stuff here. He's still saving it now, just trying to wait to get into the compartment, like you rightly mentioned here. that multi in the centres, the only thing standing in his way. But as I say that though, there she goes. She popped over already, taking it down. Beautiful stuff there. 27 seconds left. Popped his ability anyway, just to try and speed things up because he doesn't want a time fail again. He's seen enough time fails this war. He doesn't want to add it to the tally and make it 3 in a row here. Just a Clan Castle and the mine there going in from the 8 o'clock side, and that's going to be nicely done. But I feel sorry for Time to Throw because all these attacks have just been great. It's just these really annoying time fails where in the first attack, if the loon split, then it would have been 100%. And with the other one as well, we thought that was pretty much a guarantee, and it wasn't. But for Fluxy this time around, he had more than enough time to make sure to confirm that. So, and I do feel like Entropy Gaming are really feeling on that, like they're on the ropes. We know that they've got a 1-star lead anyway, but that 1% margin is going to be, it's going to be on their minds a little bit going into these next couple of attacks.
Yeah, it's 99 after 99. It's got to feel good to have that connection. It still does leave Time to Throw actually in the percent lead. They're up still by 1 building over Entropy Gaming, but it's a stars game. So they've got to try and get in it, hold the defense, which Entropy Gaming seems to be completely bypassing so far. They have been able to make some beautiful connections in this match, and they're looking to do it again as Beezus takes the approach with a nice big deep hero dive. So we've got the Ice Golem tanking for the Queen on one side, King's working on the opposite side for the scatter shot, and I suspect that we'll see the Royal Champion also trying to take course in for the multi-targeting Inferno and air defense, just making that connection through, just waiting for the King to tank a tad bit longer towards that scatter shot before sending her in.
Yeah, it's very micro-intensive doing a push like this, especially with all 3 heroes intact. But Beezus is definitely making it work so far. Queen's taking down the Town Hall. The RC is just trying to finish up on the multi. Ability has been popped though. The King just trying to finish up the other compartment as well, and just trying to do the absolute best if they can there. But the RC really hasn't got much HP left here, trying to help out the King as well as it progresses, but it will get taken down eventually. Yes, it does. So does the Queen as well early on. And the King now, yeah, just basically just distracting all the defenses onto him. So 2 minutes left until this attack is going to get initiated so far. And as we look and see exactly how he wants to try and progress, it looks like he will be starting things off in that 1-2 o'clock side. Narpan goes straight for the AD. Loon's coming out with the Warden in as well. And still he's got 3 hate spells, a raid, invisibility for later on, so still got plenty to work with.
Yeah, but he's gotta watch the CC troops coming out. Drops a final poison, not enough to keep those super minions in it, so we really need to see either the headhunters coming along, the Electro Owl, or some minions pops for support, so he doesn't lose out too much. So one good thing is the timing on the Warden ability, keeping these loons safely through, trying to get some working into that multi in the center of the base under the heel, but he's met with traps, met with a super minion that's relentless, but a freeze is enough to hold it off and get the job done and allow this main pack to push through. With that, you have a tank from the Stone Slammer that is just like bringing in an extra hound, except it brings in more force with the loons when it opens up. The Beezus is absolutely stunning with this Lalo and a pretty beautiful spread across for some easy cleanup.
Yeah, I was going to say, good use of that last haste spell, good splits as well from these loons. And I love the analogy as well, how you brought the Stone Slammer with the Larband, because technically, you're right, aren't you? It's basically doing the same job effectively, especially when how it's positioned and just trying to make sure to help these loons out and create a best path possible. Look at the amount of loons he's got left. He's laughing at this point as Beezus is going to get another triple here for Entropy Gaming here, and I'm sure Time to Throw going to be a little bit worried heading to the final attack.
I would be. And we saw the stats earlier that these two teams are pretty close defensively, both hitting around, I think it was 43% and 45% on their defensive average. So, it's not the highest that we have in the game. And what I think I am most surprised about is knowing that I think Entropy Gaming was at a 50% hit rate with Time to Throw at 60%. It feels like the tables have definitely turned. Maybe Judo had a point of saying, go with what you would think and then switch it on your predictions and you'll get it right.
Yeah, because I think mine's already gone down the toilet now at this point. If Time to Throw, well, there's nothing Time to Throw can do, can they? Entropy Game are just looking extremely solid, and this is the kind of matchup we're expecting. Both of them just getting triples left, right, and center, but the only problem is something small in the defense may throw a curveball. We'll have to We definitely have to see here, but it's been more time to throws. Execution, well, not really the execution, wasn't it? Just really unlucky with some of the situation they put themselves in with those buildings on those first 2 attacks here. But now we look and see how they're going to progress. The Queen's standing on the north side, heading towards the town hall eventually. And you can see on the other side as well, just a couple of wizards just to clean up the structures on the 3 o'clock side as well. Being wary of that time fail, let it on just in case. Pekkers are coming out. It's going to be a Pekker smash coming in here as the Queen are progressing further in with these Pekkers also. And also the Kings actually made it from the 3 o'clock side as well, just to make sure to clean these structures out, just to save any distractions with the blimp now going in towards the town hall.
And he funneled this up perfectly for the King to work into that Eagle compartment with the Witches, hanging onto the ability because we want to ensure that he cleans up that entire section of this base. He's got the power, needed to do it, full health coming into this one. And this just keeps the course of the Pekkas and the Super Wizards perfectly in line through the core. Because we've eliminated the Town Hall, it makes a much easier push for the back end, but we still have to try and hold on to the Queen's ability for the scatter shot if need be. And the Royal Champion, of course, coming into the mix just to flank alongside with the King and take care of the opposite side of the base. I like the way that he's actually planned this out, considering every angle of it and ensuring that there is enough power to move along through. And when we talk about power, there is a lot, considering the Queen's still alive and well with her ability. And the Royal Champ came in while the pressure was limited, so she is still full health without having to use the ability.
Yeah, did you see how much value the Queen got? And the amount of defense she's taken out over the last 30 seconds has been ridiculous. The poor units, they've literally had nothing else left to do now. You can see the Queen's already taken care of everything. And look how much time's remaining as well. Time to throw. Looking very strong leading into the last part of this war. Of course, we've only got 1 attack left from each team. But yeah, the Queen didn't really give much for the units to do in that last portion. So again, making sure to get the best value possible as ND with a fantastic attack overall. Still 1 star behind though. You've got to take that into account. And I think 1% in front. But we'll have to see how things change this time around.
Yeah, it's they're trying to stay in this one, and I don't know if you could get any closer really by being up 1 building percentage-wise, but just being down by a star. It's a little bit of salt in the wound for them. But those 99% that were ever so close, just kind of kicking them in the butt right now.
It really is, and it's tough to take in, isn't it? Because they know full well that their attacks were pretty much perfect anyway, just a little bit unlucky. And I don't like to put luck as to a factor or to a certain degree, but it really was like, you know, the Loons could have split in the first attack and it didn't. The second one, we thought it was pretty much a guarantee, but it literally wasn't in the end, as there's a couple of units he could have used right at the very end, actually wasn't even used for the store. It was just one thing after the other, wasn't it? And it's just really is dwelling on their mind to a certain extent. But we'll see though, we're still going to the final attack here from Addy, and we're going to see what he's going to be up to with the Dragon Riders coming in to try and secure this victory. And if Addy does get a triple, that means he will be able to lead Entropy to that W, which they definitely require to make sure to be a huge threat here at the ESL Mobile Challenge. But we'll see what Time to Throw can do in terms of their defense here. And the Queen already starting on the south side.
Yeah, the Queen working down below here, just hanging on to these healers, just waiting to get that Kukoloon in, making safe passage for them. I think we've gone through the days of baiting these Queen charges. Most people are on their guards now. We haven't seen that since the first matchup of the Mobile Challenge. Maybe I'm slightly disappointed, but it's always nice to see Queen charges going through properly. But she has a nice core set, and we need to continue that going along to the Town Hall, eliminate that as a threat so we can keep these drag riders alive and well and strong. But it is still looking like quite a wide path with that Eagle a little bit further over to the side. Let's see how he's going to handle just navigating this out a little bit more so they can work closely together.
Yeah, we can't really forget the baiting days. The first week in the play-ins was just ridiculous, wasn't it? But we're going to see a lot less of that nowadays. Minute 45 left remaining. Dragon Rider's finally been initiated on the right-hand side. Stone Slammer still doing its work, doing itself justice here, just clearing out a couple of these traps and also focusing on the Eagle, which is going to be huge for for these Dragon Riders later on, but still progressing there into the multi. The multi's actually getting a lot done. Actually got a fair amount of damage onto a lot of his units, but of course with the Warden ability, you'll be able to try and give your Dragon Riders a little bit more leeway here. And with that multi, again, very, very crucial for them to try and progress into them, which they have done. Will be good with the Tesla farm as well, but with the RC there, she'll be able to deal with it without any issues at all here. And still, though, the King still has his ability later on.
Yeah, you know, that Queen dying out really could hurt this raid for Addy, but the multi goes down quickly. I'd hope to see the Stone Slammer really work its way in tank, pick up any possible traps in there. The Drag Riders have to work their way along and finish this up. With the King alive and having his ability, it helps out quite a bit, but we don't have the full support that we would want, particularly that Queen helping out and the Royal Champion, who, if she were able to have held that Seeking Shield coming into the Scattershot compartment, Addy would be in a much better position, but it is looking like Time to Throw is going to hold their their second defense of this war, but a very critical one.
Yeah, I think critical is definitely an understatement as well. This is literally the lifeline they were looking for, weren't they, B? Oh, dear me. So it does mean, but if Time to Throw get the triple here, they're the ones who are going to be securing the victory, but it depends on the 2-star as well, though, because you've got to remember that there could be a star ahead no matter what. So it has to be a triple from Time to Throw. If they manage to take that in this last attack, oh, it's just so annoying, isn't it? The fact that Edge Game have been winning for the majority of this matchup just by, I wouldn't even call it slip up, just very unlucky for Time to Throw from the very beginning. I keep bringing it up, but it's just dwelling on my mind, and I'm sure it is as well. It's pretty much barcoded into theirs from the very beginning. But yeah, at least for them, though, they have room to breathe. They have an open here, get the triple, secure the victory, and then now they can go further up on the leaderboard because they're already looking very fresh already with 5 wins, and 6 is definitely going to cut it here. I'm just going to quickly double check as well just to make sure, because I'm pretty sure they were on 5, and no, so they're 4 and 5 at the moment. So at least that way, that will give them more room to breathe next week when they progress more further into the more in depth into these play days.
Yeah, and you know, this is a little bit easier of a position now for Time to Throw, considering they've held such a close lead percentage-wise, and that low 2-star percent, you know, 87%, I shouldn't say low, but in standards today, look at how it's drastically dropped their percentage. It's going to be enough for Time to Throw to try and seal the deal here. They just need, I guess, an 80. They were 1 point up, so they would need like an 87% 2-star, and they'll be all good to capitalize off of it. So Demo, with that position, it's some pressure, but not really a lot right now.
Do you know what I find quite funny, B? I find it quite funny, but Demo said to me, I'm the only one who doesn't use Dragon Riders. It's normally my 4 teammates who use it. And ever since he said that, I've seen him come in with Dragon Riders twice on the trot. Twice in a row now. So there's obviously changed things up a little bit here, or maybe just throwing me off in particular. But the Queen now still continuing to do work in that Town Hall compartment, has taken it down there. So already a fantastic start for Demo. But we'll have to deal with the defense at the same time. But won't matter too much because we've already taken out the majority of the defense already. Luckily for him, though, those healers are just outside of the AD range. So, you know, again, the Queen will be able to stay alive a little bit longer, though. But the defense is actually a little bit too much, as he needs to pop his ability a little bit earlier than he would like to. Another raid spell comes down here, B. And now the Dragon Riders and the Stone Slammer coming out on the north side.
Oh, and excuse me, because it's actually, they need the 3 stars. I was thinking that they were only that 1 star behind previous, and that is not the case. They need to pull in the 3 star here, so percentage is not going to cut it. And that means this Queen charge is ever so critical to keep these Drag Riders working along. We saw that in the last raid. You need the Queen to help support. You need her to be there alive and well, including the Royal Champion, who is still working her way through, hanging on to the ability, and the Queen is working here, but this is veered off course. The Dragon Riders have managed to get through the center of the base, a few on the outskirts, but he's going to play his cards right with these heroes now.
Do you know what? With the Dragon Riders taking a little bit longer to that right compartment, it gives more time for the Queen to try and take out as much defense in the south compartment as possible, because with the scatter shot there, it's definitely going to cause a few issues. One of the Dragon Riders still have a fair amount of HP, and the RC is still alive. The only problem is the RC hasn't got her ability anymore, but that 1 free spell may help. But the Queen's going to get taken down here because one of the healers, or a couple of healers, were cleaned up early on from the multi due to the fact, from the AD, shall I say, And yeah, this is not the exit or the finish which Demo was looking for. It's such a shame as well, because if this team was able to stay alive a little bit longer rather than be taken them from the AD in that Town Hall compartment, it might see a different story entirely, actually. But with that test of fun there as well as the scatter shot, just complementing it. 10 seconds left. It is going to be a 2-star, 88, 89%. Such a shame here. Time to Throw was given a lifeline. Sadly as well, threw it away, which does mean here, B, that Entropy Gaming will be coming out in top in our first matchup by 1 star, and not really much of a difference in terms of percentage either. 0.4% in favor of Time to Throw, but still not gonna cut it. What a shame there from Demo at the end.
Yeah, definitely. And it's really, it shows the importance of those heroes. Both of those final attacks being able to help clutch the end of using those drag riders. A bit unfortunate for Time to Throw. They've had such a solid push today, those 299s jeopardizing them. I think I considered one of those 99s the 3-star. That's what I thought was going to carry them through, but unfortunately not the case for them. But it is a win for Entropy Gaming. They're going to be working their way up the ranks, but we've got more matches to come, including ATN versus Badzinger next. So make sure you stay tuned because it is coming right after this short break.
Danke, welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Nice to see you once again. Now, it's been a couple of weeks now that the season has begun. We could talk a little bit about what's been occurring and what's going to be happening potentially at a later date. But first question is going to be, you've come into the season strong, defeating the likes of Time to Throw and MCES in your first opening matches. Was this a real confidence boost for the team to ease themselves into the competition?
Well, the past week wasn't the easiest, but as the players agree themselves that every match you don't know what the outcome of every match is going to be. So they're confident in themselves, but they know that the opponents are as strong. So it is not easy.
So second question is going to be, has your team had any struggles along the way, such as maybe like any particular attacking methods or something in your defense which has been holding you guys back from bagging any more wins or any more triples?
I believe every team struggles with something, and every match is unpredictable because it's hard to say. Like most of the players, they know basically all of the strategies or most of the strategies, and defense has been not too bad so far, and the offense is one of the strongest, I believe. So I don't know. It's I can't tell you for sure what has been the hardest to defend or to offend. I think both are challenging, and
It looks like your team have been using a lot more air attacks in the second week compared to the first week. Is there any particular reason as to why the players are switching more back to the Queen Charge Dragon Riders and different variations of the Lano compositions?
Air has always been strong, and I don't know what else to add. Ground strategies are as strong as well, but it also depends on the bases that they attack. So it depends on the base whether they're going to attack with air or ground strategies.
What mistakes do you guys need to correct in order to solidify your spot in the top 4?
We just have to remain strong and attack good. And any moment everything can change because the opponents are as strong.
I know you guys are doing a great job so far. You're looking very strong right from the get-go here, and look forward to see how you guys get on in the next 2 weeks.
Thank you.
I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. Keep reaching. Yeah, I keep reaching and reaching.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to ESL Mobile Challenge. We have some incredible action in store for you today, and we just came off of a pretty intense matchup where 99% 2-stars wouldn't even do the trick to get the job done. I'm Lady B, and I'm joined back by Judo Sloth. Welcome, Judo. Are you excited to see that your predictions actually worked out well?
They did. They were in tatters towards the end of the war, but thankfully they had held strong for my prediction anyway. Kept everything close, and it was an exciting match. But we do have Badzinger and Alternate Attacks. Now, these are the teams right at the top of the table. Badzinger actually in first position, and Alternate Attacks in second position. So the best of the best, if you will. They did play each other on Playday 3, Alternate Attacks getting the victory. And you can see, though, Badzinger's stats arguably a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. Overall hit rate and defensive rate, which shows why they are number one. But you can also see why ATN is in the number 2 position now. So this is going to be likely a pretty formidable attack. We've got Badzinger, who last week came in with 13 stars in their matchup against Entropy Gaming, who just won their last matchup. And ATN also went up against Entropy Gaming, putting up a 13-star war, but lost on percentage. And then they faced Rest later and pulled in an 11-star war. So I'm not really sure what to think of what we're going to see in this matchup today now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one, but one thing that I do know is this is a match that both of the teams will be putting extra effort into, because whilst you only need to be the top 4 in order to qualify to the finals, if you can get the number 1 seed, that is so much better, because then you play the number 4 team in the first round rather than the number 2 and 3 facing each other. So both of these teams are basically going for that number 1 spot. It is Avatar starting us off. He normally does attack either himself or one for Badzinger starting out, or that seems to be their roster of players. He doesn't tend to use the Queen Charge Lalo too often when he does start out, though. So interesting to see how this turns out.
Yeah, definitely. The Queen on a nice course around that town hall, clearing up some opening for the blimp to actually be able to sail through potentially in this one. Though we do have another wall break to actually open up access. And I'm curious if we're going to use this for the King, maybe. We still want to actually make our way, likely take on the Eagle, targeting the Eagle. And the King is geared up and ready to go towards this.
Oh, the Queen's ability. Yeah, was used there. I think she was just taking a little bit extra damage than what he expected. Froze a little bit too late. Now, it's obviously not the end of the world. He still has the Queen. He's got lots of spells in order to adapt. But you always want that ability for a little bit later on in the raid. However, we do sometimes see the Archer Queen holding that until the very end. So I still think he's looking pretty good here as the Royal Champion is going to try and target the scatter shot, move even further into the base, to be honest. He has an invisibility spell he could use for that. So all is looking pretty good right now, Lady B.
It really is, especially if the Queen were to veer in towards the center of the base. Now, she's beating on the perfect wall to actually take down that Expo. We do have the blimp to secure the town hall here. Just need to be mindful of the Inferno. Freezes it up quickly, but not quickly enough, and the Queen dies out. Now, this would have been really nice to section off, but it's not the end of the world that it hasn't gone down. It just would have been a nice support for the Loons, considering there's still the splash damage of the Wizard Tower on the backside.
Yeah, the defending Royal Champion is my main thing I'm looking for at the moment, because the attacking Royal Champion could get through that final stage with the ability and the Seeking Shield, but you see the defending Royal Champion attacking the attacking Royal Champion, meaning the ability is gone. She doesn't have a lot of health, so now counting on the balloons to tank as she moves through. Here we go. Single locks onto the Aussie. Oh my gosh, he just clips it with the invisibility in order to get that down. The Wizard Tower locks onto the balloon. Will the Royal Champion get this? Could still get it in time, as he does have a lot of minions to the left-hand side.
But he doesn't have time. He has 4 seconds left to finish this off. Minions are swarming the gold mine, and it is not enough. I think today 99 is the name of the game. Oh, so unfortunate, but really nice coordination in handling that. Had he actually got that freeze down just a fraction of a second earlier for the Queen, this would have been the 3-star.
It certainly would have. I mean, it was so close. I knew he was running out on time, but I still thought with all of those minions, maybe he could sneak it. Often we do see on the buzzer where attacks come through, but how devastating versus alternate attacks as well, when you know they are not really going to give you too much of an opportunity. But like you mentioned, they slipped up a couple of times on Monday's matches. So let's see what Vale has in store, using the lightning spells to just eliminate defenses around the town hall. He does have 4 rocket balloons, and this is a similar strategy we've seen him use on Monday.
Yeah, and I like that we're seeing him switch off again to the start, and also he's done something a little bit differently. He wound up using that Zap Quake first before the Dragons. Obviously, we want to shape up the path for them, narrow it out, but it can also help with some accuracy issues. In the heat of the moment, it can be a little bit difficult to work that through, but most importantly, this is for funneling, and gets that blimp across for the Town Hall, safely secures it being taken down. I'm keeping an eye on that Drag Rider health just to make sure he has enough, and the King and Queen set on course to keep those dragons veered to the core of the base, but they've been self-sufficient in doing it on their own.
He still has the Royal Champion to deploy, Lady B, alongside 4 rocket balloons, which he could easily pick off the air defense. I thought that's actually where he might have sent them in order to protect that dragon down the left-hand side and help with time, but actually looks like he's just going to save them in order to support the Royal Champion, because he has more than enough time, let's be honest about it. It is really just getting the heroes through this final section. It's certainly slowing down, but I think with the freeze spell, the Queen ability, and the Royal Champion, he should still be able to get this.
Yeah, and actually using those rocket balloons on the north, that was a pretty nasty section for the King and Queen to get through, and that's allowed the Queen actually the opportunity to hold on to this ability, playing his cards right with that Royal Champ, but still needs a little bit more power to get that scatter shot down, and she's not going to be able to do it. So the Queen needs to be through this wall, but with the Skellies distracting, his scatter shot is just going to rip her to shreds.
Oh, I thought when the Royal Champion stepped across and got rid of the traps, maybe he had the opportunity. But like you said, now with the Queen hung up, she is just not going to get there. And unfortunately, nothing will be able to get in range of that scatter shot, especially with a storage looming. So it is probably going to be... Well, he could get 99, actually, couldn't he? Depending on how things pan out here. But it might be the percentage lead to Bad Zinger. Only a slim lead, but it looks like it's certainly going that way.
Yeah, and that Royal Champ podium, I think, could leave it at a 99. Once those minions get in range of the scatter shot, he will not be able to take that down. So 98% 2-star looks like where we're going to be at on this one, which means we are now in a pretty close matchup, tied up on stars, but one building difference. Again, we're in this situation.
Imagine if the first attack from Avatar had gone through. That's how close it was. For the players, when that happens, if it comes down to be quite pivotal later on in the war, it must be even a bigger blow. But I always say at the end of every round of attacks, if you are in the lead as a team, you can't be too dissatisfied. So Bad Zinger, although it's not ideal having a 99, they can't be dissatisfied being in the lead at this stage.
No, certainly not. One building can be more than enough to get you what you need, but I'm sure they're going to be feeling the pressure to put in those 3 stars in order to claim the star lead, if they can. They don't want to hold it too much on percentage, because that's where you can really see it flop very fast. And Wasted now coming in with the Ice Lalo. I know this is something you and I both like to see, and I can't say that it's underutilized. I feel like we're seeing it a little bit more and more these days.
Yeah, I think we are seeing it a lot more, and I think it's just players really having that skill in identifying the forward planning of the attack, where it is going to pop. Now, I would like to say that Wasted is actually the highest destruction player for Bad Zinger. He has a 98.5% average across the playdays. That is out of 8 attacks, 6 of them being 3 stars. So he really has a good performance so far in the challenge, and he'd be looking to turn that into the 3-star. The Queen charge has started out pretty good so far, with the King diving into this compartment. Should funnel her in towards the multi when he uses the jump, I would think, but he does have a Super Warbreaker left over.
He does, and this could give him some ample opportunity to push the Queen along a little bit further. Well, no, he's got the jump to bring her through, so he can potentially just do this on the outside of the base. We'll see where she navigates to, but so far, he's actually cut a really nice path for this Lalo. And knowing that we have the blimp for the Town Hall compartment, I'm only seeing a very small, narrow section that the Loons really would need to focus on.
Yeah, it's all looking good at the moment, but time is ticking, and that has to be something he is thinking about, given the 99% we just seen. So pops that King ability. The Grand Warden is down next to the King. I think he would have liked that next to the Queen. However, with the Royal Champion being used in that area, it's actually not going to be too bad of a situation. Obviously feeling quite confident at the moment with the Lalo starting at the top. You see he has swapped out from the Battle Blimp to the Stone Slammer, maybe just waiting on that until he sees a little bit more from the heroes. Does indeed decide to use that, still has another jump to get the Queen to the Town Hall, so it looks pretty good in that regard. And as long as he follows this through, he's still got that Grand Warden ability, but has to use it and pretty much get nothing.
Yeah, I am absolutely impressed at the value he's gotten out of these heroes, just shaping up that path through and through. And we saw him switch over to the blimp here. I wonder or the Stone Slammer. I wonder if that blimp was maybe a backup plan. Just know if his Queen wasn't able to pick up the Town Hall and get quite this far, that he could have sent that in through with the Loons. But it would have been quite a task, because the Warden being used with the King would have been the problem. But this really does show how a lot of players are capitalizing off of the immense power that come from the heroes alone.
Totally, and that is where we are seeing that new kind of shift in the meta of using the Grand Warden. I don't know why I can never say that, but it's quite the tongue twister.
Just
using that
Grand
Grand Warden, yeah, using him on ground even with the Lalo, because like you said, you can just get so much value from the heroes. And I mean, he made it look easy. I think there was 2 compartments for the Lalo at the top there, wasn't there? So really nice job keeping Badzinger well in the lead. Well, I say well in the lead, keeping the pressure on alternate is probably the more correct statement.
Yeah, this is going to put the pressure on. They need to pick up that 3-star. They don't want to start losing star count when they're 1 building away from Badzinger, who definitely has been proving themselves. #1 spot here in the ranks after the first matchup of this week. And, you know, they've just, I think they've been sitting there now for at least 2 weeks at this point. But Ast, he typically doesn't crumble to pressure. Let's see what he can do with the Queen Charge Drag Rider.
King already taking out that compartment at the 2 o'clock area, allowing the Queen into the 3 o'clock compartment. And notice he's also used the wall break to allow her back out of this compartment. Still has another left over, so it looks like he's walking her around and in towards the Town Hall compartment. Probably the Battle Blimp for the multi-target Inferno there in the center. Dragon Riders along the central area and Dragon Riders along the other side. But he does have to be patient on this Queen Charge. Probably doesn't want to send too much in until he knows that that Town Hall is going to be secured, because as you see, Clan Castle troops are just about to attack her.
And Queen's in a pretty good position here with very limited damage coming on her, bar that ground expo. And we do have 4 rages now just to carry her through this compartment. What I like about this is the way he's shaping it up to narrow out the push for the drag riders, which we're really seeing is very critical in order to keep them alive and well. And I think his patience is going to pay off in the way that he's going about this, just waiting for that Royal Champs opportunity to work through into the core, but also kind of aligning it with the timing of sending in those drag riders so she can be there to help out towards the back end.
And you see again, swapping out to the Stone Slammer, just having that Battle Blimp selected initially as a backup plan, like we said, but once he knows everything goes to plan, he can switch to the Stone Slammer. Royal Champion got both the multi and the scatter in the middle, setting up that pathing as we've mentioned for the Dragon Riders moving through. Queen is doing a good job on the bottom, still has the invisibility if he needs it for her, and the Queen ability actually, I only just seen. So this is looking fantastic with 50 seconds remaining, just to make sure we keep this war exactly as we intended. Very exciting.
Absolutely. This Queen is going for days. And I like that he didn't feel the need or the pressure to have to drop that invisibility spell for the Royal Champion. Kept his focus going on, you know, making sure that the Queen survived, that the Dragon Riders were healthy, alive, and well, knowing that he had that full power, so much so that he was actually able to use that Warden ability towards the 9 o'clock compartment. So kudos to Ast, not letting the pressure let up on him, but I feel like he's getting very comfortable now with these drag riders. We see him using it more and more.
Yeah, we've seen him use it a couple of times already in the challenge, haven't we? And I mean, I've talked to Ass before. He says he doesn't really know what he's going to use until he sees the base. Tries not to be predictable, but it always intrigues me on the psychology of a lot of the players. Maybe they will use a certain strategy a little bit before the finals or world finals, just to try and make people think they are going to use a certain strategy and then switch it when the main event happens and they get towards the final. Always intrigues me whether some players do that.
Yeah, I think that's such a good point, especially coming so close to having to contend against these teams too. They don't want to give the upper hand or any sort of information. And now we do have Juan coming to the table. And you had mentioned we typically see Juan coming in first. And again, we don't know exactly what the psychology factor is, if it's that they're going based on the plan that they think is settled in easiest, or if it's more of a comfort thing for the players. So this gives a lot of pressure off, knowing that they have the % lead on their side, but they are still tied up on stars. So there is that factor that puts the pressure on Juan to pick up the triple. And with the Hydra, we've seen some pretty good success, but I'm actually interested in this dive that he's doing, because he's got the log launcher that he's bringing. So it looks like he's really going for some big value with the heroes.
Yeah, it looks like he's sending the Archqueen into the Town Hall and then maybe the King down into the Eagle compartment would be my assumption. But let's find out exactly what he is doing. There is a lot of pressure on Juan because he has actually only got 2 3-stars out of the 8 attacks he's had within the challenge. But as we mentioned, he tends to go first, which is nerve-wracking in itself, and you have to plan very quickly. So maybe that's a tactical move, allowing him to play a little bit deeper into the roster, shall we say. Getting back to the attack, though, the Barbarian King has indeed dove down into that compartment where the Eagle is. Hopefully he will get that momentarily. He's got the Stone Slammer out in front of the Dragons, which should provide a little bit of cushioning, and hopefully he can time this Warden ability through the middle.
Yeah, that was such nice patience and position of sending in the Stone Slammer to actually cut across some of the defenses, distract the Air Sweeper, and work its way in to take the lead over this. And you are absolutely right. The power of that Warden ability is critical coming through the core. Keeps the Dragons alive and well. It's just an extension of keeping them alive and having the force needed, especially because we've already used the heroes and they've died out from the corners to funnel this up with pretty 9 seconds left to go and this massive spread. Juan has absolutely obliterated the base and just definitely not feeling pressure whatsoever.
It always makes me laugh when there's 1 or 2 defenses left and then they still have the Royal Champion ability to just ping through them. And I don't think he lost a Dragon Rider. He has so much power left on this attack. And it's good for Juan to pick up his confidence a little bit in the challenge here. 3 stars it is, keeping Badzinger in the lead. Even if alternate 3-star, they would still be that percentage behind. But the percentage closing, if you will, only 1 percentage point across all of the attacks.
Yeah, I think that is the best thing about this war so far is how close they are keeping it. And again, it's not a surprise knowing that we've got the number 1 and 2 ranked teams up to bat, and just their history, their namesake, you know, how well they perform overall in the competitions that they're in. It really is no surprise that they would keep this matchup so close. But I also think that they know each other well enough to try and predict any possible traps along the way. I honestly would have expected to maybe see some defenses, some big defenses, I should say, in the mix.
Yep, and I know you hold your breath with the Blizzard attack. We do often see Boom using it, and that is his method of choice. Actually gets the Battle Blimp directly where he wanted it, just behind that scatter shot, so that he can take it down alongside the Royal Champion, but also wipe out the buildings behind it. Look at them go, just tearing apart the base. Also lures the clan castle in that of the Lava Hound, and pretty much going to be able to take that out as well.
Yeah, this is a really nice opener. We've got the Battle Builder hut taken down, alleviate some of the pressure off the Queen, particularly because she's going in there on her own. Ooh, and triggering the Tornado Trap actually at a good time because she's out of range. It's not going to stall her up whatsoever and keep this moving forward. The King also helping to ensure that pathing for the Queen, that she goes directly for the Town Hall. Bone really is off to a very nice start here with what he's shaping up.
Yeah, it looks like the Tornado Trap was aimed at baiting the Battle Blimp diving in towards the Town Hall, actually, but that is the risk you take in trying to bait something towards the outside of the base, is if it does pop, it can sometimes essentially do nothing. It's either zero or hero, if you will. Archer Queen will go down inside that Giga Poison, still has the RC ability, so should be able to get through this single target Inferno since it is being tanked by the Skeleton spell. And you see the King diving into that bottom compartment, not quite able to get the air defense. Will the Yak come through? He doesn't, but the Royal Champion might be able to get that either way.
Yeah, once the heat's alleviated off of that Expo, I was hoping to actually see her make the veered path. We had the Drag Rider in because we'd like to ideally take down the multi, but there's really not a lot left over on the back end of this base. And with the spread out that he has, knowing that we haven't used healers, the Drag Riders have every bit of force needed to try and finish the job. I love that we're actually getting to see Boom come in with a Blizzard, but just kind of switching gears, bringing in the Drag Riders. He's definitely known for his Blizz Lalo, and this is a nice way to convert it across to an opener that he seems to really enjoy.
Yeah, interestingly, you've seen the tornado trap by the town hall. I already mentioned potentially to bait a blizzard into that area, and the red air bombs were in the core as well, which tends to be to defend a lava loon around that multi-target inferno. So I know I mentioned this on Monday, but it's almost like this base was set up to try and defend Boom. But again, he has outsmarted it 100%, 8 stars apiece. Badzinger a slither of a percentage ahead.
I think after last week, maybe a lot of the players have just realized, you know what, they know our style, and, you know, let's switch it up. Even if we want to do Blizzard or we want to go in with certain Queen charges, just look at it, take a second to say, you know, would they expect me to come in from the Sentry? Like our predictions, you know, go, go with what the obvious thing is and then flip it.
Yeah, for a player right now, it's almost like you need to come up with 2 plans and you think, whatever my most ideal plan is, I'm not going to do that. I just know that that's probably what's baited, so I will do the second plan. And I guess for players, it just increases the depth of the game, which is really cool for us as viewers. But we have Badzinger's star player, Rakirez, 7 3-stars out of his 8 attacks, really has been tearing it up. And the Sui Lalo is one of the methods he has been using. I know that he used this a little bit in Legends League as well, diving straight into the western area. So let's see what he has in store for us.
Yeah, I think even though he, you know, he's one of those players where you can always predict he's going to come in with Lalo. He is just one of the most skilled Lalo attackers that we've seen. He is definitely one of my favorite ones to actually watch in the mix. Because he seems to always dominate with Lalo. Now, beautiful use of the heroes. Again, we get to see the heroes sectioned off into different compartments to pick up some massive, massive value. 40 taken down the scatter shot. CC is almost contended with, but we need to get that town hall taken down. And the Queen, unfortunately, has been stalled a bit. Can she get this town hall down before the Hound makes it? Yes, indeed. Ooh, a little nerve-wracking looking at the health that she has left over.
Yeah, it definitely was, but I always say if you can predict and get the exact value that you wanted, nothing more, nothing less, then that is the sign of a skilled player. Just pulling the Lava Hound up to the top of the base via that one archer to make sure it's out of the way. He doesn't have to deal with it. Lava Loon already diving into the bottom area. You see the Battle Blimp, which should be popped for that multi-target Inferno in the center, getting rid of a couple of those air traps. Wow, there are so many red air bombs in the center. Battle Blimp really coming in to play there. Skeletons on the Archer Queen, and he still has the Warden ability, but the Warden needs to move up with the balloons. Come on, Warden. Oh, it's stuck with the dragon. He might still be okay.
That Warden really not helping out matters here, but it's the Lalo that supported this, and unfortunately still not enough. The swarm from the outside of the base really trying to carry this one on, dropping those hastes, and has the ability for the Warden to use with the dragon to try and get through some of the final defenses with a baby dragon. It could be enough for the cleanup. He's got pretty full health on the Warden. It's just that air defense.
Perfect. Oh, how unfortunate! I was just about to say he needs to send the baby dragon from 8 o'clock to get the expo, and a seeking air mine has taken it out. There's no splash damage, so the minions might be able to get through the air defense. The expo is on ground. The Grand Warden has gone for it. Stay on the expo, Grand Warden. Do not go for the Lava Hound. Oh, he's good. He is good, Lady B. 3 stars. It is a close one for Rakirez, but keeping his cool and making sure Badsinger are not giving ATN a chance.
Oh my goodness. That is probably the closest I've seen a Lalo come with just completely fizzling out and able to recover it. And that is exactly what Rakirez can do. This is why he is such an incredible player. I don't know. I think he's like the gem of Badsinger, because he seems to come in fairly consistent. And even though it wasn't that blowout attack that we were expecting, he handled his cards right.
Yeah, one of my claim to fame is that I played with Rakirez in a clan a number of years back before he got famous and, you know, started taking the world by storm, because he always seems to 3-star, whether it was in the World Finals or the qualifiers, sorry, or the ESL Challenge. He is literally unstoppable. Such a good player. That's why he's one of the top Legend League pushers as well. But it is Alternate ready to return fire. Yo-Yo 23. We know how good Yo-Yo is with the Lava Loon as well, so we are in for a treat.
Oh, we certainly are. Nice to see him back into what he does. I can't say, maybe I can't say so best, but what we love to watch him do. And that's Lalo, very versatile player. He does switch up gears quite a bit and going with what the base needs. But we do have the heroes making this big entry through for the Town Hall, and I like the use of the Ice Golem to provide proper tanking here, giving that King the opportunity to get the scatter shot down, but equally sending in the Royal Champ just to flank here, ensure that we get the remainder of the defenses down. And this is off to a really, really good start here for Yo-Yo.
Yeah, I really like the use of the jump spell as well, just recognizing that wall breakers would have a real tough time. Interestingly, he could have maybe actually used a second wall breaker alongside the jump spell, and I think it might have targeted the core once the jump spell was down, but wouldn't have really got him too much more value anyway. I always think it's cool if somebody uses the wall breaker with the jump, because we very rarely get to see it. However, he has got the value on that bottom side, perfectly done. Has the archers to try and pull that lava balloon at some stage, I would think, but just concentrating on the balloon deployment at the moment.
And I really like the use that we're seeing more and more of these Skelly spells to distract the heroes. It gives a little bit more opportunity for the loons, the wardens to set in place before dropping in the headhunters. So he has a time to pop off the ability, keep those headhunters safe. And again, they're still distracted. So this works nicely, and that allows the loons, look at this, all the power to carry through the back end with zero distraction on them.
How do these players make it look so easy? I mean, I've never been super skilled with Lava Loon. If I get it, normally something, is in my favor for that attack as well. But the way they control the balloons, Yo-Yo has so much left up here. 50 seconds left on the clock. Nobody backing down. And again, there is only 1 percentage point between these teams. So far, after 4 attacks, Badsinger have dropped 1 percentage point. Alternate attacks have dropped 2. That's the only difference. It couldn't be much closer.
I don't know what I feel worse for is that that they're going to be that close to not winding up getting a potential perfect 4. I mean, there's still more attacks to go, or that it's keeping it that close and that they have that much pressure on them to have to perform. Either way, I was expecting a close match. I did not expect it to be quite this close.
But also, there's close matches, but then there is entertaining matches as well. And this has been super entertaining from the start. All of the attacks are different, very skillful. You can see that all of these players are at the top of their game. And well, it all comes down to this. The next attack from Badsinger could decide the war because they are that percentage point in the lead. If they 3-star, they take the win. If they don't, then Alternate can indeed take it. Maybe even with the 2-star percentage, depending on what it is. And Alternate have their best attacker, Mask, waiting in the wings. He has the highest stats for the challenge, but we have Dima with mass Hog Riders. This is amazing.
I'm excited to actually see this. We've seen some hogs coming to the mix, but not 40 of them. Very reminiscent to what we would expect from Synthe of MCES. And I don't know how I feel about this coming in with the final attack. But we do get that blimp in, secure, getting the CC lure, and take out the Eagle. We can already see how this is shaping up for the path, especially with the Queen to work her way through into taking down this Town Hall that leaves a nice line drive straight through the core of the base.
Well, I remember Badzinger's match on Monday. Dima came in with pretty much this composition. mass hog riders. He ripped apart the base so easily. It was a pleasure to watch, and so far he's done quite well on that right hand side. Not sure whether the multi-target Inferno was intended to go down across there. Let's see what he has in store, but obviously with the Archer Queen diving to the Town Hall, that is her target, and it looks like he's doing very similar to what he did on Monday. In fact, just sectioning off the base from different angles and driving hog riders right through the center.
Yeah, and I like the approach here. King's going to take on this multi-compartment. The Royal Champion can work to provide the support that the Hogs will need carrying through. And of course, we do have the Headhunters to help take down the defending Royal Champion. But that Royal Champ is going to be very critical in trying to help overwhelm the defending AQ, because it's a pretty long drive for the one Headhunter to actually get there.
Oh, a giant bomb did a lot of damage to the Hog Riders. I was trying to see whether any went down, but I think he might have just got the Grand Warden ability in perfect time. Now look at the Barbarian King on the right-hand side. He has to get that multi, but the Queen has started attacking him, so he will not get it. Hog Riders struggling in the center. Royal Champion ability about to be used, and oh no, Lady B, this is not what Bad Singer needed. It seems to be going from bad to worse. The Hog Riders have fizzled out, and that is going to be the end of it.
Definitely not what they needed, giving the opportunity now for ATN to capitalize off of this. Percentage is quite low, which leaves a lot less pressure on ATN to perform in their final attack here. But, you know, you mentioned it. He came in with a similar approach in his last attack earlier this week. Do you suspect that maybe ATN recognized that and found an opportunity to try and bait him into selecting this kind of base?
I'm not too sure. I mean, if I'm honest with you, I'm trying to think of the base he attacked, and I think it was relatively similar with scatter shots. The base was essentially rotated 90 degrees from what he attacked on Monday, with scatter shots kind of sectioned off in compartments, similar to what you saw there in the north and the south. But on Monday, it was in the east and the west, if I remember correctly. So it wouldn't surprise me if Alternate had seen something like that and deliberately set up the base the way that they did to try and pull him in. But yeah, it's often a tough one to call. It was a similar looking base, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, and whatever the case is, though, this has given ATN a huge upper hand in this matchup for today. They've kept it insanely close through, and it is unfortunate to see it really come down to this point where a final hit is potentially going to cost them a win in this one. But with that, it won't actually be the end of the world for them, because they're sitting pretty high up on the leaderboards. Number one there. It just gives ATN that extra bump over them now.
Yep, and they still have a little bit of time to come back, but can you imagine having someone like Mask attacking? He has had 9 attacks in the challenge. He's 3-starred 7 of them, and his average is 97.2%. So it's looking pretty good for alternate attacks, especially because he does like the Dragon Riders. Archer Queen diving in from that right-hand side, and he probably just has to be super careful on the spells, to be honest, because that is one thing that could fault him if the Archer Queen went down early. But as long as he keeps that Queen alive, even if he doesn't get the 3-star, then he should still be good here.
Absolutely. Nice split up of the heroes. We have the King working in for that Eagle compartment. What I'm actually curious to see is the push-in for the single targeting Inferno. If we're actually going to use the Royal Champion to come in, yes, we are, just to clear out that path. We just want to leave a small postage stamp for these 4 drag riders towards the back end where we have the scatter shot. But the Queen, we talk about risky. We come in with a log launcher Queen charge. How many times, Judo, have we actually seen this 1-star?
We have, and I have to say, I'm not sure how many people seen, but his Queen was on a slither of health earlier on, and he was indeed able to preserve the ability. Now, you might have seen the balloon inside the log launcher. That was pretty critical because his healers have next to no health. any red air bombs and they would go down. But I believe the balloon, if my eyes don't deceive me, did indeed pop one of those red air bombs. So that could be the savior. He's sending the Dragon Riders from the left-hand side, still got the Queen ability, so feeling confident on that Town Hall because that is where she's going pretty much next. And the percentage climbing up. Is she? Oh, where is she going?
Oh
Should
my
be good.
goodness. Comes back around and he's got
gosh.
the freezes. This queen is playing games with Mask here. The last thing that they need is a 1-star to do this in. The Drag Riders trying to support. But Judo, the queen on low health, works through the ability and actually gets the Town Hall down. Is this actually smooth sailing now for a 3-star with limited defenses on the back end?
It's just that air defense. Oh, the Archer Queen targeted the gold storage. He really needed the air defense there. It's not going to happen because the Dragon Rider falls 20 seconds. Actually, oh, this air Skelly's coming across, so I doubt it, but there is still an opportunity. Either way, it does not matter because Mask has put up the 2 stars. He's put up the high enough percentage that alternate attacks will win this on percentage. Will it be percentage? 3 seconds. It's probably going to be a time fail. Can you believe it? 98%, making sure that that percentage win is even greater. What an incredible war. 13-13, but a 99% average for alternate attacks.
Oh, in the end, those two 98% 2 stars. My goodness. I actually would have thought we've seen a 13-13 star war. I just didn't expect it to be that close on the percentage throughout the entire matchup. So kudos to both sides. Regardless of the result, Badzinger definitely came in strong, and they'll still have another matchup today to go into.
Yeah, well, I think based on their performance, they will be putting up a good show there. And I hate to say it, but I did say it after the first attack. It's always annoying when there was 99% come back to bite you, and so it did. But if you thought that match was entertaining, we have plenty more to come. The next one will be right after this break.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. What an exciting matchup we just had. Plenty more to come. So it's time to welcome back Lethal. Welcome back, my friend.
Thank you very much. And I will say my predictions are already down the pan. Yours are probably looking very good. I think your theory is definitely in the works and definitely very good so far. Can't complain.
Well, it's working better than previous, but I guess, it's 50-50 right now because I lost the last one. I was close to being 2 out of 2, but I guess we will find out as the day progresses, because if I'd gone with my gut, I would have still been 1 for 1. But in the next matchup, it's almost a flip of the table, if you will, because we had Badzinger and Alternate in the last matchup, first and second. Now we have Time to Throw and GH Rest, who are in 6th and 8th position. They did play each other on day 3, and it was a 13-13 star war. So what is your thoughts on this one? GH Rest getting the victory in that first time they played, actually.
Oh, it's very, very difficult. I still feel like Time to Throw, even though they lost earlier on, they still came out very strong. First 2 attacks, they missed it by just 1 building, which is something you hate to see, but a lot of RNG was there to play in terms of the luck factor. It was a real shame that they couldn't close that first one out, because it would have been a nice way to kick things off for them. But I don't think they're going to be too deflated coming into this matchup. You can see from the hit rate, it's a lot higher. The average damage is a lot higher as well. And then defense has improved over the course of time, kind of a little bit like Entropy, but Entropy made some dramatic improvements over the last week. But in terms of defense from GH Rest, if I remember on Monday, they were giving a lot of people issues with their defenses.
They were holding alternate attacks back as well, and I think Time to Throw's defense is very impressive. It just obviously looks worse than GH Rest, who I think has the best defense rate in the challenge, which is just mind-boggling to see them at the bottom of the table when their defense is so good. They just haven't been able to capitalize on the attacks itself. However, I think they had 2 very good matches on Monday, obviously beating alternate attacks and coming ever so close in their last matchup. I think it was percentage in the end, wasn't it? So they really put on a good show. They could have easily climbed the leaderboard. So I'm excited to see if they continue that momentum here.
And I don't even feel like that 47 or 49% defense rate is what we saw so far this week. Like, you'd assume it's at least 55-60 from what we've seen so far. Really giving a lot of players trouble. It's just a shame their attacking side, or in terms of execution, can't complement that, because we would see them massive, or clearly in the first or second in the standings. You've seen they've given ATN trouble. Actually, they've given everyone a lot of trouble and a lot of bother. The only problem for them is one loss, it really could be a downward spiral for them. Not in terms of giving even more losses across the board, but just their chance of qualifying for the finals. But I'm glad their defense has made up for their attack, because I would probably say, even though at the bottom of the table, they probably got some of the best defenses we've seen so far. But we'd love to know what you guys think. Hashtag ESL Mobile in terms of how this matchup is going to go. Looks like, never know, Judo's theory in terms of just choosing the opposite could work in his favour later on as it progresses. We'll have to see. Or me placing the safe bets or the safer route. I think I'm going to be sticking with that anyway. But yeah, after GH was defeating ATM, my first instinct was, okay, maybe ATM just not really showing their true cards to the table. But no, it seems like everyone was struggling against GH Rest. As long as they keep that consistency up with their defense, there's no reason why they can't win this next matchup either.
There certainly isn't, and there's so many different discussions and theories, isn't there? And that's where we do want to get your thoughts. And I've been kind of keeping an eye on that ESL Mobile hashtag as well, see whether we can call any of the comments out. So please do let us know your thoughts, because we could sit here and strategize for days, but clearly it's not really been working out in our predictions. GH Rest, though, I feel this is probably the big matchup for them, because I mean, they're at the bottom of the table. They're facing Time to Throw in 6th, and they play MCES later today, who is in 7th. So this is their opportunity to really climb up a little bit. However, if they were to lose one or even both of these matches, I hate to say it, but I think it might be too late for them to then catch up.
Yeah, if they lose both, I would say they're done. Like, almost mathematically impossible in that retrospect. But I'll say if they lose one, they can qualify, but it just depends on how the other teams do and how they get on as well with their matches. But the last thing GHRS want is to rely on other teams to really default themselves on how they're not going to be able to qualify or being able to make it or not. That's definitely something they do not wish to see. I wish I did see GHRS have this kind of defense much earlier in the season, but do you know what? Better late than never. It all depends on their attacks, of course, as now we're going to go to this matchup. We're going to see the bowlers now. And funny enough, I was saying it to you guys right at the very beginning, but even before the show even began, I was saying don't really see bowlers anymore. Compared to like the first week, of course, the diversity has definitely narrowed out. It's been back into the shadows where we normally see it once per play day. This could be the one time. We'll see as Demo's going to try and defend this.
Yeah, this is super interesting to see the Valkyries and bowlers. Takes me back to the Town Hall 10 days when you were even just going for 2 stars, because this is the strategy that we would use. Despite the bowlers getting that new level, we really haven't seen them. I do love the use of that battle blimp, just easily cruising alongside the Queen charge in order to take out that scatter shot area. Looks like he's using the Queen directly across this bottom side, meaning the Valkyries and bowlers, I'm guessing he is sending up through the center, through the multi, unless he's going to dive them in front of the Archer Queen, almost like the old school Falcon attack. And that is actually what is happening. Look, they are moving in from the 8 o'clock side. He really needs the healers to then switch across to them once the Queen has healed up. And so far, so good. He's got a beautiful funnel set up for the bowlers to move on into.
6 bowlers as well. That is incredible. I'd love to see if this does work out here for Tritino of GH Resto, but the bowlers are still diving on in there, just taking out that south compartment, and we'll have to deal with that Town Hall coming up shortly. And he does have a couple of free spells, no more raid spells left here. He's using that last one to prioritise this compartment, which makes perfect sense. There's so much defence here, you might as well use it now rather than later on. And you can see the RC also coming into fruition here, just making sure to go through the north side, taking out the multi eventually as well. As soon as he does it, the better. And she should be fine there. So even then, though, just looking to see what's left here, this was a really, really good attack. Very well executed. And definitely from a methodical standpoint as well. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew exactly how to try and pressurize and knew exactly when to bring out that RC on the north in order to deal with that multi there. But this was a great attack and something we very, very rarely see.
Credit when credit is due, because we do not see this attack, and in a really tough position, GH Rest, as we've mentioned, at the bottom, doing something outside of the box and actually showing people that it does work. I wonder if this was GH Rest's secret weapon and they were holding it until they really needed it and didn't want to use it. It could be. I'm just theorizing, unless, just really saw weakness in the base. But I do want to say that it really did work out using the Warden ability mid-attack, because whilst the Giga Bomb did a lot of damage towards the end, he'd ripped apart the base at that point. Even if the Bowlers and Valkyrie pretty much went down, he still had the Queen ability and a freeze with the RC moving through, so it wouldn't have mattered. It really was a nice attack.
It really was. And normally when we have this bowler smash coming, how many do we know of? Like 3, 4 sometimes with a Pecky along the way, but literally has been it. But to see 6, that was... Yeah, it's everything we're not used to seeing. Something we haven't seen at all. Like we said, we normally see half the amount of bowlers there and then some other bits and pieces to really join up this composition to make it work. But I will say that it was a lot better than I anticipated. Of course, it is quite risky making quite a big change to that kind of composition, but it did make it work well. So kudos to him to really make a huge change up there. It's now time to going to have to try an attack this time around with the 19 Hog Riders there. He doesn't have any healing spells with him this time around, but has plenty of rage for later on, and does have a clone spell to use as well. So that's to see how he's going to try and execute this heading into that 3 o'clock compartment.
So far, so good at the moment. Queen taking down the Eagle. Always nice to get down early on, so you're not taking damage later on in the raid. Rocket Loons were nicely used just a little bit south of the Archer Queen to help with that pathing, and using the pre-rage spell before she gets in range of the Barbarian King and Archer Queen. Obviously going to be a tricky area. Headhunter gets flung off the map by a spring trap, but it doesn't matter. Already done the job. Heroes down at this stage. He's got 4 super wall breakers to try and break the queen right on in across towards the town hall area. I would think cloning the loons, but there's so many traps. The air sweeper actually does him a favor, pushing balloons back, but he misses the multi anyway. He must have expected red air bombs in that area.
Yeah, and the multi's still alive as well, which is going to be a continuing nuisance here, especially with those hog riders later on. It's a little bit of a shame, but he's going to have to be a little bit more patient now. But I don't know how much more patience he has here. Minute 25 left remaining. You can see, of course, wanted to take on that multi, top priority there with the queen, just to make sure to try and fully secure this. And you're right there, the sweeper was definitely one of the MVPs, one of those air traps, and just couldn't really do enough to get a bit more value. The RC M1 and the king, all three now just heading into the north side. I'm wondering now how he's going to try and do even better than this.
Yeah, he didn't want this to happen. I think he wanted the king and RC for the town hall, hog riders across the left, and the archer queen was supposed to go actually up to the north, but the battle blimp didn't take that area and get the funneling right, so he's having to now change, and knows if he sends everything, all of the hog riders to the town hall, he will get a low percentage. So I like that he hasn't overcommitted in that area. He's really held on to some hog riders to try and pick off other buildings. If nothing else, it helps with percentage. It's actually not working too bad here. He's got the queen ability, 3 hog riders, a loon and a freeze. No way can he still get this. I mean, there is potential. He can use the hogs towards the outside defenses. I think it's just going to be a time issue, but honestly speaking, he adapted so well here, Lethal, considering the battle blimp just didn't do anything in the center of the blaze for him.
Yeah, it looks like he might be able to get at least 90% depending on time and depending on taking out all these structures here. He lost the majority of his hog riders to that scatter shot in the south compartment as well. If they stayed alive, that could have been a completely different story, and another 15 seconds would have been a triple. So it was great adaptation, great recovery from what we saw. And yeah, with that multi and having the queen push there as well, you saw from the center, it was just delaying things way too much. You could see he was trying to push it a little bit further. He wanted to execute his original plan, but just could not. And it was a real tough time to see here. And those hog riders into that scanner shot straight away, literally in an instant, and having no healing spells even to begin with anyway, he knew he was in some deep trouble. But good adaptation in the end, though. It could have been a lot better. We know it could have been a triple for him, considering what we saw towards the end there. But yeah, just a little bit of a time issue there, which is just a real shame considering how good the recovery was.
Yeah, so he split the hog riders. He realized that he wasn't going to get the percentage, so I don't think he expected to get the scatter shot down the south, actually. But I think the main thing was the battle blimp maybe could have been placed to line up with the multi better to try and take that area, because once that happened, there was nothing he could do. And splitting the attack was literally the best option for him. But it gives GH Rest a huge advantage at this stage. And, well, let's find out what is going to be happening on this attack, because it is Kingpin, if I remember correctly, based on the attacking name and lining things up. But the Blizzard all over to the right-hand side is hopefully going to get this town hall. I don't want to speak too soon. I'm holding my breath a little bit here, Lethal, but looks like he's got it all in hand.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. I was a bit worried then because it took a little bit longer towards the last portion of the HP of the town hall, but it looks like he's going to be safe and secure there. So at least that's one bit he does not need to worry about over the next couple of minutes. Of course, the defense now getting on ready. Rocket Loon's coming out to take down and snipe that AD. Great stuff already. And let's see how he's going to try and approach this with one of the drags now just coming out on the right-hand side, along with the Queen as well. Another Rocket Loon's going to snipe another AD. So, again, using these Rocket Loons to full usage and just looking to see now what the Queen can do to now continue making that path. And I suppose with the dragon there as well, it helps a little bit. And at the same time, with the AD being taken, or 2 ADs actually taking them this early on, this will help at the Loons and the ADs. The drags coming in straight after us now. So all coming in from the 2 o'clock side to put on a lot of pressure along the side here. Queen now looking to continue to make her mark. They're going around the outside just to give a couple of drags on the right-hand side a bit of leeway on top. The only annoying thing for him, though, is the fact that, of course, the Eagle down south is going to take a little bit of time to get there, but at least he's dealing with these multis first, though.
Yeah, and it is actually Milanello attacking. He's obviously across to the right-hand side there. Should have just looked in that area of the screen, but the Hydra is working relatively okay as long as he can get that central multi, which he does. The Dragon Rider then moves forward and sets off all of the air bombs, which is hugely important for his Dragons over in that area. Hopefully they can peel to the multi-target Inferno, but he still has the Royal Champion left to deploy. I was just about to say he's really going to have to use that pretty soon because time is ticking and he needs to speed up this attack. The multi is burning through the Dragons, but hopefully with that RC ability, he can get a bit of damage to it, uses the Queen ability, and all of a sudden, 10-15 seconds really changes the outlook of this attack because there is next to nothing going to stop him now. GH Rest giving themselves a huge advantage at this stage, and imagine if their defense can hold as strong as it has been in the challenge. They could be 2 stars in the lead right at the start of the war.
I just find it weird seeing GH Rest having 2 triples in a row. Like last time we saw them, their defense was incredible, but they couldn't get a 3-star to save their life at one stage. It was just unbelievable going back to that ATM matchup where they got 4 2-stars and still was able to win there. That was just... yeah, it's still something which is barcoded into my mind just thinking back at that. And it looks like it's looking much, much better. I'm just very impressed so far. Very methodical again, surgically, just taking out the ADs with the Rocket Loons, giving the Loons and those Drags plenty of way in order to make that a great attack across the board. And even when you mentioned it as well, like the RC and the Queen still had their abilities intact in the last 30 seconds, made that very clean, and it's just incredible. Just can't believe how well GH West have put on such a great show against Time to Throw. Completely throw them off, I assume.
Well, I said this on Monday, but there's nothing quite more dangerous than a team that are fighting for their lives down at the bottom of the table, because as we mentioned, if they lose a war, they're pretty much, well, they're kind of out, aren't they? If they lose 1 or 2 more wars, they have to get the victories in, and you can tell the effort that they have put in, but they need that consistency, and that's the one thing I think GH Rest have struggled with is consistency. So let's hope that they can keep it up. Now we have LP using the Yeti blimp down into that bottom area. Obviously found a spring trap early on, but it's not the end of the world because the Yeti might still then come out. Would have been nice to get the Archer Queen, but she is low on health, so it is going to mean that the attacking Queen can hopefully snipe that off. But thankfully, Lethal, the defending Battle Builders can't repair heroes, otherwise it could have been a whole different story.
Yeah, they would have been in a little bit of trouble, not going to lie here. Springtrap's actually taken out a fair portion of that, but it looks like the Queen's going to be heading into that 3 o'clock apartment anyway to help out the King and the RC. All together as a little 3 Musketeers just going towards the north side here, and the RC still in the front line though. Main priority being that Inferno Town once she gets across, but the Queen's still there as well. The King has already used his abilities, so his job is already pretty much done at this point. Just a matter of how much value he can get taking out these structures to avoid the chance of having the time fail later on though. But the Queen's diverted towards the centre and looking to see to break through this wall and popping the ability early here as well, just to avoid any more damage later on. But the King's actually still alive, and I'm still pretty surprised about so far, considering the position he was in before with the HP he had, finally going to get taken down. And still though, having a look, he's still got a couple of haste spells, a couple of free spells. As I said, the Loons are now starting to come out, but half the base has already been cleaned up here, and this is going to be a good flank for these Loons.
I was just about to say, the opening phase has taken out 50% of the base. I mean, that is incredible. Notice the Tesla have popped in the center, which we've talked about this before. It's a counteraction to the lightning spell for that multi-target Inferno in the middle. So the balloons are still going to have to go there, and there's probably some red air bombs sprinkled in that area. He has a haste that he can probably counteract that, but also the defending Archer Queen on the back end is actually going to get a number of shots on these balloons. We cannot call it yet, but he's still got a Lava Hound and plenty of balloons. Thankfully, the pups of the Lava Hound do indeed absorb a couple of red air bombs, because that honestly could have been the difference maker in this attack. Can you believe, as good as the opener is, it really came close, and he is just about going to be able to get this one, Lethal. Beautiful job keeping Time to Throw in this.
Yeah, the defensive RC has just been a bit of a nuisance on the north side, trying to stop those minions from taking down the storage to potentially make that time fail, but it looks like it's not going to happen here. We'll take out that clan castle. That's going to be all done and dusted here. Time to Throw with another triple, dare I say it, even leading towards a perfect war.
Maybe for GH Rest, but just making sure to keep them on their toes. And like I said, the consistency, I feel, is the one thing GH Rest have struggled with. Like, you know, they beat ATN, but then lose out to, you know, I don't want to call any of the teams lesser, you know what I mean? Because it's so competitive. But the teams that are lower down in the league, they go and lose horrendously too. And it's so to and from with them that if they could get the consistency, they'd be right there at the top because they have the talent. They've got the bases. It's just they haven't been able to do it attack after attack. So I really hope for their sake that they do continue and, yeah, maybe even get that perfect war.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. This is the exact moment I was talking about as well earlier on. It's the fact that if they had these attacks now, like earlier on, like the first week, they would be first and second. There's no doubt about it. Their defenses have been absolutely impeccable. And Sammy's now going to be coming up here to see if he can get the 3 triples in a row. And hopefully it does it because it's really shown some signs of life here. And I kind of feel like we've seen these weird attacks like we've not used to, especially the first one with those 6 Super Bowlers and also these bases as well. On top of that, they're kind of showing their cards early because at this stage, what more can they do really? They need to show their hand early to try and secure these wins. If they don't, they are going to be out of the competition. They know going 7-7 is just way too risky. And to even be able to qualify at this stage, they need to win 5 wars in a row. And that's a really heavy feat to achieve in itself, especially in this high level, especially in the competitive scene here. But we're going to look to see if the water is going to continue progressing as well from the south side, just heading towards that 9 o'clock compartment with the Queen as well, with the P.E.K.K.A coming out, and we're going to see exactly what shenanigans Sammy's going to be getting on with.
Yeah, very nice so far in terms of this Super P.E.K.K.A smash, taking out that bottom area of the base very successfully. Interestingly about Sammy, he has the lowest or joint lowest hit rate of GH Rest with only 2 3-stars, but he has the second highest average destruction of nearly 95%, so often just falling short. And this is the strategy he uses most of the time, but the P.E.K.K.A Lethal have actually moved to the outside of the base, or the upper area of the base. He wanted them through the middle towards the town hall. He's still got the Queen ability. As long as she makes it through, he can be safe here, and he's used the jump to redirect them actually, so all is not lost at this stage. A little bit of panic, but he's got it under control.
He certainly has, and with the RC as well, he's going to do so much work. It's going to be ridiculous. Focus on the town hall, good use of the free spell as well, just a good placement just to make sure to delay that DPS. There still will be greeted by that Tesla farm though, as a lot of units have already been taken down here so far. It's going to be a little bit of a pain. The defensive RC also been a real nuisance here in that 3 o'clock compartment here, but he's got his own RC. It's nothing to worry as of yet. Came late to the party, but the main thing is she is there and ready to go. 55 seconds left. It's just a matter of what more he can do. Of course, see... I don't believe it. I literally don't as well. But the Skellies are just going around to the right-hand side here. 45 seconds left. And I must say, I thought they were going to get a lot more out of the RC than I originally intended.
Yeah, unfortunately, it really comes down to what is left up. And often, if the RC has the ability or you have an invisibility, it looks very good towards the end, even when there's a few defenses, because you know that ability is going to one-shot a bunch of them and get them right down to low health. But the fact that he ended up having neither towards the end meant that the RC was so vulnerable to the defending RC, who obviously packs a punch. I mean, they're equally matched, right? As long as they're both the same level, which they are here. So obviously the defending one getting the first shot off, making sure that it was not the 3-star, giving the opportunity for time to throw to maybe catch up. They'd still be 1 percentage point behind, I believe, but obviously just pretty much tying things up.
Yeah, not a bad 2-star really from GH Rest anyway, considering what they were going through. And yeah, typical that the defensive RC was just causing such a ruckus. Must have took down 2 different heroes whilst being in the centre at that time. And it was a real shame really, and also a bit of a nuisance there for GH Rest at the time. But we're going to have to see what Time to Throw can do. And I do find it quite interesting as well. We're seeing a lot less Dragon Riders for them over the last week. We're seeing a lot of different variation this time around, which a lot of us didn't really picture, but I suppose they knew that they had to be a little bit more diverse to really keep up with the rest of their pack. Even if, for example, they were being a bit predictable, sometimes it's nice to be a little bit unpredictable and a little bit more, or a little bit less rather, in your comfort zone. So the Pimps already gone into the tunnel compartment. That's going to be destroyed just pretty quickly there, as well as it's going to take everything else and just try and take out much of those structures there in the meantime. But the demo though, we're going to see exactly what it's going to bring to the table, because it's going to be a tough road for him before, as literally he was very close to getting a triple earlier on in the previous war back in the opening matchup. But let's see if he can not replicate that this time around and put on a slightly better performance.
Yeah, especially because the one in the previous matchup meant so much, didn't it? End up.
Yeah.
I mean, we know he's the last attacker, so it's a team game up until that point, but obviously he had the opportunity to take it. Interestingly, he brings a lot of invisibility spells, but doesn't really need many for the Blizzard, which makes me think he's diving the Royal Champion right into the center of this base, but she's lured the Clan Castle troops, which he obviously wanted earlier on from the Blizzard and wasn't able to get. Turns her invisible. Now, it makes me wonder whether he did want to use some of those invisibilities on the Blizzard, but based on where the Town Hall is and what's around it, he couldn't have got any more value, so he must have planned them for the Royal Champion. Is she going for that I thought he might have used the invisibility for the Royal Champion to get the multi-target Inferno, but no, is going to try and just push on through that with the Lava Loon.
Yeah, he's got minute 30 left remaining. A time fail shouldn't be an issue. Just a matter of he can at least try and take the attack down. Now, these multis are going to get a lot of value there, aren't they? But I think that spell there, especially on the AD and the multi, is probably the best placement he could have hoped for there. But the problem is the multi's still in the center. And with the longevity of things, it's just going to take everything down in the meantime. It's just going to make matters worse in the long run, especially with these loons completely evaporating. And I think you're right, though. If the RC was planning to take down the multi in the center, and if it did at least try and take it down, this could have been a completely different story. What a shame.
I'm not sure whether he sent the blimp in at slightly the wrong angle or whether he was, popped it late. It's difficult to say sometimes when they fly into the back of the town hall, but obviously the wizards were inside the poison, and if you are blimping into the town hall, you have to pop it early. So maybe it was just a little bit late, or maybe a slightly different angle might have helped with those Clan Castle troops. Either way, I do think once he got into that situation with the Royal Champion moving to the center, had he have used the invisibility, she might have got the multi. It's difficult to say because there were other defenses. She wouldn't have got the multi before the invisibility went off, but it certainly could have changed this attack. I think it would have been worth the risk trying that because you saw how quickly the balloons went down. It wasn't just the multi. I think it was a red air bomb over in that region that finished them off in the end, but it means that it's still the advantage to GH Rest.
And GX showing that their bases are just a real pain still at the moment. Even Tom DeFro are not really having the best of times or the most fortunate times here. I kind of feel like you've even seen, I think a good comparison would be is to favor for Tom DeFro back in the first attack. They only had really one slip up, and that's from Demo in the final attack, which you could have won that war. Apart from that, they were all very clean and very successful attacks. It's just of course, the odd building in both of those first attacks didn't get the triple, which meant that it didn't really go their way. But now that they're struggling a little bit more in terms of percentage, it kind of gives us a clear view that why the GHS are having, such great defenses across the board, even making teams like Time to Throw, where they've got some incredible attackers with some great execution, and even they're having some serious troubles. And can't forget, of course, when GHS gave a run for the money against ATN and took them down as well. It's really starting to show here so far, but let's see how things are going to go here for Kingpin on that north side of the base. But even then, though, Kingpin definitely a reliable soul here to normally get that triple to really give GHS a bit of a push to make that final attack work and to put extra pressure onto Time to Throw. Hopefully, though. Hopefully.
Well, Kingpin is actually one of the best attackers in the challenge, actually. He has the highest hit rate for GH Rest, 6 3-stars out of his 9 attacks, and close to 98% average destruction. You see the Grand Warden diving into that town hall, should go down momentarily. We do have these super bowlers, so we've seen variations of the regular bowlers, obviously, in that first attack by Tratino alongside the Valkyries. The issue with the regular bowlers is obviously they're a lot lower in health. They are a lot more vulnerable, so that's where the super bowlers can help out. They're not going to be as vulnerable to splash damage, giant bombs, even spring traps, but obviously you don't get as many of them, so you really need them to go where you want, and you need to make use of the bounce value. You see, he is managing to set up the funnel and get them directly into the base so far, and I'm interested to see where this battle blimp comes, potentially to the 6 o'clock area with the King.
Yeah, let's see how this is going to work out for him. Get another interesting attack here from GH Rez. Kingpin now already pushing very quickly into the center, which makes a lot of sense, though, because as soon as he can take down those multis into the center, the better it will be for him. And we do have the blimp there coming from the south side as well, crashing down into that south compartment, and he'll get a lot of value there with the eagle and the multi there as well. And that's going to be huge for Kingpin here to make this attack work even further as he progresses now. But even then, though, you can see the Tesla farms on the far right-hand side, which is going to be a nice little favour for him, because at least that way he doesn't have to deal with that and maybe something else in one of his compartments to be a real pain in the backside. But still, the Queen, the RC does have the ability. RC just used the ability, funny enough, as she's now progressing further into that scanner shot compartment. And even then, though, there's not really a lot of defense left. But even in the end, though, did this army composition slowly wearing thin, and just needs to try and be a little bit cautious now, because there's 30 seconds left remaining and is making it tough for himself to get this triple.
Yeah, I don't think he has enough time, honestly speaking. The Queen is not really able to get anywhere near to those top buildings. He just doesn't have access. And look at the Tesla farm to the right-hand side. That's interesting. Obviously a time stalling tactic, but also maybe they were thinking that's where a Queen Walk or a Grand Warden Walk might be entered from, and all of a sudden having the Tesla pop. So a wise or an interesting play on defense by Fluxy, but not quite happening on there. You saw the Super Bowlers able to tank quite a lot in the center, but obviously when they go down, your heroes are vulnerable, and you kind of need them to push a little bit further, to gut a little bit past the core so you can run the perimeter of the base. And when that didn't happen, that's where he was always going to struggle on time.
Yeah, that was a real shame. It makes sense as to why he was so aggressive with that attack as well. And I was talking about the first attack, we don't normally see 6 bowlers. That was obviously the regular bowlers. I meant the super bowlers back then. That was completely my bad. But even going to this next attack, though, yeah, it does mean that time to throw do have a huge amount of breathing room now. And they can definitely solidify that, especially with the, I wouldn't say poor percentage. It just didn't really go his way for Kingpin. We know, as you rightly said, definitely one of the best attackers here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. And every time I normally see him or casted him in the past, he does bag that triple. But this is the first time I've witnessed, I think, when I've normally casted him, he's actually had a failed attempt. But I love the creativity, though. It was a risk worth taking, but sadly for him, it just didn't work in his favour. As now ND's looking to try and capitalise on that. You can see 0.8% difference on average over the last 4 attacks from GX Venture. It does mean that time to throw, they can easily be able to try and make this work. And if they do get the triple here, then it does mean that GX West will have to really try and do their absolute best to make sure to try and put extra pressure to them on the final attack.
Absolutely, and ND is definitely a top player, one of the star players for Time to Throw. Actually, 6 triples out of his 9 attacks, already diving into that eastern compartment, sorry, but the Barbarian King getting distracted on the enemy Queen, so not quite clearing everything out, which, whilst the defenses aren't majorly dangerous for the Lava Loon, it does mean that their pathing is a little bit changed. Archer Queen also taking her time, and he's using the Wall Wrecker, interestingly, for that middle scatter shot. I like it because we could assume there's some air traps in that region, which means he's just bypassing that.
Yeah, it's funny because we don't normally see the Wall Wrecker, do we? Normally see a log launcher or something else like that, but the fact we're seeing this is definitely very different, and this is the perfect time as well. What a great way to kick things off here. Taking down that scanner shot, he's going to find a huge amount of air bombs coming out there. That was just ridiculous, as we're all completely cleaned up. Still taking the scatter shot down anyway, and you can see the haste spells. Good use of the haste spell as well early on, just to clean up the other scatter shot as well. Definitely dissecting this base one bit after the other.
I think Time to Throw have just misread some of the bases here, truthfully speaking, because the clone spell in the center was wasted. There was red air bombs there, and as soon as he cloned the cloned balloons went down. It's almost exactly what we seen in the first attack from them, and I think they obviously just assumed there wouldn't be red air bombs there for whatever reason, and that would give them good value. But again, you see how it has just left them vulnerable. That multi-target Inferno was meant to go down along with additional value. It hasn't happened, and he's nowhere near in terms of the 3-star. So interesting choice to see that from 2 different attacks. Maybe something that Time to Throw are working on in the background. Just misread the bases a little bit here, I have to say.
Do you know what I love about you, Judo? It's the fact that you said Kingpin has got 6 triples out of his 9 attacks, and then he got a 2-star. And you said, oh yeah, he's got 6 triples out of the 9 attacks.
That's me.
And he's got a 2-star. It's typical, isn't it? It's absolutely typical. But it's just, yeah, he clearly just wasn't expecting it. And I don't think he really changed his plan, his original plan that much, really, because he still was continuing on as he was doing on the south side, but just knowing that there's not really much he could have done in order to recover from, because there was just way too much air defense there in order to try and stop it in any way. So yeah, very uncharacteristic there. But again, another base from GH Rest just throwing them off guard.
I wonder whether they have been studying bases from GH Rest. I mean, I can't recall where all of their red air bombs were on previous bases, but I wonder if GH Rest have been using red air bombs to try and bait queen charges, and they assumed there wouldn't be red air bombs in that area and therefore could get a lot of clone value, because without those traps, I mean, he most certainly would. The balloons would wreck that side of the base. It's just so interesting to see. And after both of those attacks coming in 2 stars below the 90% kind of rough average we typically see as well, it means time to throw in a really tricky position coming down to the last attack, behind on stars, but also pretty significant on percentage as well.
I don't remember the last time to throw only got 3 2 stars out of 4. I'm just trying to think if there ever has been a time, because they've been very, very successful with their attacks in the past, no matter who their opponents have been. But again, GH Rest showing why their defenses is, I'd probably say, the strongest in the league at the moment. Okay, yeah, sure, they're probably showing their cards very early, but they have to, don't they? They don't really have a choice in the manner. But this last triple will definitely do dividends, though, because it does mean that they will be able to secure the victory. Maybe even a very high 2-star at this point, considering the percentage from that last attack. But yeah, for poor ND, though, if it weren't happening in the sense, especially with all those air bombs, it could have been a completely different story entirely. It was a little bit of a shame here. So you see this coming up with the Dragon Riders as well, and I love how he's got a couple of rocket loons once again to try and snipe out some of the bits on the outside in some of these compartments, and it will speed things up here for the Queen as well, absolutely. And we'll see now if Checo can now seal the deal and win this war against Time to Throw.
Can you remember on Monday when GH Rest had already lost the war and he came in at the end with pretty much a similar army composition, same strategy anyway, and just tore apart the base? Actually, it might have been the first war where he used this attack. I think it was a very extensive queen charge he did, wasn't it? Where he charged the entire length of the base. But either way, I just remember on Thursday when he wrecked that base so badly, even though they'd lost the war. So with the chance of them winning the war and being able to close it out, I'm sure he has even more fire in his veins, as the Queen has already charged into the path he wants. Now, he just wants her in the center. Thankfully, she does turn towards the Queen altar and start attracting her fire there. Gives the King time to take out the left-hand side, means she is going to continue on towards the middle, and he has that jump spell ready in order to give her access to the multi. And I wonder if he's going to open up any other compartments. Potentially, I would imagine, up towards the Town Hall as well.
Yeah, do you know what? I almost forgot about that, because he was playing for Pride at the time. It was just a real shame, really. We were talking about it, but the Queen now is having to deal quite a lot here. Would you be able to stay alive? She doesn't really... I mean, okay, so in the end, we have to look at the left-hand side to see how he's going to push on up. But the main thing is going to be the recovery. But first things first, though, he needs to make sure to take down his Town Hall. This is going to be the prime focus for now. Another rocket loon has also come down from the southeastern side and taken down another AD. Town Hall has been cleaned up. King still pushing up from the north, still has his ability intact, and has also managed to find most of that Tesla farm, on the majority of the Tesla farm anyway here. Dragon Riders have come out here, but this is definitely not the start he anticipated. 55 seconds left.
Oh, this is definitely not, because the healers transferred across to the King and left the Queen completely vulnerable. I guess the plan was to just keep her centralized in the middle of the base, but this is actually going to, by the looks of it, give Time to Throw an opportunity. They are 4.5% behind, which means that is 18 percentage points from the first 4 attacks. And that means an 83 would give them the victory. There it is! 83, oh my goodness. I wasn't sure what the percentage would end up being, but he was able to clear out a lot of the defenses on the perimeter with the Dragon Riders, allowing the minions to clean up, and that has obviously meant that he's just ignored the major defenses in the middle, which when you are in a tricky spot and you're not going to get that 3-star, you do have to almost ignore the biggest defenses and just go for the ones that will give you the most percentage. 93% too will indeed win then the war.
Also, I was going to say, he was quite fortunate because even with the Dragon Runners left, even after everything that happened, he took out the majority of the air defense anyway. It was only the ground which he had to deal with, the Dragon Runners. Of course, yeah, he's going to be perfectly fine with that and pretty pleased. And of course, 83%, he's still able to do it. Did it much better than that. Did himself justice, say. So definitely had a few ups and downs here. We know Checo, we've seen him perform really well in the past. He's been the final attacker a few times for GX West, hasn't he? Just to really put the pressure underneath his belt. But seems like he would be pretty happy about that. That means time to completely thrown off guard once again. Only 3 out of 4 2-stars, and he's looking to maybe even try. They might even get another 2-star here. Really does show the true testament of his bases coming up from GH Rest. But I also have like the creativity from some of the attacks we've seen, especially, you know, with those 6 standard bowlers at the start as well. We saw Kingpin as well coming out with the 4 super bowlers earlier on. So, you know, we normally only see it once per play day, but now we've seen it a couple of times. GX Rest getting very creative, and it's just nice to see, really, just trying to throw more spanners in the works here to try and throw some of these players off here. But Fluxy, is he looking to try and just get this triple to try and bag as many stars as possible, considering how the standings are looking thus far? Kicking off with the Queen now, just on the right-hand side.
Dare I say it? I don't think we can jinx Fluxy. He is their top attacker. 25 stars across the challenge. 7 3-stars, 2 2-stars. So he is the main man for time to throw. And he does tend to attack last. Look at the nerves that he has in terms of that rage spell. But the Queen ability is indeed used. Trying to hold on to it. But just use the rage that tiny little bit too late.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. The King also coming into pop his ability to work on the Eagle when he can. Queen, though, having to deal with a lot of DPS there. Not surprising the race spell will be dropped down. The Queen now popping over to say hello to the Wizard Town, then hopefully progress into the centre at some stage. The King is still alive, though, not a great deal of HP, but still trying to work his magic to try and take down the Expo. RC, she has also now come in to take down the Scattershot compartment as well. So still looking pretty good, even though the Queen ability was popped, which was unfortunate, absolutely right there. And now the Blame is heading towards the Town Hall. The Sweeper trying to be a bit of a pain, but does make it in time, trying to take down the Town Hall.
Yeah, and you see whenever you use sneaky goblins inside the battle blimp, it is so critical that you have those regular goblins ahead of them to make sure you set off all of the traps, and that means you can still secure that town hall. Now, it's not looking too bad here. I know he lost that Queen ability early on, but he still has a lot of spells. She's relatively safe at the moment, and he's got the Lalo moving in. Royal Champion is about to come under heavy fire, but that's why he popped the ability to make sure she would help to clear that area. Where did the balloons go? They do indeed come across towards the single target Inferno. They're hitting a lot of red air bombs right now, but all is good. And there you have the back end loons. A couple of more red air bombs despite the tornado trap. But I did indeed say it earlier on, Lethal. Can you jinx Fluxy? I mean, have I? Have I spoke too soon? I don't think so. Hashtag ESL Mobile. Fluxy can drop it on Twitter for me to make sure that you can reiterate my point. You can't jinx this man. 3 stars it is. But unfortunately, it's not going to be able to catch up the percentage of GH Rest, who does indeed take the victory, 94.4 to 92.2.
Yeah, 2.2% difference between the two teams. Luckily for GX Resto, well, actually, I'm glad for them. But okay, we haven't seen drastic improvements with their attacks, but improvements enough to at least secure some of those triples at the very beginning, because that's the one key thing we was worried about. We know their defense, we know they're known for their defense there, but in terms of their attacks, they've been, I don't want to say sloppy by any means, just execution not being as smooth or as clean as some of the other teams in this season. But in terms of that, though, they've still been looking very good today, and look to see their next matchup later on as well. Hopefully they'll continue with that consistency, because let's be real, though, they need it, don't they? They can't afford to drop 1 L in their next few wars. But that's another one all done and dusted here. We do have another incredible matchup between ATN and Reporter Gaming coming up next, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Hello guys, I am Boom from Alternate Text.
Hey guys, I'm Red Kingpen from the clan GH.
Hey, I'm Demo, I'm from Time to Pro.
Hey, it's Tryhard from the MCS team, and we are now going to do the Silhouette Challenge. Let's go.
I think I should know them pretty well because I'm using it every day.
I think I have a decent understanding. I don't want to speak too soon. I think I'll do decent though.
Okay, that's easy. That's the Lava Hand.
A Lava Hound.
This is a Lava Hound.
I think it's the Lava Hound.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Nice.
This is a Headhunter.
Headhunter.
Okay, that's the Headhunter.
The Headhunter, maybe?
Because he has the card in the book.
This is an E-Dragon.
E-Drag.
That's the dragon.
The E-Dragon.
Ah no, the Electro Dragon. Yeah, I forgot. Was in the game. Yeah, Electro. Okay.
This is the Mighty King.
The Barbarian King.
Bob King.
I think the P.E.K.K.A skin because he has the. Maybe because he has the helmet.
I think it was like the Halloween skin, the first one.
Oh, the P.E.K.K.A skin, I would guess.
Be the P.E.K.K.A skin?
Oh, it was purple, but...
Yeah, the P.E.K.K.A skin.
This is the Ice Golem.
Ice Golem.
Okay, I think this is the Ice Golem.
It should be the Golem? Or maybe the Ice Golem?
Because it's not as big as the Golem, yeah.
The Champion?
Oh, this is the Royal Champion.
Royal Champ.
Okay, so this is the Royal Champ.
Is it the Rogue Royal Champ?
I think I will be wrong. Probably the Amazon. Amazon.
Rogue skin.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Okay, the Rogue skin.
I keep reaching, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Be Reported Gaming versus ATN, and joining with me is Lady B in the hot seat, and another interesting matchup to say the least. We know ATN were dealing with Banzinger early on. That was a very close affair indeed, and this could be another one, but what type of Reported are we going to get? I think that's going to be the real question.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be interesting to see how RPG take on ATN, who seems to trying to make a comeback after last week's matchups that did not go quite their way.
We do have an interview with Kingpin just before we go into the next matchup. We're going to see how he feels about that last victory. Kingpin, lovely to see your beautiful face once again. Orca says, congratulations. How are you feeling with the win? And congrats to you. And I'm sure you're going to be looking forward to your next matchup later on as well.
Yeah, it was not our greatest performance, but we got the win, so that's what matters. We're pretty happy, and we're looking forward to face MCS in the next round.
And we know that you guys have what it takes to be here, to be up with all these other incredible teams. And you showcased that during the World Championship qualifiers that you played in. Now, we have seen a big shift in the meta since then. What have you been trying to do to improve with that and really just work on getting back up the ranks in the mix now?
Yeah, the meta changed a lot, and now I think maybe ground is a little bit stronger with the upgrades of upgraders and miners. So maybe I think not so much changes in the meta, but I think there is a little bit less of like air spam in general. So that's good. I think that's good for the game.
Cool. Final question. Well, final two questions. But is that why you've been using the bowler smash and the super bowler smash back in 2 attacks? Because we haven't really seen any, and I was saying it's been lurking in the shadows for the last couple of weeks. Is that why you kind of brought it back to just see if you can try and make it work once again? And the other question I was going to ask is, how have you made your defense so, well, I wouldn't say impenetrable, but definitely anti-freestyle to a lot of these attackers? Because a lot of these teams are really struggling, and I'd probably say you've got one of the best defenses around.
Yeah, Super Bowlers are very strong right now, especially in Legend League. We are using it. We are using that a lot, and also top pushers are using that. So yeah, Super Bowlers are just maybe a little bit too strong right now, especially on anti-symmetrical bases like anti-2 type bases. And so with the defense, I think we did a little bit more testing, so maybe we are building a little bit better than we were before, but not something special. I think we are just trying our best to push in the top spots of the top 4, I think.
Yeah, you're still definitely in the running, don't get me wrong. You know, I'm glad with the terms of defense, the testing and trial and errors all been working wonders for you here, because you can't really afford to take any more losses here, because you don't want the fate to be in another team's hands getting the top 4. But Kingpin, congratulations once again to you and the rest of the team, and good luck with your next matches.
Thank you.
Because let's be real with B, their bases were anti-freestyle. I think every team they play against so far, they've only managed to get 1 or 2 triples if they're lucky. Like, that's how much of a struggle it has been, and that's even without the baiting more times than not. But let's go over to this next matchup, because we know we've got to get it underway pretty quickly, because it's starting any minute now. And of course, we want to have less chatter and more games the merrier. As we're going to start off with RPG here, who've been looking very hit and miss. And you know, we know that full well, we know what they're capable of if they shine through, and they do have a lot of potential. 18. Don't really want to reveal anything yet until the finals, but still though, both these teams as absolute loggerheads, and RPG want to try and get another victory underneath their belt. 58% hit rate, you can't really complain about that, but their defense has been severely lacking in a lot of areas. You can see from the 31%.
Yeah, and their hit rate's really been carrying them through with those victories. And, you know, even though, like, we've seen them kind of, you mentioned just here or there, they're number 3 in the position. They're just sitting right under ATN, and they have a 5-4 record for win-loss. So it's like kind of half and half of what they're getting so far right now. So you just don't know with any given match. And I guess the biggest struggle has been defensively for them. If they can combine what they're doing offensively and just build up the defense, they could just sweep up the charts and take number 1 spot. And that is actually what I've been expecting for RPG.
With RPG, this really dictates how they're going to play for the entire day, I feel like. If they have one bad wall, then normally the second wall also goes bad. We've never really seen the consistency on this. Well, I suppose you could say it is consistent on the same day, because when they play bad in the first wall, they play bad in the second one as well, and vice versa when they play really well. For their sake, though, I'm hoping they're going to be hitting their strides and their peak performance, because even though they are currently in the top 4, it's extremely vital they try and get as many wins as possible. King up with the queen as well, just heading towards the town hall. The king's also going to be in the next compartment there with the multi and the RC coming up all at the same time. A lot of micromanagement required here. King ability also being popped. This could be quite a quick attack.
Yeah, and he brings in the lightning spell here for the potential of a headhunter coming out of that CC. So just an easy knockdown of them, but it's not actually needed in this case here with the mix-up that he has. So Queen successfully takes down the town hall. We have the king doing some great work, helping to clear out the majority of his section. But I don't think that we actually got the... I would have liked to have seen the scatter shot maybe go down, maybe even the multi. And there goes that lightning spell. I think the headhunter just a little bit hung up there. So Kling is off to an okay start, but he's got to be very mindful of this core because he's coming right into the multis. 2 multis in a damage zone could really throw these loons for a loop.
Yeah, and there wasn't really a huge portion of the map covered in terms of actually taking out the majority of his bases. Still though, minute 30 left remaining, still got 2 haste spells. Actually, he's got plenty of spells in his arsenal to really try and make this work. Stone Slammer just having to deal with a fair amount for him as he pushes into the center. Some of the loons have already been taken down, but needs to try and get to the eagle as soon as physically possible, which he has some of the loons. Good use of the haste spells once again. Still got another one in his back pocket for later on if he gets a little bit of trouble. Looks like now is going to be the best time to use it to try and get as close to that scanner shot as possible. Good use already. The multi is going to cause a few issues though.
Yeah, ooh, that's great timing on the Icehound to pop there. Just freezing up any surrounding damage and gives enough opportunity along with the invisibility spell for those loons to take on the secondary multi that still stood. But a little bit of backtrack here now to the initial start where the queen was. It's smart that he's hanging on to this one loon. It can help out of a sticky situation with the oncoming damage of those Teslas. The warden a little bit distracted would have been a much better support. So this is kind of unfortunate. He was holding on to those loons actually for cleanup. Look at the spread that we have around of the storages. That was what he had in mind. What he wasn't really expecting was this warden to stay there in the center of the base and not help take down those defenses.
Yeah, it's a shame because he hasn't really got many minions to use either, just because he could have at least added another 6 to 8% minimum in order to try and get a decent 2-star. What a shame indeed. It really, really is. This is not the start that RPG we're looking for, as Kling's gonna suddenly have to take the L with the 2-star 82%. But we have seen some weirder things in the time. Not the best start to the war here, but we'll see how things go later on. I'm just hoping for RPG it's not the start of things to come.
Yeah, you hope not. I mean, we've seen a lot of these wars kicking off really strong from the beginning. Some switch-arounds here and there. But I still think it's something they could recover from. It just depends what they bring to the table. And I think historically, we've seen RPG take down ATN in fairly close matches that actually tend to be low scoring. So I believe that most of them that I've seen in the past, not even just from ESL, but from other leagues, have been around 12 to 12 stars. So this wouldn't be over yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's quite a low star count for this kind of matchup as well. I'm surprised with the 12 stars in particular due to the fact that RPG's defense has not been the best, and you would have thought ATM would get, well, minimum 14, I suppose, with that kind of defense. But things have changed since then, haven't they? It has been a couple of weeks since they last played, or at least a week since they last played anyway, and things have actually changed quite drastically, which is a little bit surprised. But like I said, hopefully this isn't a sign of things to come. Hopefully all the attacks won't be like that from RPG. It was a little bit unfortunate, and I kind of felt like if we had, even just a few minions, archers, etc., that could have been at least a 90%. It was just a little bit of a fail, sadly. But we'll see what happens later on. That was just one of course, many attacks coming in. Mask, okay, Mask actually finished last in this previous war. Decided to kick things off instead this time around as the opener. And the Queen now is going to be starting from the east side, looking to go into that scanner shot compartment, which is obviously no complaint. It's going to be a nice, slow, easy start for him. And we can see what he's going to be up to in some of those shenanigans. It looks like he's going to have 22 Hog Riders as well, a couple of healing spells there to help them out later on. And let's see how this is going to work for Mask. I'm curious.
Yeah, and he's got the log launcher here as well, so that means we can provide a pretty big push coming into the opposite side of the base, as the Queen is already on course leading for that town hall. I'm just taking a quick look. She does have that extra super wall breaker to get her access, so the King can theoretically work on the opposite side. And I'm wondering if he's going to maybe try and get through the core of the base through the multis, which does seem kind of risky to me, going on against 2 multis. So we'll see how he tries to limit this out. But those are the things that he does have to be mindful of. Oh, and there we go. We've got a Stone Slammer swap up to actually pick off the multi-targeting Inferno.
Yeah, interesting. Still, though, only 26% of the base has been evaporated, you could say, but half the attack's already been done in, so it looks like now the Hog Riders are coming out to play here, already taking out a decent portion of the defense on the south side. The RC is going to be there as well, just to lay a lot more DPS across the board to give these Hog Riders a bit of a speed boost, you could say. The King was also there on the left-hand side as well, just pushing into that scanner shot compartment, because that scanner shot is going to be absolutely lethal to these Hog Riders later on. But look at the healing spells. Well, look at the placement there, perfectly in the center. No, but these Hog Riders have to deal with all these structures here first before pushing on that. The Spring Trap comes into effect. The King still looking to take down that scanner shot, does just in the nick of time before it prioritizes those Hog Riders. But this is actually not looking too bad so far. A minute left remaining. Does have another rage spell and invisibility spell. Even the RC still has her ability. This is looking so good. And we always talk about how difficult it is to really make these Hog Riders work. It takes a lot of trial and error, but Mask has done wonders here so far. Brilliant way to start things off for ATN. Great dribble, and still has the invisibility in his back pocket.
It's a smashing way to start off, and I really actually like the use of the Stone Slammer that came in, housing hogs, you know, so dropping the hogs from the sky above, and it picked up a perfect area because that's how he was able to contend with those multi-targeting Infernos, and actually forcing the hogs path from the Stone Slammer into the core of the base where he could easily heal over top. So really smart moves there. And again, these are things that maybe the regular player might not think about doing. I mean, why would you bring in a Stone Slammer for an air attack? Well, that's exactly why.
Yeah, it's just a good example. Mask, I'm very happy that he's managed to kick 18 off to a fantastic start and just absolutely destroyed that base to no end. But one player who's also very known but very good attacker himself, Timtastic, coming out here for RPG, already coming out with a blimp this early on, heading towards the Town Hall, will be greeted by that Tornado Trap and the... Well, I was going to say a Tesla farm, but there's only one Tesla there in the meantime, just trying to take everything else out. Invisibility rage spell comes down to try and add a little bit more of a helping hand with the spell usage. And still, they wouldn't be able to take it down, though. I'm always very patient here. I try not to get too much of a high blood pressure here waiting for that moment, but the Town Hall does get taken down here, so already a good start for Timtastic.
Oh, that got me so nervous, but he got everything taken down perfectly and can continue on his path. Now, we do have this AD that's still standing. I don't think it'll be too much of a hurdle to ensure that this goes down, as it's on the outskirts of the base. Should be fairly easy access, even with a couple of loons, depending on where he sends his heroes in. But we do see the King and Queen working together to start taking down the Eagle compartment, and with an additional wall break. I'm curious. This is giving the King pretty easy access to work inside. It would be really nice if he had his ability so he can just barrel through those walls and give the Queen even more opportunity, especially picking up the defending RC and Archer Queen.
He's going to crack on now. Still got a minute 30 left remaining. He's taking a good portion of defense out really here. So, but it's not, of course, smooth sailing as of yet. It does have 3 haste spells, which is going to be absolutely vital to this attack. Still, though, the Queen has just been so heavily delayed, and it's been a real nuisance. But with the poison spell, that's going to definitely put a stop to that. With the Lava Hound coming up, which only means one thing. These loons are going to be popping out left, right, and centre here. The Warden's going to be there as well to give it a little bit of help along the way health-wise, and we'll have to see exactly how this is going to work, though. But Timtastic has already put on a great performance. He's already got a huge amount of value with the heroes so early on, especially with the blimp towards the Town Hall at the very beginning. Let's just see how he tries to make this work, though. But I'll be surprised if he doesn't.
Yeah, so the defending AQ actually still stands here. The Queen dying out before able to actually give her one final shot to take her down. So uses the freezes properly to help hold her off, giving the loons opportunity to work and take on the multi. Unfortunately, didn't get her knocked down with the death damage on those loons, but the headhunters had that opportunity to quickly sneak across and take her out. But the back end of this is a really tight situation. got through the splash, which was the biggest worry here. Most of all for those loons, as you can see, it can quickly pick them off. But this gave the loons with the warden still alive just enough opportunity to take this down. But Lethal, there's 13 seconds left to go, and they've got to speed it up as we have this Dark Elixir storage right there in the center of the base.
I think he should be okay, especially the Dark Elixir storage. I'm pretty sure he should be okay. It'll be like half a second. There we go. Free star, 100%. So, patience of a saint bit. I had faith in him, but at the same time, I almost had an heart attack. It's all good. That was a lovely triple, though. I said earlier that like it seemed to be he got so much value from the heroes and the blimp earlier on the town hall, but it should be quite smooth sailing here, and it almost was. It almost like I said, I don't believe in jinx. It's fine, but yeah, no, looking very good as it is. Though I was much better performance compared to the first attack earlier on. Team Tacit normally gets, I wouldn't say the majority of the triples, but definitely one of the best attackers here for RPG. So we didn't really expect anything less from him. It just depends on what ATN's going to bring up this time around. But we're just going to jump straight into it. We're not even going to talk about or dissect that last attack because it was good enough as it was. He knows it, we know it, we all know it. As Vale is now going to be coming out here to see what he's going to be up to with the Dragon Riders.
So Vala coming in second position. ATN is really switching this up, which I find interesting as they prepare for the World Championships. That will be here not too long from now. So just maybe keeping their head in the game a little bit and trying different rotations through. Now, Vala also switching up his attack. We saw him earlier today with the Zap Quake to start off. Now we do have the Queen Charge Drag Rider. So they are showcasing their versatility. And the Queen Charge Drag Rider, though, is one attack that it seems to be the reliable method for most teams, but still doesn't necessarily give them the results that they hope for. And maybe RPG is actually hoping to see that because they're still working from the 2-star start that they had. Ooh, and speaking of sending those rocket loons in, the CC mix has to burn through that queen ability relatively early, but she is able to carry on and make her way to the town hall.
That's actually the first Rocket Loon defense I've seen today so far. On Monday, we saw it a lot, and I mean a huge amount. But this time around, it's been completely different, just delay tactics rather than popping ability. But yeah, popping the Queen's ability early was very, very important, considering she's the one who's actually going to be heading towards the town hall. Yeah, sure, she can still take it down, but it's just going to take a little bit longer than necessary. But of course, the ability's there for extra insurance. But let's keep on these Dragon Riders with the Stone Slammer and the Warden in the right-hand side, just heading into the center. The Queen still looking to try and do work here, do itself justice, and even then, though, the healer's still okay in the meantime, still able to deal with the DPS coming out there towards the town hall, but the healer's been taken down for the Queen, so the main thing is the Queen needs to try and take this down, distracted by the skellies there, the Dragon Riders there, that's been cleaned up as well. It's just one thing after the other. Will the Queen take the town hall down in time? No, she will not. That was huge there. There were so many air bombs going towards those healers as well. This could potentially be a 1-star, but the RC does have her ability though.
Yeah, the Royal Champ's ability is what's going to save this. And the King actually taking the lead here. That King able to reserve the ability also helps out in the case. And I think Vala was sitting pretty comfortably knowing that. He knows how to use the heroes to their fullest, which was much needed for this one. So no panic, and it is smooth sailing. We've got the minions on the other side taking care of the cleanup, and ATN remains 2 for 2 now on the board. No breaks for them yet.
Yeah, it's like I said, isn't it? It's like with the Queen ability, it's kind of like extra insurance to guarantee the town hall, isn't it? And it was just typical as well. It was one thing after the other. The air bombs taking out the healers at the same time, literally leaving the town hall on the brink of death. Was not being rebuilt anyway. When I saw the RC had the ability, it was like, yeah, it's fine. He's probably sitting there comfortably as well. He's probably not having any worries in the slightest. So it will be back-to-back triples here for ATN RPG. We can't really do much after the first attack, can we? Well, it wasn't really a poor 2-star, but it's definitely going to be something lingering on their minds to the later stages. Because you said it yourself, it's not the percentage RPG have been relying on in the past, especially in their matchups with them in this competition and outside of this competition. It's always been relying on stars, but they're already behind at that stage. And normally we'd need to see some pretty damn good base layouts or some pretty good bases overall in terms of the defense, but that's what not RPG are known for here. So they will have to rely on ATN to slip up at some capacity. And okay, we've got 11 rocket loons. Love to see it.
I love seeing this attack strategy as well. And, you know, like this is going to rely heavily on hero pushes. So the queen charging from one side and using the king, the warden, and typically, well, yeah, the royal champion to come in with use of the log launcher. We just have to cut through the base, core it out as much as possible. And, you know, with this, you're just using the rocket loons on the outskirts to support what the heroes have done, but you do need to rely on them staying alive to carry this one through. I do like the use of the Yeti here, keeping that funnel moving along, and a great split here from the Royal Champion is really going to help this one out. But the most important thing is working our way, getting that queen to the town hall.
I love the usage onto rocket loons as well. You have to be such a methodical player and have a lot of, not about patience, but just key moments to use them as well. And we'll be great with that test of farm in the center, speeding up the loons there, along with everything else, especially those ice golems as well. And I kind of feel like even with the ice golem being there, I think he was hoping it was get taken down a little bit earlier. So there's two loons on the left-hand side, could have taken out the AD and that wizard tower, especially the AD, but it looks like he didn't get there in time. So in the end, though, he still has quite a few rocket loons. He can use them to snipe the AD out in the wizard tower, which he has done. So you could say he lost a little bit of value, cost a little bit more expense, but the main thing is they have been taken down on the left-hand side. Still needs to deal with the town hall, though. Plenty of time left on the clock. It's just all about how he wants to go about doing it.
Oh, and we were saying exactly why we wanted the king to take that down, but he has the invisibility spell that he can invest to keep this queen going. Had the king taken that down, the queen would be in a much better position. We'd have the town hall down already, and she could easily support for the cleanup here. Biggest worry right now is going to be the single targeting inferno, and these rocket loons are swiftly getting roasted, so the queen will not have the chance to benefit from it and take this down. This is potentially going to, I'm not going to say potentially, it is going to leave this, unfortunately, without the third star. We're looking at a 99%. Let's see, hold on. We still have the headhunter working through a lot of distraction, and it could just get it.
I don't think there's enough DPS. I think it's going to be on the brink. I was saying that, though. Actually, you will be able to take 1 minion. 1 minion, and it had like 10 HP. That's why I was looking. And when we saw, obviously, the wizards coming in the minions, I was like, well, surely, if he hasn't got the DPS from that little pack, and there's already, what, 3/4 of health in Inferno Tower, surely the other minions come. That is absolutely unbelievable. I think that's probably one of the closest, not in terms of time, but just in terms of DPS, to actually be able to do that. One of the closest triples that I've actually ever seen. 10% of a minion. That's all it took in order to be able to secure the triple. RPG would have been in a huge amount of trouble if they failed that one.
Yeah, and that actually keeps them alive in this one. They still need to see a defense coming in to try and really get back in this, but they're not falling that far behind from ATN, which is promising for them. They just need to find this defense later in the game as we come in with the third attack for ATN, and boom, leading the way. We already have the queen kind of working her way along. Yeti setting up the funnel to lead her path through for the town hall. We're starting to see these days a lot of these wraparounds that I talk about for the town hall, where we start in the outskirts, weave the queen's passing around it, and then work our way back in. So this way we're getting maximum value, and we're actually more reliable on how we're actually getting the path to the town hall, so we can really predict what she's going to go for.
Still can't go with that last attack. That was ridiculous. As you can see, the queen now just continue to make her way down there with the dragon runners coming out shortly. Boom, of course, wants to get as much value with this queen as possible before doing anything else there. But at least that way the queen will take down the defensive RC as well, which would be huge for her, looking to go into the scanner shot compartment. But still, though, another spell will have to come down eventually, though, just due to the fact that there's going to be a lot more DPS coming in once she pushes on forward. And have to do a lot of defense there as well. A real pain in the backside for her, but it doesn't matter. We'll get taken down eventually, as well as that scanner shot. You can see the king as well, also heading into that multi-compartment, and the RC also going to be joining with the king now to give a little bit of a helping hand. Some of the defense has come out as well. The queen really does have her hands full. Been sitting in that position for a good 20-30 seconds, but here come the dragon riders now with the eagle target firing on them at the moment.
Just stunning navigation of those heroes, you know, and that's something I think for the casual player is hard to master, and boom, just makes it look so easy that we almost don't even talk about it. But a great way to lead the king in, give a little bit of meat each direction for him, for the queen, for the royal champion, all to carry along on their tasks. Now, we do have to jump into the town hall. Queen's focus there, still has her ability, so he knows that she's fairly in a good position, but doesn't want to take any risks, and uses the invisibility spell to keep her alive, all while we still have the Dragon Riders to keep our eyes on. He is glued to every which direction and handling it relatively well. With the Queen still going here, she is going to help out, pick off that final air defense, so we can hopefully have the Drag Riders finish the deal on the defenses.
40 seconds left remaining. There's not really any defense left apart from that Inferno Town. The Queen's already taken down the AD, so they're going to be perfectly fine, it looks like. Pretty weak. Most of them pretty damn weak, but it doesn't change the fact that they will get that triple. Nicely played by Boom. 3 triples on the road for ATN. Absolutely not letting up at all and giving RPG a bit of trouble along the way.
Yeah, you know, and I hate to see this because RPG, I know, is a phenomenal team. Like, I keep hoping to see the opening for them so they can get that confidence boost that I think that they need. Even though they're in number 3, I think that they're slowly just feeling a little bit of pressure here and there, which they have been a top performing team in many other leagues, and it's why I actually picked them for today for my prediction. So we'll see. I didn't do quite so well in my last one, and I'm a little worried now. I think I've taken a nosedive in my predictions from the start of this day.
Yeah, see, this is why I just go for safe bets, even if it's like 1 or 2 out of 7. If it can't happen twice, surely not. But but if I was able to watch RPG play in Legend League or to see how they were doing in practice, then I could be like, okay, I know what kind of style of play they're going to bring to the table. I think they're going to go for it or not. But the thing is that we can't. It's the first matchup for RPG in these play days really shows what they're going to be like for the entire day. And I don't really believe that Repotted are playing bad at all. Just one attack which just didn't go their way. Apart from that, that's literally been about it. We haven't seen that inconsistency across the board. Hopefully, saying that now, it won't happen for Largo. But Largo is, again, a very, very strong attacker. So I always sing his praises, and every time I've witnessed him bring out something a bit more diverse or something you don't normally see, or just the way he executes. It's such a privilege to watch him on a number of occasions. But let's see who's going to bring with these Dragon Riders and the Stone Slammer later on. He still does have that jump spell as well, just to make matters worse for the defense of Yo-Yo, depending on how he's going to go about this. And still very trying to look to get into the Eagle. Took a while, took a good minute here, B, but the Queen finally manages to make it in and still going to cause a little bit of a ruckus in there.
Yeah, finally making her way back around. Great handling from Largo, but what this has unfortunately done is wasted a lot of time. And I noticed, though, that we do have the log launcher here. Now, of course, with the king working through on this side, there we go. That's the opening for the Queen. I'm just looking for the path that he wants to go. But with the jump and that log launcher, we can carry the Queen to take down the scatter shot. And we're seeing some nice big value from the King, the Warden, working over on that side compartment so that the Drag Riders really only have to worry about a very small section of the base. And that would be over by the multi-targeting Inferno, where we just saw a mini Tesla farm crop up.
Do you know what's funny here, B? Look at what's left at the base so far, and the Dragon Runners haven't even been launched yet. That's how much it's been. Finally, they have done. But let's be real there, there's not really a huge amount to take down here. Of course, the Town Hall is going to be the key factor there, but a couple of free spells won't go amiss in order to clean this up. As Largo notice push into that Tesla farm with the Dragon Runners there still, and the minions there just to clean everything behind him so far. But saying that, the Town Hall going to take a little bit of time. The RC ability has popped. He is still going in towards the Town Hall. That is going to be cleaned up. Nicely done there. 40 seconds left. Still pushing in. And this was an incredible attack. The Dragon Riders didn't really have much use, let's be real.
He's got so much swag left over here. Great value out of the log launcher. I mean, that jump is there for backup just in case. So you can see he just opens up the back end of this wall, but it is absolutely obliterated. And even knowing he has enough time to drop that swag invisibility spell, Largo had absolutely zero concerns. And, you know, it's attacks like these and their confidence that really makes me think they, you know, would get the edge up in this match. Let's see if this is going to be hopefully a turnaround point for them, but still they need to find that elusive defense against ATN.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, it's just a shame. It's just that one attack. Sometimes it can cost them, especially this level of play. That attack just then, Largo, this is why I sing his praises all the time. Dragon Riders were initiated, when it was like 700 base covered, and then there was only a Tesla farm the town hall to deal with. The Queen still had her ability as well after all that. That's how good of an attack it was. Just ridiculous in itself. But ATM, they're still on the verge to a perfect war, aren't they? This is the only issue they have. And the problem is, even if they get a 2-star, it needs to be a pretty bad one, like at least in the early 80s. What was the percentage in the end? Was that first time? Was it 82, 83%? For the top of my head, we'll have to look back on that. But
82.
Definitely, though. 82, yeah. So you can see they still got quite a large margin to deal with. They probably need ATN to drop 2-2-stars in these next couple of attacks.
Yeah, I think they could find the turnaround here, though. I say that, and
only
you know, I feel like
him.
I know I say that, and I feel like I'm jinxing it every time I say that. But really, like all they would really need right now is an 81% 2-star, and you know, hope to hold strong against ATN in one of these last remaining attacks that they have. So let's see, though, because Yo-Yo's been on fire today. I mean, I feel like he's found his groove and, you know, just really mixing up things, even though he's not always staying with what we know him for, and that's the Lalo. Opting to go for the Queen Charge Drag Rider as well, and we get a beautiful opening leading not only to the Town Hall, but we're able to take on that scatter shot. And with the use of the King here at 9 o'clock for the multi-chamber, it's going to ensure the push of the Queen heading towards the Town Hall. But just notice the compartment that she goes in first. This means she can take down the CC troops before having to contend with the beams from the Giga Inferno at the Town Hall. So just really nicely timed on this one.
Yeah, you know, we know Yo-Yo for his creativity normally, but it's a lot more serious with these Dragon Runners coming out here. The King still doing a lot of work so far. We'll get taken down eventually without... I think he's done a good enough job anyway. He's done what his means were, so that's going to be perfectly fine. The Queen, though, still alive, flanking all the way around. Nice, quick way of doing it there. Is now heading towards the Town Hall. Stone Slammer comes out now. Which only means one thing, those Dragon Runners are going to be coming out any second on the northern side of the tunnel. And actually the Queen's just on the outside of that poison here, so she's about to stay alive a little bit longer, even though the tornado trap is swerving her into that poison, but I think it's just still on the edge of that, so she's about to get a lot more value and be able to stay alive and just keep her ability, which is going to be the most important thing so far. The Stone Slammer's still going into the center. Dragon Runner's still alive and well on the north side here, but we'll find that Tesla farm in that scatter shot compartment.
I don't know, that tornado trap actually pulled her out of the radius and kept her in a good spot that she could carry on. Didn't need to force through the ability. I was looking to see if she had a rage left over, and there was not for the healers. But look at the value of that Stone Slammer coming in for the assist with the Queen on the back end so she can carry through. Doesn't have to worry about that single targeting Inferno roasting her. And with the split up we have here with the Royal Champion, Yo-Yo comes in with a solid 3-star back-to-back for ATN. They're edging up for a perfect war at this time, telling RPG that's about the only way. Well, yeah, that's the only way they could beat them is if they go perfect.
Yeah, they're going to need an 81% 2-star below for Rapoti to win this. I can't imagine ATN doing that. It's not something which is in, you know, their skill set, let's be honest here. Normally it's very, very good percentages. It's what they're known for in terms of their average percentage, and I can't see them dropping some kind of catastrophe or some kind of bomb in the last one. But we've seen, you know, odd things. But the reason why I'm saying that now rather than compared to any other team, because we know about Rapoti's defense. They're not really known for their defense. It's shown because the amount of triples ATN is getting. So it really is going to be tough. Unless they get some crazy base for the last ATN attacker to deal with, Ben, I'm not so sure, but we'll see here. General X just needs to keep the triple, or get the triple rather, in order to keep them in the run, and that's all that matters here so far. With the Queen and the Warden coming out as a duo here to make a start on the 9 o'clock side.
Yeah, I think they're hoping for some sort of risky final attack coming in for
Yeah.
18. I think that's probably best case scenario that they can hope for. But it does start, as you mentioned, with the 3-star coming in. They don't pick up this 3-star and there is 0 opportunity, unless they were to get a 1-star. But let's see as we navigate the Queen working through for the Super P.E.K.K.A smash. Warden also working in the pass, and we've left the Town Hall open, but we've cleared out the pass so that the Blimp can sail through, take it on, and we've got an easy push approaching towards the core of the base, taking down the multi, and then pathing straight through towards the Eagle.
Now the Blimp's heading towards the Town Hall nicely at the moment. Just take a bit of caution first. Looks like it's going to be okay. Drops onto that Town Hall. But there's a lot of chaos going into the north and centre still. Still the King's just absolutely at it there, just doing absolute wonders. Warden's still there as well as the Queen. And he still has their ability as well. The Blimp's done itself justice, has taken down the Town Hall. Of course, the multi is still there, but this is where things could get a little bit out of hand so far. Still making this push. The RC's taken one of the multis, is now going straight for the Eagles so far and heading straight into the centre. The P.E.K.K.A's actually got quite a lot of health, and I didn't see the other 2 P.E.K.K.As, but I definitely heard them get taken down on the right-hand side. And that multi, it is getting so much value here, B. I'm getting seriously worried.
Yeah, this, I had hopes for this one as everything veered back into path. There was a little bit of a split up there from the P.E.K.K.As. We wound up seeing a great healer transfer over, but the Queen getting distracted on the single, not working with the main pack, definitely hurt this one. And this unfortunately does put Verpotted Gaming in just about that no-go zone. They need a massive defense to come into the mix. They need some sort of detrimental 1-star, just absolute devastation defensively to come in for them.
For the top of my head, I think it's a 1-star. If they even take this out as well, then a 1-star, 55%, I think, from the top of my head. And yeah, that's not in that's not in ATN's character to do something like that. So sadly for General X, the attack did not go as even intended, which does mean a 1-star, 55%, let's say, will probably guarantee ATN the victory. And for them to not do that will just be, yeah, an absolutely mind-boggling situation. So ATN, they're just going to look to confirm it now and then be able to take the 2 for 2 in Tesla Wars today.
Yeah, they are. They would be if they pull in this way. I'm not saying that because I'm not jinxing this one. I know you don't believe in jinxing, but I do. I do. So I've got to be careful what I say. But yeah, if ATN were to win this war, this is putting them in a very good situation, and they will take the #1 spot at the end of the day, since they were just underneath Badzinger, and they did get the win over them from the recent matchup we had this week. Now we have the zap point coming in from Ast. Nice to see him hitting last, actually. Again, I mentioned that we're seeing a little bit of a swap up with the way that they're working this team through, just not going with the usual. And Ast just doesn't have much pressure on him. He works well under pressure. So I think I'm going to call it. I think we're going to see the perfect war.
It wouldn't surprise me, and I love it as well. In you got Wazman saying he hears that jinx. You got Purple also saying, "Shall I jinx it?" No, you shouldn't. Just let them get their perfect war. It's been a while. Just let them crack on there as they're headed into that south compartment now. The Queen and the King just doing a lot of work here already so earlier on. And yeah, see what they can do here. Ast, definitely the kind of guy you would want as the last attacker. Normally we know that Mask is one of their final attackers, 4th or 5th in line. He was first this time round, and this is going to be a very aggressive approach from that 3 o'clock side, especially with this attack entirely now. Let's see how it's going to work here. As the race bell comes down, the Blimps also come out here to head towards the Town Hall, having to deal with a lot of defense as well as these multis. But I suppose the defense was there just to get a lot more value from these multis, but these multis eventually are just going to get absolutely evaporated. And there's only the last Inferno Tower left on the left side though, but the Loons have to deal with that tornado trap. The Freezebell has been dropped as well. Will they be able to take down the Town Hall? Not yet, but the Drags will definitely make sure to secure its rest to it, especially that Dragon Rider. And now, though, it looks like ATN, they're okay. They've guaranteed their victory. It just depends if they want that perfect war or not.
Yeah, well, we still have the Royal Champion who's yet to be dropped on the board here, just waiting for the direction of the Dragons. It's good to see them veering just out of the poison bath as it fizzles out as I say it. But we've got a minute 4 on the clock. Asta's in a very good position, especially with this drag split off, who's going to take care of the cleanup on the northern side as the rest of the pack of dragons and drag riders work through with the support of the royal champion to take on that Tesla farm. I think we're going to see it. I do think we're going to see this perfect war coming in from ATN.
Could be. Even though a lot of these drags have not really much HP, it looks like it is going to happen. Yeah, you're right. It's pretty much solid stone here. It looks like they will be able to just clean this up and it will be a perfect war. And this is what we should have expected from ATN. I think it's more just due to RPG's defense. Just need a little bit of work here and there. But then again, the executions have been nothing short of spectacular as well as ATN. Very coming up trumps in with a 15-star win. Perfect war to the 13-star of RPG. 9% difference as well. They can be pretty pleased about that. And definitely a completely different story from what you mentioned before, B, where the last time these two played, it was actually 12 stars also. A lot of changes since then.
Yeah, definite changes in the mix-up here. And it seems like ATN has just decided after Monday's matchup, after the last matchups where they lost both, they were just going to come in swinging today. And maybe that's how we have to go. My prediction was so wrong today in this matchup, but I'll have to keep that in mind for next time. But I'm curious how everyone else's predictions are doing. But either way, we have more matches to come. We are only nearly halfway through what we have today. And if you want to catch more of the amazing action, stay tuned because it'll be right after this break.
Warden.
The Grand Warden.
Oh, this is the Warden.
Okay, so this is the Warden with the skin. It's the prehistorical.
I can't think of the name. I know what it looks like, but I can't remember the name.
And you will ask me about skin, and I don't know that.
Primal. Okay, must be
Prehistorical. Primal. Sorry. Okay.
Ooh, is this a? Is it a giant? I would say a giant.
Maybe the giant.
The giant? Maybe.
Is that a super barb?
Oh, like a super. It's a super giant. Oh, super giant. All right.
Oh, don't tell me it's the super giant. Okay.
You got me there.
Super giant. Oh, okay.
This is. Oof, it's getting harder.
That looks like the Chinese New Year skin for the Queen.
The Royal Queen? Archer Queen?
Archer Queen?
And I think the Chinese New Year skin, probably.
I don't remember the name. This one.
No, I have no idea.
Oh, the warrior, yeah. I knew it was the one that cost like 10 euros, but I don't remember the name.
Okay. The Chinese queen, the Chinese skin.
Oof, what is this? Okay, this is Super Valkyrie.
Was it Super Valk or regular Valk? Super Valk.
Yeah, okay, it's easy. It's the Super Valk.
It should be the Valkyrie or Super Valkyrie.
I thought it's a Pokemon, but yeah, we are talking about catch.
I think pretty good. I only missed like one, I think.
I think I did well, but I think I struggled a bit on the hero skin part.
And the upper list, but I would say there were people who were better than me. I mean, if I would win this Silhouette Challenge, my words to you viewers are, I hope you guys had fun and also cheered for me, also for Elton Attacks. We will do our best not to disappoint you guys. And yeah, thank you.
Good luck. and don't forget the skins you used before.
Get wrecked.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Lady B, and we're joined back again by Judo Sloth. So, Judo, what did you think of that last matchup?
ETN tearing apart my predictions. I too went with RPG, but you know that I picked the exact opposite for all of the teams, so maybe I should have gone with my gut. It was an incredible performance, and I think you hit the nail on the head right at the end of the war in Bai. They lost both of the matches on Monday, so they really wanted to come out strong today, prove a point, and put themselves up there at the top of the leaderboard. And with this next matchup and Bad Zinger playing, already losing out to ATN, they could give themselves a huge lead if Carnage are able to beat Bad Zinger in this matchup.
Absolutely. And that could really throw a wrench in some of what we're going to see in the leaderboards. A big opportunity for Carnage Gaming to try and get out of that mid zone. They're sitting in number 5, where Bad Zinger at the start of the day was number 1. So this could be huge for them. They have a 4-4 record for Carnage. So they are contending with Bad Zinger, who is now 5-4. So they're actually not too far off.
Yeah, they could tie things up and keep that leaderboard very interesting. Definitely, I think you're right. With Carnage being kind of stuck in the middle area, it's tough for them to break out with the teams being so close together. And I think moving down to next Thursday, which would be the last matchup, you don't want to be stuck in that rut. So they really want to try and win their matchup today, win a match or two on Monday to make sure they give themselves a little bit of cushioning moving into that final play day. But obviously, comparing the stats, it's interesting to see how much of an improvement Bad Zinger's stats are over Carnage Gaming, particularly the defense.
Yeah, the defense is really what helps Bad Zinger out quite a bit. And it could be Carnage's downfall in this matchup. But I will say, last week, Carnage had a 14-star war against Time to Throw. So that, in my mind, puts them in a good offensive position, even though they're just sitting underneath Bad Zinger right there. And of course, we know that there was a 13-star war, 13-13 for Bad Zinger and ATN in the earlier matchup. But, you know, with these two teams and knowing what Bad Zinger can bring to the table defensively and what they have, I really don't know what to expect in this matchup. Do you think that we'll see more confidence coming in from Carnage?
I find it interesting because this is that place where Carnage, for example, coming in fresh, if you will, whereas Badzinger already having that loss to ATN, will that impact them? So I think I'd rather be in the shoes of Carnage, actually, not having the loss, but you could see where some teams would bounce back from that. We know Badzinger being the only team that has in the World Championships fought their way back from the lower bracket. So they can definitely take defeat in their stride and just continue to get on with their day. I agree. I think this is a really tough matchup to call.
And, well, speaking of, what was your prediction for today in this one?
Well, I predicted Carnage, so yeah.
So you and I are in the same boat.
We will.
You and I are definitely in the same boat. I mean, Badzinger is a force to be reckoned with, and you've said it. You have to go in with the matches that you think it is and then flip it up. Just switch it, and then maybe you'll get your correct result. And I think I did kind of the same thing. Badzinger having that reputation, being on top for the past 2 weeks now, does make them a little worrisome, but I think there might be that build of confidence knowing for Carnage that ATN just took them down and there is way more pressure riding on Badzinger at this point.
Absolutely. And we did get the audience prediction, but you can let us know your individual prediction. Hashtag ESL Mobile. Be sure to share your thoughts. We might even share some of your comments on the live stream. But just interested to get into the first matchup here and what we will see, actually, because I feel the meta has started to shift from the update. And today we've seen a couple of strategies and a couple of attacks that have been a little bit different from the previous few playdays. So just wondering whether the teams are starting to reveal some of their secret weapons in order to make sure they can actually get to the top 4, because there's no good in saving onto stuff if you don't qualify there in the first place.
Yeah, definite variety in the mix, which is always great to see. And nice to see some bowlers coming back in, those super bowlers. For sure, a fun troop to use. And as we can see, they can be very overpowered as well. So, I'd love to see more of that coming to the table. But Carnage Gaming, I mean, we typically know there's a good variety coming in from Badzinger, of course. Carnage Gaming, they have, I feel like, very clear-cut, solid players that go typically very with classic meta. We see them, of course, with Hugo Stiglitz, Lalo, and Hog. We don't see too many different strategies pulling from them. Do you think that's going to be a downfall, potentially?
I think it's tough to say. I definitely could be. It would be a downfall if they don't have the diversity, but they can certainly pull out the results with those strategies. So I think it is tough to say because, and maybe you're right. Maybe that is where Carnage Gaming have struggled a little bit, because sometimes they take down some of the top teams and really do well, and you could see them going all of the way. Then other times they just don't seem to get out of, second gear. So maybe that's all it is. They have limited their strategies a little bit, but I guess we'll have to find out. I know that Hybrid, I think, was the highest hit rate when we checked at the start of the week on Monday, but I don't think we've seen it too much today. However, Carnage, like you said, Hugo Stiglitz with the Hog Riders, I think they had another couple of players that do tend to lean towards the Hybrid. Maybe we will finally see it in this matchup.
Yeah, that's actually kind of what I hope to see, a little bit more of those ground style attacks, but I would like to see more diversity coming through for them. And you're right, they're that mid-level, so I think it's a tough situation, and it could be, again, confidence factor, knowing that at any given point, the teams that they're facing just really can hold over them. It's just this constant action back and forth of trying to carry over amazing teams left and right. I can't imagine the pressure that each and every one of these clans feel, knowing that they're not going to have an easy go. There's no team that they can turn around and say, oh yeah, this is going to be an easy match. So they have to constantly stay on their game offensively, but defensively too, which is a challenge because these players, these teams are not only playing multiple days in the ESL Mobile Open with multiple matches, they've got other leagues to boot.
They certainly do. And I think, again, you hit the nail on the head there, because there are so many teams that didn't even get into the challenge that you would expect to. So that really just reiterates the experience and talent that we have within the region. But let's get into the first attack then. It is Wasted of Badzinger. We know he had that devastating 99% 2-star earlier on today, so hoping to correct that. Starting with his Queen charge to the southern area. So far, so good. Just about to take out the Barbarian King. Soon we'll be moving on up to that Eagle Artillery.
Those 99s were so heartbreaking for Badzinger, but we definitely got to see the skill that they bring to the table. And with the Queen Charge Drag Rider, this really relies on being on your toes and keeping this Queen going, especially, I would say, with such a long path to the Town Hall, but I'm not necessarily sure that will be the intended target for her. We do have the 3 super wall breakers, of course, but that blimp has a nice potential position to work its way in with maybe navigating the Queen, keep her through the core. But we'll have to wait and see where this plan is going, especially since the Royal Champion is being brought to the mix now.
Yeah, it's interesting. He doesn't have a jump spell for the Archer Queen, so is going to rely on the Wall Breaker to get her into the core. Royal Champion will get the scatter shot, and you're right, there's no real way he could get into that Town Hall area. He's used the King now to the left-hand side, so it looks like it will be the Battle Blimp floating all of the way through alongside the Dragon Riders, just holding off on their deployment at the moment. But the CC troops did indeed fire at the Royal Champion first, so she goes down. Does actually only just manage to get through with the Archer Queen as well.
Yeah, having to burn through that ability, but is in a good spot now that she's in the core to take on the multi with the Rage, able to keep her going, getting those healers within it and keeping her alive and well. And it actually did work out nicely because he's got another Rage left over to help her out. I would say if she took on too much damage, she can use it for the Drag Riders, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. We have a priest to help hold off that single targeting Inferno if need be, but for now, the Blimp actually taking on the focus as it works its way to the Town Hall.
Tornado Trap is there, so decides to pop the Battle Blimp early, just waiting to see. Looks like it is sneaky goblins inside of there. Hopefully the Dragon Riders will root around the poison, and I think the good thing about the Rage spell is not necessarily the DPS, but more a factor of the time right now. Hopefully he can push the Dragon Riders through, but with 20 seconds, there's storages down the bottom as well. Things really need to get moving here because he does only have 80%, 20% of the base left in 20 seconds. But so far, he's relatively on par with that time, actually. It's going to be a close one. I think he will probably just run short.
Yeah, 5 seconds left, and as fast as those Drag Riders are going, and even with the Queen trying to make a pass here, it's not going to be enough. Left with a 97% 2-star time fail. So this is kind of the same situation they were in from the start, bar 2%, a little bit lower now. It's still a good spot to be in, let's be honest. I mean, you have a 97% 2-star. You figure we're going to see some defense coming into play for Badzinger. They've always been able to really hold strong defensively. I don't think we've seen them get perfected yet. So this could really help advance their cause.
Yeah, it definitely could. And looking at their defensive stats at the start of the war, you're right. They had very impressive numbers. So I don't think it's something that they have to worry about too much, particularly as you mentioned, they were virtually in this spot at the start of the ATN war. And they nearly took that. They were able to continue putting up the 3 stars. But it just depends on what Carnage Gaming will come out with. So it is going to be, we mentioned the ground attacks, Hog Riders on this one. Log Launcher selected. So it looks like the Archer Queen will be walking this entire side down towards the Town Hall.
Yeah, great funnel to shape up the path that she needs to work along here. And we do have the log launcher. So again, curious to see where we're going to go in this direction of the pathing to get through. Once this Queen actually works in, we've got those nice, narrow, long, open compartments that can give easy access leading across. And again, the log launchers. Oh, he's going in with the sneaky goblins for that Town Hall. So we can just work her through into the core of the base, maybe even with the King to help out.
Yeah, very nice. I hadn't looked at the army composition thoroughly, I guess, because I totally didn't see the sneaky goblins. Very nice move, because it's always good when you can basically choose your angle of attack. If you're not taking into account the Town Hall, yes, the log launcher goes in that direction, so you have to somewhat factor it in, but the point of the poison not being there is huge as well. Now, the Archer Queen is doing pretty okay at the moment, does lose a healer there to the Seeking Air Mine, but so far she has got through this area relatively unscathed, still has her ability, uses a Rage in order to preserve that. It's going to be able to get into both of the multi-target Inferno compartments here, so long as the Wall Wrecker hurries up and gets through, or the Log Launcher, sorry, into this area.
Oh, this Queen, though, the Eagle striking away, but is able to get her back under control with some health. Potentially, this Eagle strike is relentless, but Tietuan is able to keep the Queen's ability intact. A beautiful position for the King to come in to take on that scatter shot is going to leave very limited work for these Hogs to have to get through. But the most important thing is getting that Queen to help finish up with the multi.
Yeah, I like the delayed deployment of the Barbarian King there, actually. Just, you can notice that he should be safe in that top area, but the Expo is firing at the King as well. From the Hog Riders and synchronizes the attack quite nicely. I agree, the Archer Queen really does need to get in towards that multi-target Inferno, but with her ability left over, hopefully she will be able to clear that out. However, Hog Riders appear to be down, and I'm not sure whether time is going to... I mean, the Queen has access to all of the buildings, even from where she is right now. They're towards the perimeter of the base. Can they get around in time?
It's looking like we're going to see potentially another close war with this kicking off start as just a percentage game. Burning through that ability gives the Queen just a little bit more opportunity, having the archers to help work through. Warden, of course, helping out with this one. 8 seconds left to go to get this wizard tower down. The Warden and Sneaky Goblin are on a judo. This is a picture finish. And with that, Carnage Gaming takes the 1-star lead by only 3 buildings.
What a very close attack that was. That was actually only his second 3-star of the challenge. So stepping up when it was needed to give them the advantage in this one. And as I mentioned earlier on today, you would take the advantage at any point. When the attacks are tied, they've had 1 attack each. That is clearly what you would want. Carnage Gaming sitting pretty after that first one.
Yeah, pretty, but still not in a full comfort zone, especially considering how close this is percentage-wise. Juan needs to try and keep his team in it and feels that the Queen Charge Drag Rider is just the right approach to go about it. Now, we do have that Yeti that's actually starting to clean up and clear the path and taking no risks of the Queen going off kilter, drops the invisibility spell to keep her right on target and focused.
Yeah, I really like that we're seeing a lot more of that. A spell to help with the funnel rather than the troop space. And I think it's a very cool way to make sure you have the DPS in terms of your troops. I also like the path that he's been able to create with the Queen alongside the Yetis. You see, you get the Archer Tower there as well, which just helps her to focus into this little compartment. Hopefully she can get in towards that area. Thankfully, she gets the Expo before the Clan Castle troops engage, but she's still got some dangerous defenses on her, particularly that Grand Warden statue really packs a punch.
It does, but we still have our ability intact. Now, while we want to reserve it as long as we possibly can, it can help the Queen work along. But ideally, we want this coming in towards the defending Royal Champion and scatter shot as well. King provides ample opportunity to get the Town Hall down and even refocus the distraction of that Warden Tower. Would have been nice to see that get taken down. It doesn't quite happen. So let's see if the Queen veers off course, but we do have the opening in there for her to actually work through again.
Yeah, he sent 2 wall breakers in there. I guess they might have just been spare because she's not going to get a huge amount of value, but maybe he intended the Archer Queen to get that multi-target Inferno. You see the Dragon Riders on, and they are getting caught off track a little bit here, moving back across towards the Grand Warden statue. I think that was all meant to go down from the Archer Queen. So as they move along to this area, he's already lost a couple of them, but thankfully, the Royal Champion takes down the air defense, which is huge. But that single target Inferno burns through the Queen, and he saves the freeze spell for the Royal Champion, interestingly.
Yeah, and that's ideally to get her out of the situation, but we don't have
Does he know
any waiting way too long to drop that, but you know, if they were so low health, Judo, this would have been tough to come out of, considering we still have that single targeting Inferno that's on the backside of the base that quickly rose through. Juan, unfortunately, is not going to be able to try and get Badzinger in this quite yet, but he does keep percentage at a reasonable level. Would typically like to see this hitting around the 90% mark just for safe comfort, but 81% is exactly where we're going to be.
It is what it is, isn't it? And yeah, I don't think either way he'd have got the 3-star there, but maybe he could have kept the Archer Queen pushing down that left-hand side, increased the percentage a little bit. Either way, it gives Carnage Gaming a fantastic opportunity. And we did talk about this prior to the war kicking off, but Badzinger moved into today #1 in the leaderboard. But they're potentially losing both matches here, which could shake things up massively.
It certainly could. You know, and if Carnage get this win, that would, I believe, potentially tie them up, actually, in their win-loss rates. Or actually, it might put Carnage right there ahead of them. So that could be a really big drop down for Badzinger today, if that's the case. But let's take a look, because Fabian still needs to do some work for Carnage Gaming. He needs to pick up this 3-star to continue to capitalize off of the lead that they were able to forge from the beginning of this war. And it is going to be the Super Pekka Smash now to try and do that. Now, we do have the Warden to pick up, the multi-targeting Inferno, and start shaping up what we want to see for the initial push of the Super Pekka Smash. And that would be to come in just a little bit veered off to the side of the Town Hall.
We've seen him do this attack pretty much all of the time, actually. I think the smash attacks is what he's used throughout. I know he started with the Super Bowlers, now tending to use the Pekka Smash, but he's very good with it. It's, you know, why change what works, I guess? He's got 3-stars out of 8 attacks, so why come in with anything different? With the Pekka now entering from that right-hand side, he should be able to clear the Eagle Artillery compartment, which is really good that he sent a little bit more reinforcement alongside the Witches to that area. And you see the path shaping up beautifully for the Pekka, just beelining themselves through the middle, taking that jump.
Yeah, and the jump giving them access just to easily reach a Town Hall there as well. Biggest worry we're going to have is getting into that scattershot compartment, but so far so good as the King carries through, the Yak leading the way, and with the King's ability, this should be just enough with the support of the Hogs and the Royal Champion to completely annihilate the entire 12 o'clock side.
Yeah, particularly like you said with that Royal Champion, she still has the ability. He's got a couple of freeze spells, decides to use one up that area to help the Royal Champion. There is chaos in the center of the base, particularly with that multi-target Inferno, but freezes the single alongside the Town Hall. Things are going down fast over there, but the Queen has the ability, so she will be able to get through the Town Hall, but I'm not sure he's got enough now for the rest of the base.
Now he's got to worry about cleanup on the back end, and we do have Barbarians on the north side, but too many defenses rolling through, even with the Queen ability. There's nothing. She gets very little regenerative health out of that ability, and no Unicorn there to try and help her survive through the cloak that she has to keep her invisible through that spell. This is unfortunate to see for Fabian, but we still have reasonable percent, and the fact that they've been able to hold the 2 defenses so far does still sit them comfortably.
Yeah, we'll still keep their lead, but it's interesting to see him drop so massively with nothing obvious going wrong with this attack either. I guess the only little pinpoint I could say is the air defense that he sent the troops in first and pulled the Grand Warden away from did pick off 1 or 2 healers, but other than that, it didn't actually look like anything went wrong with the attack. Just a lot of chaos in the middle of the base. Maybe just dealt a little bit too much damage that, you know, he wasn't anticipating.
Yeah, and, you know, like it's looking at these ones where I wonder why players hesitate to bring in Super Bowlers to the mix, knowing the power of them, rather than using the Super Wizards, who we did see fizzle out in there. Those Super Bowlers really could have packed a pretty healthy punch through the core of the base.
Particularly because he used them like I said, in the first couple of play days. Maybe it was just the novelty factor, the Super Bowler being the new troop, but he used them to good success. So I thought he'd maybe found a little bit of a nugget with their use case. However, like I said, he's defaulted back to the P.E.K.K.A. Smash since then. Interestingly, we did see that Valk and regular bowler attack earlier on today in the stream, so perhaps that's something we will see a little bit more of. And check this out, Lady B, we have Rakirez with his Lava Loon, 2 Super Wall Breakers, and 1 regular Wall Breaker. So I wonder if he is planning a Rage spell in combination with it, or actually he just used it. Did he use it to tank the Super Wall Breaker?
I believe so. Maybe just checking for any possible traps there along the way. That's exactly what it looks like. But we do have the opportunity to start moving course a little bit deeper into the core and taking advantage of this longer chamber where we have access to the defending AQ, an air sweeper. But a nice start here. We've got the Town Hall taken down securely, which also helps path up the heroes to work right there inside the big push that we want to get. So brings in the Ice Golem as well to serve as a tank, and will also help freeze up that single targeting Inferno to give the King and Queen a little extra life.
Wow, the value he got out of that Ice Golem freeze was fantastic. Getting the enemy Archer Queen as well. You see the Wall Breakers now giving him direct access into that area, and the jump spell has opened up pretty much everything. The Queen can get all of the way through to the multi and the scatter shot. RC moving in towards the Eagle. The fact that the players can see this and then execute on it always amazes me, because the pathing and the creativity here is incredible. I wonder whether he could have actually used the Ground Grand Warden to push them even further.
Possibly, but I mean, could you really imagine getting any more? Yeah, could you really imagine being that greedy and getting any more than he's gotten out of this? This is a stunning hero dive into the base. Ooh, but he loses so many loons there in the core. He does have the surround on the outskirts and reserves a couple of extra to come in for the scatter shot. With the freezes in his back pocket, it's enough to hold it off. And can you believe this Royal Champ actually has carried on through and will be able to be here for cleanup as well?
So Rakirez loses half of his army in the center of the base, still manages to triple and have balloons left over. What is going on? How does he do it? Just a sensational attack. Another 3-star for him and for Bad Zinger, which is what they need in this war to make sure they catch up. I say another 3-star for Bad Zinger. I'm referencing their war earlier on today because that's their first one they've had in this war.
Yeah, it feels like they're back in that groove of being very unlucky from the start. Let's see if they can pick up the pace now. I feel this could be the confidence boost they need. They bring in Rakirez midway to get the team motivated and hyped up, which could be a pretty smart move, but it's something that they certainly need.
Oh, and it's always amazing to see when a plan really comes together. And, you know, I was watching the last match that I didn't cast, and you mentioned that sometimes we don't even talk about what the players do because they do it so often, and yet it's so difficult. I think the Lava Loon attack, they always make it look so easy, and yet we know it's not. For the average Joe, it is a very tricky attack. So, again, a fantastic 3-star on that one, and I like the use of the balloons behind the Battle Blimp on this one, just to supplement the Blizzard. Ended up getting a couple of extra buildings there.
Yeah, that was a really nice big push coming into that and securing just about all the value he was intending. We do have the Baby Dragon that's going to pick up just a tiny bit more, and the CC lure, of course, so we can waste a little bit of time on the sidelines, but while not taking on any damage.
I wonder whether he did intend to get the air defense or whether he presumed there would be traps there in combination, but we'll have to wait and see. It's not going to impact his Lava Loon pathing too much, I think, and it might actually come in handy due to the Lava Hound being able to tank onto it, mightn't it? But Anyway, he's just taking his time up towards the north there. The Archer Queen, obviously not under any damage, can just slowly get through the Ice Golems. The main issue is that took a little bit of time, which is why we see the Ice Golems in the Clan Castle, allowing the Queen to just take out a little bit more here. And you see the wall break will be used in towards the Town Hall, presumably with the Barbarian King. There it is, in order to punch into that area, take it down, and just set up ready for the Lalo.
Yeah, and I feel the time is a ticking here. We're at just under that minute 30 mark, and we're not going with a queen charge, Lalo, where you can typically waste through up to a little under a minute left. So he does need to get this going. So just before the minute 15 mark, gets this Lalo path through, as he knows that the king and queen have easily secured taking down the town hall. But this is going to be a big fight, a big wide path that he still needs to ensure some cleanup of, and we still have to get into the core of the base where the single targeting Inferno and air bows actually stand.
Oh yeah, there's still a lot to take down now. He still does have quite a few spells. So the early Warden ability protects a lot of balloons. And now you see them starting to split, but he lost a big pack of them down to the bottom. Looked like the scatter shot did a number on them, and I'm not sure he has enough. Even with the spells now, he's got to time it perfectly alongside this scatter shot. Balloons continuing to go down, and he has a bunch of spells going to save them for the Royal Champion. See
But
whether she can actually close it up, because she just might.
Oh, this haste, though, you know, we do get... Actually, hold on, because that works perfectly for the loons, but not enough to get the wizard tower down. So it's up to the warden to try and get this done with only 13 seconds left. Look at that one minion right there on the clan castle doing his own work, but there's still not going to be quite enough time for Diz to pick up the 3-star. However, percent still keeps them, I don't know, relatively comfortable. I got to see where we land on this one, because I feel like it's really close considering we had the 81, the 97, and I think that almost mirrors some of those defenses we saw from Batsinger.
Well, let's take... Oh my gosh, you are literally on the mark today, Lady B. 92.7. I think that was really unfortunate, because whilst it was a 97... every one of the buildings were like this close, or at least the storage in the clan castle was. The army camp would have been one-shotted from the Royal Champion, so really close to that 3-star. But nevertheless, we are all tied up, just like nothing happened. We can reset, move into the final couple of attacks. Just adds the pressure for these players.
I don't know how their nerves handle it, especially Badzinger right now with so much riding on the mark for them. They don't want to fall too far down, and a win here from Carnage Gaming after their loss against ATN would drop them severely down the ranks this week.
Well, it's not what they want, and even if they were to remain in the top 4, they end up getting sucked into that mid-table battle between all of the different teams, and you don't want that moving into the last week, obviously. You also want to be the number 1 seed, because it gives you a better matchup when you do move into the finals. But either way, you just need to qualify to that stage. MCES were our number 1 seed, number 4, actually, I meant to say, last season when they qualified to the final, and they won the whole thing. So you just need to get to the final, essentially. Dima switching things up. We've seen his Hog Rider attack earlier on today. Didn't quite go to plan, so decides to go with the Hydra. Noticing the clone spell, looks like that will be used alongside the Battle Blimp once it gets to the Town Hall, and help to continue the dragons on their path.
I really like this use of the clone spell. It looks so cool seeing all those loons surrounding, but the tornado trap really hanging this up means we don't get a full necessary push from those loons, but they still get everything navigating mostly to the core of the base. Let's see what these drags can do, and Drag Rider, because that multi certainly needs to go down along with the Expo, so we can have the rest of the force work through with this.
Yeah, thankfully, the multi didn't have a lot of backup in terms of support, so the Dragon Rider can easily get that alongside the Expo. I agree, I think that clone was very good, even just to get the single target Inferno. That is huge value, and that one Dragon Rider pops all of the traps in the middle, which is incredible. We've got the RC left to use, which you see now coming in from the 9 o'clock area. Has a freeze, which maybe he'll use over the Scatter Shot and the Tesla, or the Expo and the air defense. does decide to use it across to this 9 o'clock area, and with the Queen ability and Royal Champion ability, he could certainly still do this.
I wish he had actually dropped that giant just a little bit earlier, because the Royal Champ took on too much fire from the cannon and now has to use the ability, but she should have just enough health to try and pick off a few more of these defenses with that Queen ability that you mentioned. The Queen will be able to help carry this through, but landlocked, I still wouldn't be too worried about time, considering there's 59 seconds left on the clock and a drag rounding the corner here for assistance.
Oh, the fact that the Expo was on the Archer Queen ended up being huge, because the Royal Champion not only got the air defense to protect the Dragon, also got that Expo down to next to nothing. Archer Queen does pop the ability to help her through the wall, hopefully get across to this area, because he knows if a Seeking Air Mine were to pop, that Dragon would go down, and the Archer Queen does need to get through here. But with the Unicorn, she is safe. Badzinger with another 3-star, despite the somewhat disappointing start for their standards, looking to pick things up and take this victory.
Oh, you know, I like these matches where no one seems to want to bend or break, but it gets my heart racing a little bit too fast. It's still very exciting, but so much pressure on Carnage now to perform. Badzinger is in a very, very good position that they were able to just try and make the force to hold a lead. You know, this 3-star is everything that you need. You cannot have any error. And could you imagine if these teams actually went perfect to the end? We would then be looking at time in a non-perfect war.
Well, Badzinger was in the war where it was 15-15, or their core roster anyway, when we had that happen. But I'm sure they're not looking for a repeat. But it is one of your favorite attackers, Hugo Stiglitz. He is going with the ground, but not the Hog Riders for this one. P.E.K.K.A. Smash it is, using the Battle Blimp over the top of the Archer Queen to try and take that Town Hall down early.
I think he heard me talking about him and being more of those, maybe not a one-trick pony, but a two-trick pony with the Hogs and the Lalo. So switching it up, and we've got a pretty strong start for this Queen, who is struggling a bit, but has not forced the ability. I'm trying to keep an eye on the mix there, see how she's doing. But the Warden helping with this as well. Now, securing the Town Hall by using the Blimp, we just bypass having to worry about the Poison Bomb and just really set off for a nice course so we can just focus working straight through the core. But we've got to get all the way to that back-end scatter shot, and we do want to eliminate the Eagles, so we send the King in line and have an additional wall break to work him in there.
Yep, and this is where, obviously, a lot of the time we see the log launcher, and you use that as part of your pathing. But on this one, he has to invest the extra spells. However, just knowing that it's a bit more secure, not having to deal with that poison, has to be a bonus as everything dives through. The P.E.K.K.A. literally just jump onto the Royal Champion to take her down. Even has a couple of, I thought they were Valkyries, but I think they're the Super Wizards, actually. They looked like Valkyries racing through that rage. Ended up taking down the Inferno Tower anyway, which did help out, but the P.E.K.K.A. gone at this stage needs to use the abilities in the precise manner.
Oh, and the healer is gone as well, but at least that scatter shot is down, because this means the Royal Champ has a fighting chance holding on to her ability with the invisibility spell and rage to back this one up. But there is a lot of work that has to be done, so he has to time it just right. And unfortunately, the King is not providing much tank, but is taking care of the majority of the cleanup. So with 47 seconds left, it is in a good spot, and, you know, he's doing some epic work.
He still has a rage and an invisibility, which looks like he's going to combine them both over this final area where it's really thick of defenses. As he does, RC steps through the Archer Tower to the Battle Builder Hut. Down that will go. Air defense will follow, and there is not a lot left. It is going to be the responding 3-star from Carnage Gaming, meaning after 4 attacks each, we are still tied up here. 10 stars to 10 stars, 94.5% average destruction. What is going to separate these teams? Will it even be time, like you said?
I don't know. I don't know what to think of this matchup. I expected a close match. I didn't expect it this close, right on the nose percentage, and potentially keeping it to that, what would it be? 13-star war, 13 to 13. So yeah, maybe numbers are exactly where we would expect them to be, just not the percentage per se.
Well, Badsinger know how to put up interesting matches, let's say that for the least. They kept it alongside ATN pretty much the entire matchup. Now they are doing the same, so they know how to keep us on the edge of our seats, which I like. I appreciate. Thank you, Badsinger. I always like to be entertained alongside this, and yeah, I guess we will find out exactly what happens here. It is Avatar, who is one of the star players for Badsinger. Now, when the teams faced previously in the challenge, Lady B, it was 13 stars to Badsinger and 12 to Carnage Gaming. So we're potentially still en route for that, but obviously anything could still happen.
Oh, anything can. But I'm going to keep my mouth shut because I know the prediction I want to see. I know the outcome, star count-wise, that I want to see. Just to keep it exciting. And let's see if Avatar can keep this momentum going. It's tough to be in the final position at this point with so much riding on it, knowing that the 3-star could be potentially make or break. Also riding on what we see from the final attack from the opposite team. So we clear out the northern side of the compartment with a blimp, beautiful value, and Queen on path here to take down the town hall. So sectioning this off nicely from the outskirts means we can push a Lalo in straight through the center of the base. It's a long drive, but we've yet to actually drop the king yet to actually get some value.
Yeah, just waiting patiently, and looks like we can see exactly where he will go up to that top area of the wall open, but perhaps just waiting to then send the Royal Champion in towards the single target Inferno, do you think? And maybe just synchronize everything together. Now, the Archer Queen will get the Town Hall. We did see the Lava Loon attack fail earlier on time, and like you said, you can spend a little bit more time invested on a Queen charge. So far, Avatar doing that, but arguably getting the value. Do you think the Royal Champion's going for that multi-target Inferno? That's what it looks like, Lady B.
Absolutely. He's got the invisibility spell, and I like the use of the Skelly to actually distract the single here to give her opportunity to continue to work, especially since it's taking her so long to get through that expo. And, you know, even though the king was holding that off, it works great. Freezes up that single, doesn't want to take any risks, and has the invisibility spell and her ability to get through the Teslas and this multi. Absolutely stunning opener here. Come on, you can't tell me any sort of potato Lalo would fail this approach now.
He is sending in the loons pretty quickly, trying to save onto some of them. Knows that they're taking a lot of damage, but look at how he's trying to separate them as much as possible so the splash cannot take a hold. Now, we do have to think about time as well, like you said, Lady B. So let's keep our eyes on the clock. Things are looking pretty good right now for Avatar, as he will have plenty of time left over. Exactly how much will be left? That could be crucial moving down to the end of it. We have, I think that was that 19 or 20 seconds?
Oh, I didn't see. I should have been keeping an eye on the clock.
I'm trying to keep track on time.
I'm too amazed to see this beautiful turnaround in the end of the war for them to pick up that 3-star, not letting the pressure get to them, and really just putting up that fight that's needed to stay up on the ladder, not lose it after, unfortunately, losing to ATN in a very close match as well. I think their name of the game today is just keep it close. That's all. But they got to get the win.
They certainly do. But with the 3-star, it means that, well, Carnage have to 3-star in order to tie things up, so they kind of have to play it safe, but they are actually behind on time. So that's why I was trying to track that one as good as possible, because they are around about 1 minute and 6 or 7 seconds, depending on how that last one went, whereby they would have to have 1 minute and 6 or 7 seconds left on the battle timer as the 3-star comes in. So Viking maybe knows this, maybe doesn't, maybe he's just playing it safe. I'm sure they're trying to calculate it somewhat, but let's see what he is bringing in for us. The Queen Charge Dragon Rider doesn't tend to be a fast attack.
It does not, and that's what I think is worrisome. You know, if they brought in the E-Drags, I would say, okay, they're gearing up and they know it, but also they can't necessarily change gears so far towards the end. They've already decided what they're going in with after just very little planning, but from the early start of the war. Now, the Queen setting her course, this is where we really find it so time-consuming, because you need to work that Queen through to actually shape up the funnel for the drag rider. So it's, you know, an essential part of this plan that cannot be ignored, but could be Carnage's downfall if they do pick up the triple.
Well, it's exactly like you said. You know, you are planning your attack from the start of the war, and you can't plan on the chance that you have to attack and win the war on time. It's just not realistic enough to do that every single war. So he can't really change the plan. All he can maybe do is be somewhat conscious on time as the attack is unfolding. But like you said, there's certain key aspects he needs to get. You can see there's 1 minute and 30 gone already. So even if he pulls in the 3-star, it's unlikely that he can catch up on time. But even if he gets the 3-star, that could be helpful for Badzinger, since every star will count in the event of a tie in the leaderboard.
That is a very good point. So they will want to keep this going. They don't want to lose the momentum, even if they know it would be just nothing that they can even turn around from. But carries us through just a minute on the clock, getting those drag riders in. Ooh, as the Queen forces through her ability to try and make it through into the scattershot compartment. She has so much work left to be done to pick up this 3-star and support those drag riders that he needs to keep the focus on her. One more rage to keep her alive. But these drag riders have taken a big veer in the wrong direction. Where did they actually go, Judo?
That is what I was just wondering. You know, I looked at the Queen and was heavily focused on that after you said about the ability, and then glanced back across. I can actually see a second Dragon Rider. I thought there was only 2 left. So I'm assuming he hit some Seeking Air Mines across in that area, but it's actually not looking too bad here. Time is probably going to be of the essence. He's got the invisibility, but can't really use it too much, to be honest. There's nothing to turn invisible to help this attack. 10 seconds. I think it's actually going to be a time fail. Can you believe it? As if time was the factor, and it comes down to time being the stars as well. So history does indeed repeat itself. Badzinger getting the victory again, 13-12 versus Carnage Gaming.
Ooh, what an intense war. You know, you don't expect to see it to come that close, to be so close to a tied up war on percent, on stars, and just thinking and being so conscious about the time. But that is exactly what can happen with any of these teams, I guess, coming into it. Just epically matched up, you know, definitely well suited to go against each other. And Badzinger certainly sighing a huge breath of relief for their standings.
They certainly do, and that will help to keep them hot on the heels of alternate attacks. We obviously still have an entire week of playdays ahead before we know our final 4, but that is Badzinger done for their matches today. We obviously have another couple lined up for you, so don't go anywhere. The next one will be right after the break.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. What an incredible matchup that was. Carnage and Badzinger. We didn't know which way it would go. Lethal, were you able to catch much of it?
Yeah, I was able to catch a fair amount. I knew it was going to come down to time in the end. It is disappointing. How many times have we seen one or two structures come in the way to a lot of these wars overall? Like, it's happened way too many times now. Normally I wouldn't even say it's once in a blue moon, just, now and again, but we've seen it way too often today, and it's been a real shame because it's definitely going to change the standings massively later on when we discuss that at the end of the evening. But I do feel sorry for Carnage Gaming. I do feel like they're underestimated by quite a large degree. We know they've a very good squad overall, and it's a shame for them, but it just came to the point where just a few structures could have made all the difference.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happened in their first war as well against Alternate Attacks, so a little bit unfortunate, but we do have an interview with one of their players, Rakires, so let's welcome him. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure you're feeling great after that victory. How are you feeling moving into the final week of matches?
We are pretty happy about today. I think we were first for some time. Today was quite unlucky. Both wars were very close until last round of attacks. At least we won one of them.
Yeah, we was getting a little bit worried it was going to come down to time at some stage. So as I was watching, I was like, okay, I don't know how it's going to work out. But it's good that you managed to solidify that W anyway. Now, next week on Monday, you're going to be kicking things off against MCES. Then GH Rest. Two very different teams. GH Rest with solid defense across the board, and you do have MCS current champions at the moment who will probably have to pull out all the stops to even try and qualify this time. Are you worried about these matchups next week?
I think we are worried about our wars, to be honest. Both those teams are very strong, but at this moment they are at the bottom of the leaderboard. And if I remember correctly, we won against both of them last time, so yeah, we are not worried that much.
Confidence, my friend. That's what I like to hear. The event has been very interesting. Every team beating every team. What are your thoughts on the meta currently in Clash of Clans, and how does that help you to prepare for the matches?
Before last update, I wasn't sure about balance changes, but apparently they are perfect because now we have wars that end with 12 or 13 stars and 15 are very rare. So I think meta is very good now.
Yeah, fantastic. I would totally agree. It keeps the wars exciting, as you and your team have done throughout the entire challenge stage. So thank you so much for joining us, my friend, and best of luck with the wars next week.
Thanks.
See you later, mate.
Well, fantastic to hear insights, and I always like a little bit of confidence. I don't know about you, Lethal, but, you can be very noble about things, but just saying, yeah, I think we're going to beat them. Why not? If you feel that and you have the confidence, just say it. I love it.
He's not bothered, is he? He's absolutely fearless. And we've seen that, he's pretty much top of the standings. I'm not sure if he's first, maybe second because of ATM. But yeah, he's pretty much laughing at this stage. It is going to be kind of close. We'll have to see the updates later on at the end. But to be fair, if you're in one of the top two spots, he's currently gatekeeping. So it's going to be pretty happy. I'm not surprised. But the fact that he's turned around and gone, oh, MCS and GHS, it's all right, we'll worry about them next Monday. We beat them before, we'll just defeat them again. That is actually unbelievable confidence across the board.
So Rakires has had 10 attacks, 9 of them being 3 stars, and he is on a 97.9% average.
Christ.
Pretty good if you ask me, Lethal.
It's all right. He could have gone 10 triples in a row, but I suppose 9's good enough in itself. Well, that's probably why he's not that bothered, because he's he's got a lot of confidence in his team. He's very confident in his own attacks. And if he's that confident getting 9 triples, I'm sure he's helping out a lot in terms of theorizing exactly how to approach him also. It's just a matter of the execution coming into play. And I'm just incredibly happy to see Banzinger really pulling out all the stops here and really putting on a full force against a lot of his squads. But even just turning around saying that, I still can't believe it. He's just not bothered at all. There's 2 teams next week I mentioned on Monday, not not bothered. He just seems to be pretty happy. He's pretty chuffed what's going on. He's probably give a little bit of a breather over the weekend and then start working on how to try and defeat those two teams again next week as well.
Yeah, well, just to update you as well, I did look at the other stats there, and he does have the most triples out of any player. Mask of Alternate Attacks has 8, so 1 behind him, and Klinger of Reported Gaming also has 8, so 1 behind as well. Maybe he could make it 9 at the end of the day. However, the match before that is going to be MCES and GH Rest. We do know that GH Rest took the victory over Time to Throw earlier. Very nice, since they were at the bottom of the leaderboard in 8th position. I think they still are, actually. MCES in 7th. So this is another must-win war for them.
And I do feel MCES are going to be pretty worried this time round. It's not something they're normally used to. Don't get me wrong, they've got a great hit rate, they've got a great damaging average, but defense at GH Rest, it's not 50, mate. I do feel like it's about 55-60 from what we've seen. We've seen, in terms of their triples, they stop at least 3 out of 5 for their defense has been triples every single time, and it's been a real difficult task. We at first assumed that maybe there was a couple of sloppy mistakes or debatable plays in terms of attacks, but now we've seen it. The play has progressed further. GH Rest are just showing a solid defense all round. MCS 8% behind, of course, as I mentioned, is probably a little bit more than that in terms of the difference or the deficit in comparison to that defense rate. But I really would be worried for MCS. All I hope is that for them, there's been a lot of trial and error, a lot of practicing ready for this matchup, because it's going to be very difficult, and we'd love to know what you guys think at home, because, you know, sometimes our opinions are pretty much invalid, especially with our predictions. Hashtag ESL Mobile, let us know how you think is going to win this matchup, or even the next matchup, because the next one will be a doozy and probably a must-win for Carnage Gaming, as they'll be playing against Reported later on. So we'd love to know your thoughts and feelings on these matchups. But going back to this one though, yeah, MCS, if it was any other time or any other day, even back in the first play day, MCS would assume, yeah, probably try and quick work off GH Rest, but no, absolutely not this time around.
I mean, when you think of GH Rest's previous 3 matches, they've won 2 of them. One of them being Alternate Attacks, the other being Time to Throw, who is our number 1 seed, and they only lost the 3rd match I speak of on percentage, so they are doing pretty well right now. Their bases, like you said, if it was a one-off war, you know, you could put that down to a few things, but the fact that they are defending consistently, that isn't luck if it happens consistently. The main thing about this war is, out of all of the teams, I would argue MCES are one of the most creative, and that is very tricky to bait when people can, you know, think outside of the box and outsmart you, but every once in a while, you can be too creative for your own good, and it doesn't end up being a safe attack. It goes south. So it really depends on how MCES come to play here and whether things will fall in their favor.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, you can't, you know, it's impossible to create the perfect defense, isn't it? The only thing you can do is just eliminate the RNG as much as possible, but you would need some thorough investigation in order to work out what could be occurring in some of these wars, and the fact that they've done it quite well is staggering. Even with the element of luck, you could say it's definitely helping in their favor, but will that RNG factor run out for them eventually, or is it the fact that you're eliminating it to a certain degree, which is why they've managed to excel so far, which is obviously talking about the consistency once again. But the Queen note will be making a start here alongside that 10 o'clock position, just pushing ever so slowly towards that Town Hall, already taking down that AD, and now having to deal with the defense here. But with the position she's in, she's going to be okay for now here, just to make sure to make quick work of this lava hand. I say quick, but as quick as possible.
Yeah, I like the use of those couple of Hog Riders just to pull out the Clan Castle troops. If you ever see the Clan Castle just sitting behind the Town Hall, might be something you decide to do, so the Queen can take that out with little issue. Now, I will say that Kingsman has had fantastic success with the hybrid. On the flip side, GH Rest did beat Carnage Gaming, and in a previous matchup, they like to use the hybrid. And I remember in an interview with Hugo Stiglitz, he said they predicted their attacks perfectly. So I wonder whether that is the case here or not. Who is going to be the victor? Anyway, the attack is pretty much looking as Kingsman could have intended at this stage. Clan Castle troops down, Archer Queen about to get the Town Hall, and pretty soon we should be seeing the pathing getting set up with the Barbarian King, who will be diving up into the Eagle Artillery compartment at the 3 o'clock area.
Yeah, remember as well, MCES did use the hybrid a lot back in the first week, but kind of not threw it away, but didn't use it as often. Very hard to execute, as everyone is well aware. The Queen Note still staying alive and well. Looks like in terms of... Oh, actually the DPS is a tiny bit large on the defense, so the Queen almost getting taken down. The Razor does come down, but even with the sweeper pushing back those healers, it did mean that the ability did have to be popped there because of the sweeper pushing it back so much. But let's look back on the other side though here. The King and the Pegs are just on the right-hand side, just trying to do a lot of damage with the Eagle, but of course being greeted by that Tesla farm as well. And look at the spells. Only got 1 freeze left, so the only way they can do this is to try and progress further, try and take that multi as soon as possible. The RCs are just in the nick of time. The Hog Riders are still along the right-hand side and still trying to make work here, but there's still a fair amount of defense. They've still got the multi on the left-hand side, still got the scanner shot as well, but as long as the RC is able to take these down, it should be fun. It looks like it's going to be pretty smooth sailing here. 30 seconds left. It's just a matter of if it's going to be that time fail or not.
I think he intended the Archer Queen to get through towards that multi-target Inferno, or if not, that wall breaker was just so incredible. But the beautiful thing about the hybrid is even if your Queen goes down, the healers are not useless. It's not like an air attack where they are then, you know, dud. They move across to the hybrid, and as you see here, they kept it alive to push on through, get the opening 3 stars for MCES. So if GH Rest were counting on their bases defending, that's not going to happen in the hands of MCES. They're going to have to get a 3-star themselves.
Yeah, that's not a great start, is it, for GHS? Because it's what they rely on heavily, isn't it? Tryhard, though, you know, is an incredible attacker anyway, as well as Kingsman and all the rest of the pack. It depends what they bring to the table, isn't it, really? Because that kind of conversation, we've seen it fail quite a few times. It's very hard to execute. We've heard some of the players before in the past mention that it's quite hard to just to... even with a lot of trial and error, it can be hard to execute from time and time again. It really does take a lot of work and a lot of practice, but he's just making it look easy. But literally just in, apart from the potential time for it had a lot left over, it's kind of shows how clean and smooth that attack was. But interested to know who the first attacker is going to be coming up next. We have seen some interesting attacks from GHS. Remember, we saw the boulders and also the super boulders as well coming out earlier on, so quite creative in terms of their attacks coming out here, but it looks like not going to be as creative this time around with their Lilo attack out here, and it's going to be Millenio coming out here to see what he can do against Tryhard's defense, kicking things off with the Ice Golem and the Queen there, as well as the King actually on that 10 o'clock area.
I know what you mean, Lethal, about attacks we don't tend to see, but this looks relatively creative in terms of how he is going to have to use all of these spells. 2 skeleton spells straight away to help the Archer Queen into this area. There is actually a 3rd. I love the invisibility to help the Barbarian King in towards that multi-target Inferno. This is pretty superb, to be honest with you, on how he has angled the heroes into the different areas. Royal Champion about to get that multi-target Inferno and beyond. Archer Queen still looking good in the center, and he's only spent 45 seconds, which is not a lot considering what he's been able to do. Oh, I wonder if that skeleton spell was a little bit too late. It was up to the north, so the defending Royal Champion takes down the attacking Royal Champion.
Yeah, it's a lot of micromanagement, especially those 3 heroes in those 3 separate compartments having to deal with that, and the Testify there, of course, didn't make any help anyways. The Queen ability has been popped, but at the same time, everything has managed to come into position here in the south side. The blimp heading towards the town hall with all the loons behind it as well. The Queen finally taken down. It looks like almost taken down. Yes, has been taken down finally after a fair amount of time being in that northwestern compartment. But the town hall has been cleaned up. Luckily for him, the loons have been circling around the poison here, which is going to benefit him massively overall. And even then though, look to see what's left here. Still got some of the testers in the north, the scanner shot especially, but he still has 1 more haste spell here, so she's able to clean this up perfectly fine here. The scanner shot, oh, that's done a huge chunk of damage onto those. It actually cleans them all up there. That was a little bit of a shame, really. If it went straight for the scanner shot instead, it could have been a different story, but then again, the expo's also there, so the scanner shot's really in the perfect place. A little bit unfortunate, I have to say here.
I think more just the pathing that, I mean, he must have kind of known the pathing they would take, but it is unfortunate not to get any kind of split. I mean, the thing you could say is he didn't end up really needing that rage spell. Let's say he had 2 freeze spells there instead of that rage. This would have been a 3-star because all he needed to do was freeze that scatter shot. But unfortunately, that is the downside of such an attack like this, in that the balloons, I mean, the history, it only required a couple of shots, didn't it? And as long as they don't path straight to it and you've got nothing to counteract it, then you're history. So, a little bit unfortunate. It was a very nice attack. Would have been nice if he had freeze rather than the rage, but, you know, that's what he took, and unfortunately, didn't work out for him.
Yeah, it really was a shame, and you kind of saw it coming as well, not just because of the loons being so clamped up, but you can see the defenses there surrounding the scatter shot.
Get revenge! Get revenge!
I'm sorry, but it's not going to happen, though, as it will be a 2-star. 89%, not the worst in the world, but we know what GH Rest's record's like in terms of their average damage across the board here, so they need literally everything possible, but not the best start, of course.
No, definitely not. Going up against MCES as well. I mean, they've put up perfect wars throughout the challenge. Current champions. It's amazing that they're down there in 7th place, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, it's definitely not what you need. If you're going up against a team like MCES, you need a strong start. And particularly for GH Rest, when MCES is literally the next person above them in the league, this is the match they needed to be winning.
Yeah, we mentioned it before where they could potentially go 7-7, but that's not how you want to qualify through. The reason why I say that is because I'm going to assume that GXRS probably have one of the lowest star counts just from witnessing their attack records here. So I think that's another thing to take into account, which is why, of course, it needs to be a guaranteed victory. I don't know how reliable that source is I've mentioned, but just from previous experience, really, just looking at them in past play days.
I agree. I think they have had some wars, particularly where they've had a low star count, considering some of the others. Many of the teams that have lost wars have actually lost them on 13, 14 stars. It's just that the other team had either a better percentage or even better star count. So I think I would agree with your theory there. However, Erium not looking to give them any opportunity of getting that victory. The Blizzard has got everything he could have wanted. Everything around that town hall is down. You see the pathing for the Archer Queen to now be able to just follow the king into this little channel with the Royal Champion just thinning apart the defenses down to the bottom of the base.
Yeah, Erium now just continues to pile on the pressure there. King just diving on in. The Queen is still directly behind it, distracted a little of the DPS along the way. Not doing enough to really make any kind of difference. The RC, those coming in absolutely swinging as well, just looking to try and turn on the Expo and pushing that other compartment, but does not. It's already taken way too much damage. The credibility comes out as well, as the King's still alive and still pushing to the center. It would be huge if he can take out that multi in the center if he's able to. I don't think he can. Will he be able to? I suppose the Queen's already there anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but I think he could have got... Actually, no, I wouldn't even say that. It could have been a lot worse. Could have maybe not taken that multi in the center, and the Queen may have could have cleaned up. But even then, though, the Loons is still on the north side, pushing up for the Warden as well. A couple of haste bows dropped alongside with it, and looking to put even more pressure into that west compartment.
Yeah, he really needed that multi in the center. The Archer Queen was the intended target, and the heroes kind of did a bit of a reverse role, if you will, but the Lava Loon has indeed pushed through very nicely. You see it coming in from the different angles to try and limit the splash. He does have a multi-target Inferno. It doesn't matter how much health these Loons have, as long as they get through and crash, it will hit the ground. It's going to be the 3-star, and the pressure mounting on GH Rest, because that is the second triple for MCES. GH Rest need this one, or the war might slip away before they even get a chance to stop.
This is exactly it. They're not known for their attacks, and MCES is just blasting in the base like it's any other, and it is a bit worrying. At the same time, though, for JSRS, they went second, didn't they? This is going to be their second match here, so it means that if they use any of the same base layouts or anything similar, I'm sure there's going to be at least one or two similar compared to the last matchup. MCES are going to make note of it 100% and going to figure out a way to better be able to plan ahead and be able to try and take it down. And obviously we don't know that 100%, but the fact that MCES have already got 2 triples, and I've already mentioned in the past where every team I've seen come up against GXRS, no matter who they are, ATN, etc., over the last few play days, the maximum I've seen is 2 triples. I even have seen only 1 from ATM when they try to pressure the defense from GH Rest. And looks like it's going to be a slightly different story here, as MCS has already bagged 2 of those triples and just treating it like it's any other war so far. Going to be starting off with the Warden here, as well as the Queen, as a little duo pushing in from that 3 o'clock side. And we're going to see exactly what mischief Sammy's going to be up to.
Yeah, he does like to use the P.E.K.K.A. Smash attack strategy. Has kind of mixed results, I would say, with it, but let's find out what he has in store for this one, because he has only got 2 triples out of the challenge, but has managed to keep the percentage pretty high in all of his attacks. Now, the Archer Queen in combination with the Grand Warden is a nice touch, because it means the Queen has a little bit extra health in order to push through the initial area. Can just mean that it's sped up a little bit. You do have the risk of the healers swapping depending on how things go, but it doesn't tend to happen. Archer Queen, though, has to burn the ability to get in towards the center of the base, but he's already started the P.E.K.K.A. to hopefully relieve a little bit of damage from her.
Certainly will do. The push is starting to come in here. The Warden heading towards the north as well. There's a lot of action going on here, and still the King dealt with the majority of that Tesla farming. The P.E.K.K.A. still in the north. The Blimp coming in here, heading towards that town hall. And yeah, we're just seeing it now. It's not looking the best. One of the P.E.K.K.A.'s already about to get cleaned up here. There we go. The audio cue confirms it there. As now, still trying to make things work in that compartment. Just not happening here. It's going to be a real struggle for Sammy.
Yeah, this is the difficulty, because the healers swapped to the Warden. Queen was vulnerable, and now they're stuck on the Warden. They're not even moving to... Oh, the P.E.K.K.A. goes down. Oh my gosh, there's nothing he can do. He's got a rage spell, but there is no chance of him getting towards that town hall. Those healers being stuck on the... And they love that Warden. It's the risk you run when you send the Warden in with the Queen, and unfortunately, Sammy is going to have the 1 star, which means MCES will be 3 stars in the lead after just 2 attacks, Lethal.
And that will mean they'll have to 2-star, well, yeah, after 2-star literally every single one of his attacks, which is doable, but the way MCS are playing at the moment, I can't really see it happening in the picture perfect well. And 30 seconds left, trying to get the best percentages, but it is going to come down to stars. And it's not only that, it's not the fact that they've got to rely on MCS to get 3 2-stars, it's the fact that they need to triple every single attack straight after this. And I just can't see it happening. I don't remember the last time GH Rest were able to really put up a feat like this, and we have seen a 1-star performance from them before, but it was a very high 1-star, which is of course a completely different story here. 5 seconds left, just waiting for the Warden to finish things up, whilst the healers can be greeted by a lot of those air bombs and traps there. But that is going to be it. 1-star, 82%. It could be curtain call already here for GH Rest.
I hate to say it, but I feel that is almost the case with MCES on fire the way that they have started this war. They also are fighting to qualify. They are in 7th position. They are not in the... Well, I mean, they're close, but they're not in the running yet. They are not in that position. So they are stepping up their game as well. They are not going to give GH Rest any opportunity here. So I think they will continue to put their foot down and just close this one out.
And I don't blame him either. Everything's on the line here. Like you mentioned, MCS are in a pretty bad spot as it is already. And they were last season. Last season, they weren't in the best of spots either, as they clawed into that 4th place position to Ben after winning the entire thing. And the problem is, though, it's a little bit different this time around. Everyone is beating everyone. There's no surefire win in a lot of these wars, especially coming out of it this season. The King, though, is going to be starting things in the 1 o'clock. The RC is also there as well, which is going to be interesting to see exactly what's going to happen here, but we'll be greeted by the scanner shot and the defensive RC there, so they're all pulling their weight together. The Queen also comes out here. Looks like we've seen a lot of multi-pronged attacks from these heroes recently, especially over the last few players, really trying to make it work, and most of these teams have made it work, really, considering what they're going through so far. And again, still trying to take out everything in that north compartment. The Queen just slowly making her way into the town hall. She hasn't really got much to deal with anyway, considering the bulk of the DPS is heading towards the RC and the King. And now the Queen just making her mark now, soon to take down that town hall, and looking to be pretty damn good so far.
Just freezing over the entire area by the town hall. Those ice golems having a nice touch. Queen's ability can hopefully get a little bit more value. The expo would be nice, Not sure she's going to get it though, thanks to that tornado trap. She might just get it actually. Let's find out. That would be massive for the lava loon. It does indeed move down, so he's not going to have to deal with that. The stone slammer allows the balloons to take out the multi-target inferno initially, so really he just has to worry about the scattershot compartment, and he should be good for the wizard towers on the back end, particularly holding onto a balloon. Grand Warden's ability is popped alongside those headhunters that can get the Archer Queen down, so the lava loon continues to swoop on through, and with multiple spells, nothing seems to be slowing Remio down.
No, those loons were splitting perfectly there in the 7 o'clock side. I think that's going to be it here. As long as the multi's taken down, he should be perfectly fine. Nothing really, anything else is going to be able to stop the pressure from Remio. The amount of loons he has left over, that one wizard tower is just not going to cut it so far. So he's got a minute left to be on cleanup duty, which of course isn't going to take too long. The way the loons are currently split at the moment, just trying to get the job done as quick as possible, which does mean that if GHRS want to make a go of this, they need 3 back-to-back triples, and they need MCS to have one star attack in the next 2. But again, can't see it happening.
Doesn't seem to be, does it? It's particularly when you see the strength of attacks from MCES. Very nice job there from Remio. So, like you said, GHRest can do all they want at this stage. They have to really hope that their bases do hold up, because so far, despite them having one of the best records in the league, MCES, they are not interested. They are just ripping through them like nothing else.
Yeah, and with the star count from GXRest as well, I would like to say it's almost mathematically impossible, like if they do end up losing this war anyway. It's a bit of a shame, but at the same time, how often do you see a whole season long or a whole pro league or something where it's taken to the final week just to confirm who the bottom team's going to be in terms of not making it, or the top team to automatically qualify? You never see it go to the final week. It's ridiculous. But the fact GXRest have been keeping themselves in it the entire time, and it's a shame because we've been saying nothing but great things. We've been singing their praise quite a lot about their defense. It's just, if we saw it a little bit earlier, then they probably wouldn't be in this scenario anyway. Dragon Riders will be coming out here for Joker to see if he can make a little bit of a difference. And it's not every day you normally see a 6-star gap going into that next attack as well. It's a little bit of a shame here, but let's see if we can continue running that way. But like I said, GHRS need 3 triples in a row, and they need MCS to only need 1 on one of their attacks, which is again unlikely. Queen Note, push it into that multi, into the 3 o'clock compartment. Good use of the haste spell as well. The loons there coming in. The Queen's looking to be pretty safe at the moment. The King's also making his mark into the south side. So pretty standard for from what we've seen.
Yeah, pretty standard so far, and so far so good. There is a lot of pressure on Joker because he hasn't had the best of success in the challenge, actually only having an 86% average destruction, 2 of his attacks being 3 stars, and this is when it really matters. So let's see if he can step it up here. So far he is, and the attack is going very smoothly with the Archer Queen nicely going where she wants. Look at that minion onto the cannon. Love little plays like that in order to try and help out. Not sure he's going to get it actually, perhaps a balloon would have, but with the town hall activated, just going to wait until that goes down. Actually, the minion might be able to get it, so that is a brilliant call. King swiping this bottom area. Not quite going to be able to get that single target inferno, but not the end of the world. Dragon Riders hopefully will be able to deal with the rest of the base after the Royal Champion has flushed on through.
And there we go. The little things can make a huge difference, or game-changing difference, as you saw there. Dragon Riders coming out now towards that scattershot compartment on the west side. The Queen's still alive, they're still pushing on in. We'll be taking out the other scattershot as well, just really putting a real dent into Kingsman's defense so far. Dragon Runners, I know they're still pretty healthy, but they've only just recently come out. They've still got a lot to work with here. As long as the RC takes down that multi in the center, it will give him a lot more leeway here. And to be fair, it's just the AD, that Testify from the Eagle there, just to try and solidify that triple and seal the deal. Still has another freeze to use if he needs it, which I'm sure he will do at some stage, just to speed things up, not like it needs to anyway. 45 seconds left. And you're right though, like with Joker, I was going to say, with Joker, what I know him for is, like, yeah, he hasn't had the best of percentages in terms of grabbing those triples all the time, but if there's any other time he needs to do it, now is definitely the time. And it looks like he will be able to back it.
Certainly will. One minion down at the clan castle as well. The Barbarian King is stalling up time, though. Queen trying to help out there, and then the minions can move on across to the clan castle. You have to say that was a very well-executed attack. Some of the invisibility spells difficult to place in order to make sure the buildings or the defense is not invisible, but he did it phenomenally. 3 stars it is, giving GH Rest a slimmer of hope? I don't know. I don't think so. MCES, I think I've got this.
Yeah, it's kind of saying they've now got 1% chance to a 2%. That's kind of the the minute chances I kind of feel like. I don't like to compare it like that, but, you know, stats don't lie, do they? You know, it's basically giving us the facts here to show that MCS have almost guaranteed. There's only a huge slip up from them was going to, I wouldn't even say cost them, because even by event it's going to come down to percentages, isn't it, in the overall standings. But we'll see, though. We'll see. They still got 2 more attacks left. They've almost sealed the deal, and they still need to get 2 triples off their own anyway for the side of GH West. But you're right, though, with Joker, we do normally see decent 2 stars. We don't really know him for getting those ridiculous triples back to back like some of the other players we all know and love, but at least that way it's giving his team a tiny bit of faith, a tiny bit of hope here coming into this next part of the war, as Synfe now is going to be making his mark get already into center to see exactly what he's going to get up to.
Oh my goodness, he's not just taking the clan castle and the scatter, he's going for the multi-target inferno as well. No way did he just do that. I've seen him do some wild skelly donuts, but my mind is blown right now. That is the best start to a Clash of Clans attack that I think I've ever seen.
And it's probably not the time GH wants to witness either, as now the RC just making a start in the 7 o'clock side. The Queen is also in the south as well, just looking to take down that scatter shot momentarily, as one of the loons there does find a couple of the Teslas there to smell it from a mile off. With now the Queen just pushing it in towards the Town Hall momentarily here. The King now still doing work on the south side. The RC still doing a good job as well. Still got her ability and still got, well, I was going to say plenty of HP to work with. Not anymore of those. Ability will get popped as the RC is going to try and rejoin with the Queen as well. The Town Hall has been taken down. Looking very good so far and still plenty of time left.
It looks very good. I think this base was set up for hybrid because we often see, I mean, think about the attack Kinsman did at the start. He charged the Queen to the Town Hall. He ran the King from the south to the east and broke him into the Eagle compartment. That is basically what this base is, with the hybrid moving in from the 6 o'clock. But all of the giant bombs were there, meaning that if he did hybrid on this base, those Hog Riders and Miners would have hit every single one of those giant bombs. Didn't pay off for GH Rest here because Synfe has really outsmarted it with that Skelly Donut, and now the Lalo can just move right on through. He's got plenty of spells left over, even balloons left in the pocket as they all close on in, and there's not much now that the defense can do. Synfe showing his class with this one. That was a glorious attack, Lethal. I am truly speechless on how well that went.
For someone who's speechless, you keep commending it with how well it was and how well it was executed, especially right at the very beginning. 45 seconds left now. Just wait for Synfe just to finish up the job here and just guarantee, or absolutely guarantee now the victory here for MCES. He's going to, you know, pretty much outdone himself here, looking for that perfect wall as well. Could be getting it in style considering the mischief he got up to in the centre at the very beginning of this attack here. Yeah, must say, looking very strong indeed. Getting a perfect wall against some solid defense is definitely a huge talking point as well.
There's nothing else to say. Yeah, amazing. What else is there to, what else is there to say? I mean, I guess if MCES disconnect immediately, it's not mathematically over, but that's basically all that could happen.
Clutching at straws, innit?
They have just been out of this world. I mean, we were kind of touch and go, if you will. They've been up and down, but every once in a while they pop up with a perfect war. Remember towards the start of the challenge where they lost a few of their first matches, they were down at the bottom and then they got the perfect, and I think they just show their class every so often. They really just show you how good they are and that they are here and they can still beat anybody.
Just unbelievable, isn't it? This this lineup is looking very scary to really do this much damage to a very solid defense from one of the best defender teams it seems like this season. I'm sure a lot of the other teams are probably thinking, okay, you know, MCES could be a lot scarier than we even anticipated so far going into the last portion of this season. As for the Warden now, we'll be starting things here. Nice little slow approach here, but we do have the Baby Dragon on the south side as well, just trying to take out some of those structures there and creating the funnel for later on. The Warden now just heading towards that Wizard Tower and to the AD straight afterwards. But Blimp Note is going to make an appearance here towards the Town Hall, and there's going to be a lot of chaos here. It's a man if he can be able to take that down as well. And also initiate the defenses there also, as you saw.
Nope. Town Hall not going down, unfortunately, Dito.
Oh dear. Yeah, that's it, isn't it?
I saw there was a lot happening down there, but I'm pretty sure the Tornado Trap was there, spinning those Yetis around. And it's always interesting that the Yetis are chores, even though the Battle Blimp is diving that close to the Town Hall. You'd think the Sneaky Goblins was just such a better option in that scenario. The Yetis do allow you the option to switch and maybe send the blimp somewhere else, but if you're absolutely sending it to the Town Hall, maybe the Sneaky Goblins would have been better there, because right now, there's not a lot he can do. He has to use the jump in order to try and path the troops into that area, but then, I mean, where else does he go? Unless he jumps to the core of the base and saves the Royal Champion, maybe that's what he'll be doing, but either way, the 3-star is very slim for Kingpin.
It certainly is. Kingpin had trouble before with the Super Bowlers, but he says the Super Bowler composition is very strong. It probably would have been if he didn't have to create such an expensive execution onto the Town Hall now, because with the blimp failing, he now needs to send the RC. Let's be real here, the Town Hall now, the multi in that compartment as well, has already done more than enough value, especially with his weight in gold so far. Look how many spells with a few freezes, the RC as well, the blimp, everything else. It's just literally just done so much damage, and literally just done its job tenfold really here. The RC has popped the ability to push on forward though. 30 seconds left. Even if he does get away with this, still though, I will say this, he probably will not be able to get the triple, but I will say this, it's a very good recovery, much better than I expected.
Yeah, this is phenomenal actually, and it's not surprising that Kingpin is the top attacker of GH Rest. He's got 6 3-stars throughout this. He actually has a 96.9% average of his attacks, which is incredible. And the fact that it can go so badly wrong at the start, missing the Town Hall, and almost get this, I mean, he's pretty much wiped the base. That's commendable to him as an attacker. Just a little bit unfortunate. I would say not GH Rest's day, but I guess they had a really good victory over Time to Throw earlier, so it's not their match, I guess.
Yeah, it certainly isn't as well, and he's come out of the Super Bowlers twice, and both times he's come out of it in both his matchups. It wasn't really his fault with the Super Bowlers, it's just been something lurking in the way. Like, for example, that time it was the blimp. Last time I think it was the pathing in some way. So it's not really been the unit themselves, it's just been the execution sometimes. It's been a little bit of a shame for Kingpin, because we know it's not in his nature to fail these attacks, especially not twice in one day as well. It's definitely not something we're used to. So it does mean, yeah, of course, MCS is going to be a guaranteed victory for them now. And I think I remember Kingpin saying in an interview as well earlier today that he said that a lot of players in the Legends League at the moment are using this Super Bowler type composition. He still thinks it's very strong. He still will go ahead and continue to use it. And I think GH Rest is the only team who have actually used the bowlers or the Super Bowlers today, I believe. But Blimp coming in now from the south side. It will be Tryhard. It's going to be the final attacker here for MCES, just to solidify the deal. Well, not even solidify, it's a guarantee anyway. Just try and solidify a perfect war if he can at this stage.
Yeah, all GH Rest need is a 4-star, my friends. Maybe even more than that, depending on this attack, obviously. Yeah. But anyway, just kidding, obviously. Tryhard aiming for that perfect war. Blizzard tearing apart this bottom area. Not only has he ripped apart this compartment, the little compartment next to it, and half of the middle compartment as well. So Really good Blizzard value, even holding on to an invisibility spell, which you can use for the Royal Champion. Has the pathing set up perfectly for his heroes to move on across the right-hand side of the base by the looks of... Oh, no, left-hand side. He's got the baby dragon clearing that, sorry. And that is clearly the best move, because I was wondering what he was going to do with the Town Hall if he went to the right, but obviously he's moving to the left.
Good use of the poison spell with the Queen. King now is going to be alongside her also. And that's breaking through into that next compartment as well. Doing it together, perfectly in sync. The King's ability will be popped soon, I'm sure, with the Queen just directly behind him. Just to secure the deal. And the Town Hall going to be literally next door to it. You can't really complain at this stage. As you can see, a couple of loons also sneaking on the right-hand side just to take a little peek and just take and snipe some of that defenses from the 4 o'clock position as well. Queen still has her ability there to use if needs to be, but nothing as of yet. The loons all coming out now towards that Eagle artillery. The defensive RC is also there to be ready on standby. Another invisibility comes out here in the center. As you can see, the RC now just continuing to try and take down that scanner shot. First haste spell of 3 is now coming out for the loons and looking to try and make quick work of this defense.
Yeah, this looks extremely good, Lethal. He's got so many troops left over. 2 haste spells to push the loons in. 2 balloons that he can use for that wizard tower. Not even needed. He can just use them for cleanup if he even wants to be honest with you, because the Royal Champion Seeking Shield will seal the deal in that regard. MCES coming in strong here, wanting to show that they will retain their title. They might be down the bottom of the leaderboard, but they intend to climb their way up. Perfect war here over a team which has arguably had the best defense in the league. What an incredible performance by them, and unfortunate for GHRS to hit them when they are having such an amazing day.
And this is worrying for anyone who's going to come up against MCS now next week, because after witnessing what they've been able to do to destroy a more defensive team, you could say, in terms of how good their base have been, to get completely wiped out like that, definitely not something anyone would have even predicted in their right minds, unless you're insane to a certain degree. This has just been ridiculous.
My prediction was GHRest. I'm saying that.
Well, we won the matchup earlier, so 1 out of 2 can't be bad. It can't be bad. We're going to go to the last attack. It's all done here. All for Pride going for GHRS now, trying to get 11 stars if I can. Checo, as usual, would be the final attacker here with the Dragon Riders.
In my defense, like I said, I picked all of my teams and then submitted the opposite team, but it's actually worked out relatively okay for me. I will be interested to know at the end of the day whether it has worked out in my favor or not, but it's all good fun. And honestly, with the teams being as close as they are, you know, it's definitely not out of the realms of possibility no matter who you pick. But let's find out what happens in this one, as the Rocket Loons did find a Tesla farm up to earlier by that multi-target Inferno. Not quite going to be able to get perhaps what he wanted in that area, but so far he's got the funneling set up. He's already broke the wall for the Archer Queen to walk in towards the Scattershot region. And just interested to know what his plan is for the Town Hall, because it looks like the King's diving into that top area. Probably the Battle Blimp being selected, and Ice Golem in front of the King would be my guess. So let's find out what he's got for us anyway. I guess we will find out momentarily.
Yeah, we sure will. 2 minutes left. Queen just edging herself into that scanner shot compartment. That one Rockaloon's going to snipe the AD there. Almost sniped it, shall we say, but the Queen was going to take it out anyway, no matter how you see it. Because taking down the scanner shot there, the King's come out with the Ice Golem as well, heading towards the north. Still making good use of his rage spell. She's had a lot of DPS to deal with there, and it looks like the RC will be cleaning up the AD anyway. Oh. And now still just pushing on forward with the King, it looks like.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe the Battle Blimp was for the Town Hall, but actually he's just going to keep the Queen charging on through this area. And with the Barbarian King on the right-hand side, that obviously creates the pathing for the Queen to directly move towards the Town Hall. So very nicely played. Battle Blimp will probably then hit that central multi-target Inferno, but he's got the Dragon Riders coming in with that Battle Blimp. This should mean that the Dragon Riders can cruise along the left-hand side. I notice he does have one Headhunter, which he's just sent in, presumably for the Archer Queen, but I can't quite see where it is. Is he going to press that Warden ability? Because the Loons are... Oh, the Warden ability was done ages ago. I apologize. Loons do not get the multi-Inferno, and the Dragon Riders have to help out. So I'm not sure he's going to have the force towards the end of the base now with everything splitting.
Certainly is. 42 seconds left, though. Still doing his best to make this work. The Queen's still just literally sunbathing in the poison there, so it's just going to be a matter of time. The ability has been popped, though. The last Dragon Rider left is literally got barely any HP. Just that's what straws at this point. This AD could even clean it up here, depending if the Queen can get there in time. But even then, though, will it be a time foe if it does succeed? Looks like the AD will be able to stop that Dragon Rider. The Queen's still alive, but it is not going to be a triple. But let's be honest here, Judo, the damage has already been done. It is going to be a 10-star war for GH Rest. In terms of their attacks, you know, it's a possibility of it being only 10, 11 stars. But in terms of the defense, I never expected in their right mind to get perfect ward by MCS. But you know, that's the stats for you. That's going to be a 2-star 93%, which will mean that MCS win by 5 stars. That's probably one of the biggest victories we've seen so far this season.
Yeah, I think it is the biggest victory. We've had perfect wars, but I don't think we've had 10 stars. Some people call that scoreline the perfect, even though in that scenario, one of their bases was 3-starred. So I guess it's not, because the perfect is if you 3-star all of the bases and they don't 3-star any of your bases.
And that's
but either
Joker.
way, MCES will be happy with that one. And I believe you have one next matchup, which you will be casting with Lady B. So let's have a quick break and then we will get right to it.
Hello, Yanis, once again. Welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge. You're at the halfway stage at this point, so we've got a little bit to talk about here, and let's see what your thoughts and feelings are going into the second half. So your team has had a real, let's call it, mixed bag of results, shall we say. Some days you've looked really strong, and then there's other days you haven't. Can you tell me why your team has been very hit and miss this season?
Well, first of all, I think it's just one big reason is the fact that the competition is really insane, this challenge. Like there literally is no team that you might consider to be a free win or something like that. So you have to try hard against basically every team. And like if you think like, yeah, maybe against them we can use burnt bases or whatever, we can be like, we don't have to take that too seriously. You will get hit so hard. Like, I don't know, like the last match against MCS, they murdered us basically. So it is very, very tough. Yeah.
No, last question for you is, what do you need to rectify in order to correct these inconsistencies leading into the second half of the ESL Mobile Challenge season?
And like with like 3 wins and 4 losses, we can still make it if we just do well in the next matches. I feel like, yeah, of course it would be very helpful if we could like use like fresh bases all the time, which unfortunately isn't always possible because, you know, once a base is doing very well, it is just stolen right away by other teams, and it's just so burned that you can't rerun it. yeah, that's actually very annoying. So that's actually something that the Clash of Clans competitive thing is not that great, that like good bases are just stolen and then you can't do anything about it. But yeah, as we also play like other tournaments, it is difficult to like actually be on the top level here, because if to do that, we would basically have to put like the whole focus on it. And there's also things like Worlds and like ESL Germany, where we also want to do well. And yeah, with all these tournaments, we'll just have to invest even more time to solve this issue.
In the end, though, Yanis, thank you very much for your time here. It's been a really interesting interview as well. You've got a lot of details from you out of you also. And hopefully you'll be able to fix these inconsistencies across the board and make even more of an impact during the last couple of weeks. But again, thanks for the interview and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you very much.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We do have one more matchup for you guys at home. It's going to be Carnage Gaming versus Robotic Gaming, and RPG looking very good, but so Carnage Gaming, it's very tough to see exactly how things are going to pan out for them both. And we kind of feel so far the way RPG have been playing, they've been pretty good so far, but Carnage Gaming may need a W here to keep themselves in the running, especially to have a good chance for it next week.
Yeah, they certainly will. That was a pretty close call for them earlier on. And, it just didn't work out in their favor, but it was impressive to see how well they held on against Badzinger and the performance that they were putting out. And for RPG, I'd be a little bit worried seeing the fire that Carnage Gaming is bringing today.
I have to completely agree, because the way they're playing at the moment is nothing short of spectacular. RPG, I will say this though, even though they did lose to ATN earlier on, I think they put on an incredible performance, and as long as they continue that, we should see a very close affair coming up in this matchup. But stat-wise, though, we definitely need to have a look, because we know that in terms of the defense for RPG's always been their downfalls. Actually, probably be one of the worst now, 28%. But Carnage Gaming, they can't really say much either. Theirs isn't that much better, but all I can say for RPG, they are lucky their hit rate is so good.
Yeah, Carnage at least holding stronger, which is keeping them in the mix. I am impressed, because RPG has been able to manage their way into spot number 3 in the ranks as of today. Now, if they don't pick up this win, that is obviously in jeopardy from their previous match against ATN since they lost. But equally, Carnage Gaming and Repotted are basically in the same boat here. They both lost their matches and need to pick one up so they can try and maintain their standings on the rankings.
Yeah, I was just having a look at them at the moment because before this day even began with Potter Gaming, they were currently going 5-4. Carnage Gaming were 4-4. They had a match in hand, didn't they? So they had a little bit of leeway if they did lose at a later stage. But that doesn't change the fact that they don't want to add any more else to the tally. It's the last thing they want at this stage. MCES, I would probably say you would assume that not only they are juggernaut in terms of being in it this season after a shaky start, it seems like they've managed to fix themselves up a little bit over the course of time, especially with that perfect war against GHRS. That's something none of us probably even predicted earlier on. But yeah, this is what I mean. See, for Carnage Gaming, I think it means a lot more to them than it does for RPG, even though RPG have already lost one. But at the same time, you've got to remember, Carnage Gaming still have a match in hand in comparison.
Yeah, and you're mentioning MCES. With that win, that is huge for them because it puts them 5-5. So it might put them actually in a comfortable position, I'm guessing, on these leaderboards and getting back up with not only having to have that extra match, but having some of the other teams around them essentially doing the work for them. So that is going to help them. And this match in particular will be one of those to kind of sail MCES back up the ranks. But it is going to be unfortunate for either one of these teams. And they were both in very comfortable spots. RPG number 5, Carnage number 5, RPG number 3. You would feel there's some leeway within it. But it just seems like it's going to be a rat race right there in the middle to lower area as we get closer to the end, which is pretty close.
Yeah, and you say lower, and I'm sure everyone else saw the lower bit as well. Make sure you do hashtag ESL Mobile to let us know who you think is going to win this final matchup of the day. And it's a very, very important match to give him, I wouldn't say leeway, but just to give a bit of confidence for the final week. Because, of course, even though we've still got 2 play days left, there's still 4 matches for a lot of these teams, or sometimes even 5. Actually, probably will be 4 matches each pair team leading into the final 2 play days. And you've got to remember, every single one of these matches are going to be absolutely vital for them to even try and qualify. And to see a lot of changes, we've seen MCS coming out really, really strong, a real force to be reckoned with. And we've seen GHRS slipping out of the zone, sadly, probably not able to qualify, but I'm sure there'll be a real nuisance for a lot of these teams to try and stop them from qualifying anyway. But of course, you've got to remember the prize pool as well. There's a prize pool for each and every team, 1 through 8. So depending on where they're standing, where they're situated, of course, you may get a little bit more chunk of change, even if you're not in the running to qualify for the ESL Mobile Challenge. So of course, there's some definitely some, it's not just for pride, but there's some importance there for GHRS and anyone else who may struggle to qualify during up to the final play day. So still all to play for here, but still anyone's guess here. We know that Banting and ATN are looking very strong, but Carnage Gaming reported still just lingering in the mid-table, still trying to decide who's going to be the one to manage to get on forward into the finals. But Fabian is going to be the first player here starting this war off. Carnage Gaming, we're going to see what shenanigans he's going to be up to with the Pega Smash.
Yeah, this we're seeing a lot more of coming into the mix. I feel like today, more than we're actually seeing hybrid in the lineup, and it is a pretty reliable strategy, especially when you can see that clear-cut value towards the outside edge, taking advantage of an easy pick off of a multi-targeting Inferno and a straight line drive through into the core of the space leading to the town hall. He's already opened up the pass to the scatter shot that we see down below around the 5 o'clock side to allow the king the access in to take on that, any flanking damage you typically want to worry about, and also help take down the Archer Queen. That's gonna be helping out a huge amount for the main push, taking off distractions and taking off heat.
I love this as well. Really surgically dissecting this base piece by piece, especially with the Warden at the very beginning, still keeping the Warden alive as well. I'm just a little bit worried about the DPS here. The Warden may get taken down eventually, especially the movement as well, and I think he realised that as well, just dropping that free spell on to make sure the Warden stays alive. Still got an element of importance there. The King's just not mucking around, a complete different approach, just getting very aggressive there into that scatter shot compartment to make sure to pop his ability, try and get everything he can done as quick as possible before the Peckers and everything else there approaches towards the centre and the south side. But this is where the chaos is really going to start beginning here, as looking at it now, trying to do what they can, but the multi get a fair amount of value so far on the defence.
The chaos begins, but this is exactly why you want the king sectioning off that base and allowing the main push to come in. Look at the Yetis actually join up with the Pekkas to take on the entire town hall compartment. The jump's going to give the queen easy access as she veered a little off course to the outskirts, but actually is tanking for that expo. She has the ability, so she's in a perfect position to take it out and still have some health left over. With 51 seconds left now on the clock, this is in a good position for a solid start here for Carnage Gaming. They can secure this 3, which I think he is.
Yeah, let's see why not. If the queen didn't have her ability, it might be a little bit different because it could have got taken down. But then again, actually, by the time she would have got there, the DPS has already been distracted in terms of the defense. There's already a couple of wizards there taking down the AD on the north side. So you are absolutely right. Bang on the money. That is going to be a triple for Fabian from Carnage Gaming and a good way to kick things off for them.
Yeah, this is a great way to start a war. 3 stars. This is exactly where you want to be. You want to put the pressure on the opposing team to have to match up to your level. If you wind up 2-starring, you're just giving that opening to say, you know, you only have to hit this low in the mark or this much higher in the mark. So it really does leave it a bit more unexpected. You always want that upper hand.
Yeah, I think some teams and some players would prefer starting first just because of that exact reason. It's especially with that mental fortitude going into a lot of these wars, it makes a lot of sense. And it's nice to see the Super P.E.K.K.A Smash still coming into full effect there. Good execution once more. And I really like that passive approach to a lot of those compartments. They really took it slow and steady. Wanted to make sure he got as much value as possible to make it not too expensive in the long run, and really did make it work. Good prioritization there across the board as Kling's going to see what he can do now with his own here to see what he can do across the board, starting off with a couple of them there on the south side. And I'm really curious to see if he will continue to put on the pressure here, because I was trying to remember who it was that did the 2-star 82% attack early on for RPG. I don't think it was Kling. I think it was something else. I think it was I may try and remember later on. I may have to try and look back at it. But the Queen now is going to start things off here as well on the 9 o'clock side, just making things work, just quite a fast approach into that Town Hall compartment.
Yeah, looking good so far. King with easy access to take down the scatter and even get the clan castle lore. And this is great timing because the king is distracting the hound while the queen focuses on the town hall specifically, giving her just enough time to actually take it down without any worry of the lava hound distracting her and throwing a wrench into the mix.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Same with that invisibility spell, helping the royal champion. Kind of just gets that hound on the edge. She's focused there on the eagle, and now it doesn't matter. As long as that went down, that was Klinga's only hope for it.
Yeah, now coming out with the Stone Slammer from that 10 o'clock side. As everything else is going to be pushing from the north as well. Good position there with the Stone Slammer, and also trying to target that stone. Target the Stone Slammer, target the scanner shot there on that north compartment, as the loons now should be able to take it out momentarily, especially with the haste spell to speed it up a tad, and the other loons also making a start on the right hand side also. So all about how much investment there is, but also see how much the multi can do in the center. But actually saying that though, even though they dropped the freeze onto the multi to the center, that last loon didn't even take it down here, so there's still a chance here for Stiglet's defense to come in.
Yeah, there is. It's that Stone Slammer really needed to make the connection into the core of the base, taking down and helping to take down those Infernos right there, the Air Sweeper. It would have been huge value for it, but we do still have the haste with a ton of loons surrounding the outskirts. I think the biggest worry is any possible traps in here. This is a damage zone where you expect to see them coming in, but with the amount of loons that he does have in play, it's not really an issue. And, you know, Klinga definitely coming in with the matchup that was needed to try and push Carnage Gaming back. I mean, you can't really push back a team when they've already thrown up a 3-star. You can say that you're not going down without a fight. And that's exactly the statement that this makes. And as I say this, these loons are slowly pathing around. We need to get to those storages still.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a triple anyway, no matter what, just taking a little bit longer than required. I was just a little bit worried in case there was any air bombs, like you rightly said, and we've seen some weird things in the past where they have a lot of loons still left or available with high HP and made this literally evaporate over the space of like 5-10 seconds. But it looks like it's going to be perfectly fine. It's going to be okay here. He's going to get a triple of his own to keep this as tight as possible so early up.
Yeah, this is the way we want to see wars going. And I feel like this is the way we have seen wars going today. Just really close calls. Neither team in any matchup really giving too much leeway to the other. So just trying to keep it a pretty relatively hard-hitting fight through and through. And yeah, I'm not surprised that we're seeing exactly the same thing from these two teams.
And Stiglitz is a very good attacker anyway in himself, so I'm not really too surprised what we'll see later on. Anonymous, so it's going to be coming up for Carnage Gaming. He wants to continue piling on the pressure. I do feel like this match means more to them than it does to RPG this time round, but not saying there's any kind of importance. Just talk about what the stats we're seeing at the moment in terms of the standings here. The Queen will be kicking things off here from the 1 o'clock side now. Just going to try and take apart a little bit here and there. Those haven't really got enough DPS to force out anything from the Queen as of yet. Just going to be trying to circle around, but we'll be dropping the Rage spell down first, if anything else here. But it looks like it will be going with the Dragon Riders later on. And the Dragon Riders haven't been as popular. We know it's still quite a popular composition, but we haven't seen it as often today as we thought we might have done, considering how much we saw of it last week.
Yeah, I'm just mesmerized by this approach. I really like it. The use of the wizard to just cut that path of funnel between the king and queen so the queen can get full navigation into the town hall compartment, all wall breakers invested to give her what she needs to get there, and just one expended for the king to take on the scattershot compartment, which should leave the royal champion some ample opportunity to pick off this multi-targeting inferno and veer a nice path for those drag riders.
Still though, looking towards the town hall, it has been taken down, so the Queen's... Oh, okay, a couple of Rocketlands on defense. I was saying it before, but we haven't really seen them a huge amount today compared to what we saw in previous days here. But it looks like the Queen is able to deal with that, even with using her ability though. The RCM Warden coming out from the southwest side. Stone Slammer also heading towards the Eagle straight after the Archer Tower. Dragon Riders still looking good here. One of the Dragon Riders have already taken a huge amount of damage already. This multi needs to get taken down ASAP. And also, you still get the defensive RC in the other multi as well. Understandable. The free spell gets dropped straight away. The only problem is the Dragon Riders are focused on the other compartment first before switching around. Looking so far so good. The only issue is though just a little bit worried about those air bombs and seeing what's left. Still got the scanner shot in the north compartment. The RC is pushing in to try and take it down as soon as possible because the ability is already popped early on. And if he can take it down, she does not. Which means it can also taking down the Dragon Rider on top of that. A little bit of a pain so far. The Queen is still alive. The Warden is still there. So it should be okay. She's just be a matter of time.
Yeah, especially with the AD going down, that gives the Warden a little bit more opportunity to finish a job here with the Drag Rider actually protecting him. So he might be the last thing to take down that Archer Tower. The Queen, though, does have time to actually get there if he weren't able to. So that would have been a good backup for Anonymous. But he is going to be able to connect this 3-star and with such a beautiful approach. I actually wasn't expecting him to cut through the way he did with those Drag Riders leading that Stone Slammer on the outside edge, but it worked perfectly. And the Royal Champ definitely being able to give just about as much support as she could possibly offer.
Yeah, there's not really a huge amount to talk about there. We saw with the Dragon Riders at the very beginning, one took a heavy amount of damage and also slid a little bit away to the pathing from the other multi, but they can't take out both at one time, can they? It's just a matter of a split effect. But it looks like they did its job anyway, took those multi straight away in the center. Even when the RC didn't finish up the scatter shot in the north as well, it didn't really matter. He had way too much on the defensive plate in order to even be able to stop that attack by any means. Still had plenty of time left on the clock. So lovely to see. Another triple there for Carnage Gaming. Mech now is going to want to look to try and repeat that if he can, and I'm sure he should be able to here, depending on how he goes about this. Already making a start on the south side with the Queen.
Yeah, so he's got 4 super wall breakers to bring into the mix. So this is going to be a nice big push, and we can always use an additional wall breaker for the king to give him access as well into a particular compartment. But leading the opening to the single targeting Inferno, we saw this base earlier today, and I'm trying to remember if it actually held a defense, because I remember pretty much this exact entry, not with the same way that he's going about it, but I remember coming right into this core and all the value that was actually in it.
Yeah, the Queen though still just Pushing slowly towards into the centre from that 7 o'clock side though. Still got her hands full here. We'll deal with it eventually. It's just going to take a little bit longer than necessary. The RC has now started to come out to play and move across that 9 o'clock compartment, heading towards the Eagle as soon as possible. Also, the Eagles are prioritising the RC there and still looking to make that final push, but we'll have to pop the ability momentarily as well. And at the same time, the Queen still looking strong, still hasn't barely moved actually since we last spoke about her 30 seconds ago, heading towards the centre. The Town has also been taken down thanks to the King and his ability. The Queen dropping down as well with the Rage spell. Looking very good so far, really dissecting it to a very high degree. And these loons aren't really going to have much work for themselves here at this rate, considering the amount of damage they've already done to the defense so far.
No, the heroes have done phenomenal work, and the Queen still carries on with her ability. She could potentially work her way through the space, reach over, take that scatter shot, but like you mentioned, there's really not a lot of work for the loons to do. An early warden ability does help keep those loons as safe as possible through the multi, though it does wear off quickly, but also gives them a little bit deeper access getting to that scatter shot with the Drag Rider, was able to help put some focus on it. And again, it's important to have the Queen here because she can help carry this on if the loons were to struggle, but he's got so much to overwhelm this base that it isn't going to be an issue for Mac. Definitely taking advantage. And you know, I gotta take a look again because I want to see how this base went down in the first war that they used it against in Badsinger.
Yeah, and still has his invisibility spell. If he, well, he doesn't really need to use it at this point. It's going to be another triple here for Mech. And yeah, he did a great job. The RC came out quite early as well. Not as early as the Queen, obviously, but still came out quite early nonetheless and got a lot of value from taking out that 9 and 10 o'clock compartments. The Queen also as well, just using their good value as well, just pushing in from the 7 o'clock side, just took out a lot very quickly, a lot quicker than we anticipated, even while she was standing around in that compartment for such a long time, having to deal with all that defense. And the King came in the perfect time as well to pushing towards the Town Hill. Everything just worked really well from a methodical standpoint, you could say. And like I said before, those loons didn't really need to do much, do they? Even if it did become quite an expensive attack. So it looks like both these teams are going 2 for 2. It says a triple, just waiting for one of them, maybe just one of them, just to falter somehow, some way. College Gaming could be the ones to do it, though. It all depends on how they're going to approach this. They will be attacking next. Just depends on who it's going to be, though. But both teams looking very strong. We said it earlier with RPG. Even though they lost to ATN, it wasn't a bad performance at all. Just one attack which didn't really go their way, really, in all fairness. Now it's literally about it. And Carnage Gaming, like you've already mentioned, have been looking very solid as well. So I'm not really surprised we're seeing both teams going neck and neck with the triples and just waiting for one of them to falter here. But let's see what's coming. We'll be Carnage Gaming starting here, and we can see what he's going to do with the fabulous Drag Riders.
Oh, and we've got 14 sneaky goblins to come in for the Town Hall. But not only that, we've got the bats. So I know exactly what we have coming to the table. I still don't think there's quite a name for it, so I call it the Soham, who was one of the players from the ESL Mobile North American version that we have, that we've seen him do this, and we've seen him do miraculous stuff, swagging left and right. And we saw a lot of these last week. So the focus is on basically dividing up this base into quadrants, where we bring in the Sneaky Goblins for one side for that Town Hall. We use the heroes in conjunction together, all 4 heroes, the King, the Royal Champion, the Warden, and the Queen, just to pick up some nice value, pushing deep inside the base, cutting the entire edge and core. And then from the opposite side, we can use the Royal Champion typically can help from one side, and then the Drag Riders from the other with the bats for support.
Nice to see NA strategy still working wonders here. And still on the north side as well, the Queen just slowly pushing once more. Again, if they got as much value as that last attack, then this could be quite quick here, as it's coming out with the log launcher as well to create that funnel. And you saw the owl coming out as well as the King, just pushing around the left-hand side to take out those structures also. But just looking very good here. He's just been very, very cautious here, just taking it very slow. The RC has actually come out now to work towards that multi-compartment, but we'll find one of the testers here, which has moved him a little bit in terms of like swerving him out of the way, but not enough to really move him completely out of position to another compartment here. So the RC will take out that multi-lock launcher, is actually still alive and still trying to get that last funnel in if he tries to break down that next wall, which he doesn't, but he's already done a fair amount of damage towards it anyway. Still looking very good so far. I must say, the RC, where's the RC guys? He's already been taken down.
Yep, she worked her way through from the northern side just to pick up a big enough connection. Now, like, I was looking to see what is even available for the bats. It's just a small side over to the 9 o'clock edge with the Ice Golem to do some tanking. We have only one. Oh, wait, we have another Ice Golem, actually, and one Freeze to help out with this. But the big focus is getting through into that scattershot compartment. So the Drag Riders work their way and drops the invisibility spell to ensure that it's just enough, and that takes the heat of the air skellies off of it.
I literally took my eyes off the RC for a second. Absolutely typical. Oh, the Sony bats were lost to that one scatter shot hit, but still, he has to Drag Riders. I'm just worried about the time, really. The minions already starting work on the mines on the outside. It's the storages, it's the defensive RC as well. Actually, it has been taken down. 12 seconds left. I'm having a very quick look on everything around the outside, but I think that elixir storage, I'm trying to see if that's actually pretty weak, isn't it? So it's the gold soldiers, which are going to be the main factor. Minions are absolutely chopping away at it to see if they can get this triple, and they will not, as it will be the first blunder here. I wouldn't even really call it a blunder. It was just a little bit unfortunate in terms of timing. 2-star, 96%, 8%.
If that Drag Rider had taken down the scatter shot, we would have seen a different result. Those bats got obliterated trying to make their way through into that safe zone of the scatter shot, and they still managed to get it down. But you saw those traps just cropping up left and right. The bats really needed to be there for the cleanup, which unfortunately did not happen, but still a great attack nonetheless. You can definitely see the power that it provides, and this showcases one of the reasons why we do see a lot of people opting to use all of their heroes for certain pushes, including with the rocket loons.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Well, speaking of loons, look, okay, not rocket loons, but 31 loons out there as well for this next Lalo attack here. Limp's coming out though. I'm sure he's going to do a fair amount of damage into that compartment already. Is Timtastic definitely one of the best attackers for RPG, looking to try and now not secure victory, but secure the lead. And having that 1-star lead will be absolutely vital for him, because it's not like they're winning by a huge percentage either, to try and get every little bit to help themselves. But so far so good. He's already taken quite a fair amount from that compartment, a little bit of damage onto the defensive king as well. We can see exactly how Timtastic is going to approach this. So he's going to use a couple of loons to take down that next mortar on the right hand side, and still the Love Hound on the north side just waiting for Timtastic to make his next move, with the heroes coming up shortly. 2 minutes 10 left in the making, and we can see exactly how this is going to approach this. But it seems to be really, really patient. It's like he's looking for something in the moment.
He was waiting for the headhunter to come over to a point where it wouldn't have the opportunity to target the royal champion who was going to take it out. You have to be very careful with the placement of your heroes when headhunters are out of the CCs, particularly if there's any structures around or any other CC troops in the mix, because you need to keep the focus going straight on the headhunter first and foremost. So that's why we saw the patience there of luring it to the side with the minions. But that gives the royal champion the full value to come in. Ideally, we'd like to see that scattershot taken down, so we still have the ability reserved for this, but we still need the town hall to go down, which does, and fast. And the queen actually slightly bypassing the poison bomb, which might give her a little bit more opportunity to clean out this section.
Yeah, it doesn't get a huge amount done, but do you know what? Every little helps here, just taking that Wizard Tower out just before she's taken down, just to save a couple seconds. I'm just hoping this doesn't become a time fail, because that was about 15 seconds wasted earlier on, but it had to be done completely understandable here. But for Timtastic, though, he's going to push in with these loons. The warning ability has been put into effect, as well as the haste spell dropping down. He's just used the last one on top of that to push these loons a little bit further, as everything's frozen in the center and on that scatter shot compartment as well. And he's still got a couple of loons to use for later on, especially on that west side. So the majority of his loons are looking pretty good so far. The scatter shot's actually focusing on the 2 loons rather than the bulk of the loons into the center. So this is looking very good. Again, it's just going to come down to time. But from what we can see so far, he should be okay.
Yeah, he's got 26 seconds left. Storage, that one at least in there in the core that we see the minion on, was just low enough health that it could take it down itself. 19 seconds left, and a pack of minions trying to work their way in to take on the other storage. But the Loons, the Warden, and the Electro Owls should have enough time just to get some final shots needed on it if the minions can't get it done in time. Timtastic not backing down in this matchup. And, you know, this is the Repotted Gaming that I expected to see going up against ATN. Nice, clean performance so far.
Yeah, certainly is indeed. 3 triples in a row. It's a shame that Carnage Gaming failed on that 2-star 96%, but it's 4% difference. That's all it is between these two, as well as the star, which Carnage Gaming can easily grab back later on, depending on how RPG approach their next 2 attacks. We've not really seen anything wild in terms of compositions or anything like that. It's been very standard, just been able to get the job done and have good execution throughout here. But like we said, it took a bit of a while. We kind of feel like things are going back to normality now, to how these wars are played out, like the last season, where a lot of them were very high star games, and looks like these are going to be very high star games as well going into these future matchups here. Apart from the one from GH Rest, which I would say is pretty much a bit of a blip for them, which is a little bit of a shame there. But again, kicking things off from the north side, and we'll be coming in with the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash once again. And we've actually seen it a little bit more often today than we have seen back on Monday. So nice to see Grand get a little bit more love across the board, and now starting off with this Warden here to see exactly what he can do to try and take everything out there, especially that multi in the north compartment. But all going to be worth it in the long run to see exactly how he's going to crack on.
Yeah, so we do have the Warden helping to push us forward, shaping up the funnel, but a lot of heat incoming and wants to speed it up as well. So drops in the Queen to the mix. And this also actually helps carry it through into the position you want without having to set the P.E.K.K.A.s and the Super Wizards in place right away. Because that Warden, once you drop a troop down within its aura, will start working along with it. So it looks good so far. We just need to help funnel it in. So we are going to use the King from the outskirts, and we are reserving that wall break to give him access to push just a little bit deeper through.
They certainly are getting deeper as well. The log launcher is still pushing in towards the center. Hasn't got a lot of HP left, of course, over time, but the cannon's going to put a stop to that as well. Luna's going to take the Expo as well, but this multi is so vital. This gets cleaned up as soon as possible, as the P.E.K.K.A. is absolutely smashing away the water to try and get through. One of them is actually very weak already. The other multi, though, still doing a fair amount of damage to a lot of it there into the center. The P.E.K.K.A. is also very weak, have to do a fair amount there. It's been a real pain in the backside once again. Now, just heard one of them already taken down, but the King's still alive, very looking to push into the next compartment, and still that Town Hall is going to be so vital to take down later on. The RC hasn't got the ability anymore. The Queen still does so.
This is really unfortunate because that log launcher was meant to get the access towards the town hall for the main pack. They took that Veer in the 3 o'clock compartment, and obviously the King, it's a difficult funnel to get into the 430 side because it's got the block of the wall. And, you know, I understand the push coming in from 6 o'clock, but it wasn't the easiest. And even the Royal Champ wasn't enough to veer everything in the right direction. So he lost out on a lot of power, but he's managed to be able to keep that Queen going and held on to the jump just for this specific reason, knowing that he needed to jump the Queen into this position to save the 2-star here. With just her alone, even with the ability, it's not enough because we've got nothing to help her out. No healers, no unicorn, and far too much damage.
Yeah, it's gone from bad to worse, hasn't it? Luckily, he did get the 2-star, though, as you rightly mentioned. Not only that, though, that multi in the center did so much work. Just literally, because it was alive for an extra, 20 seconds, something like this, literally evaporated most of those units over a space of time. That was literally going to be it. It was really, really unfortunate there. But like I said, as long as that Town Hall was taken down, that's the main thing. They don't want to lose by a large star count. It's already bad enough as it is going to 2 stars. And if it, of course, if they lose to another triple, then it's going to be very difficult for them. They have to rely on Robotic Gaming to really not drop a star, and I can't really see them doing that. They're looking for the perfect wall here.
Yeah, Rapata's in a really good position right now. Their defense is coming through. I almost wonder if part of their strategy today, knowing that their defenses haven't necessarily been able to hold strong enough in the mix, they're working their offensive side and playing their cards right of which team they wanted to focus more heavy defense on. That could be the case, and if that's what they plan, it's working to perfection.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's what they're known for, really. It's what their trademark is in terms of attacking talents across the board. And the problem is, though, it's hard for Carnage Gaming here. They're still 2 stars behind, or technically, if Robotic Gaming... Oh, dear me. Okay, I was going to say, if Robotic Gaming don't get a triple in this next attack, and it's Largo. It's a very, very strong player indeed. And you know, I was singing his praises earlier on, and he's coming in with the Super P.E.K.K.A. A lot of Super P.E.K.K.A. smashes in this war as well. Probably the 3rd one we've seen, isn't it? Out of the 8 we've seen so far, out of the 8 attacks this war. But let's see how he's going to crack on here. Starting with the Warden once again. He'll be looking to try and dissect the space as much as he can. And there's always been quite impressive from his previous performance, but I'm sure he's going to do his absolute damnedest to replicate that.
Yeah, so we do have Largo keeping focus on shaping this one up. We've got the Siege Barracks, so this time that's going to work along the outskirts, has a little bit easier of an approach. And what we saw in the last attack, that was kind of a difficult angle to come in. And again, biggest problems were just redirecting the focus. But I think this is going to be a much easier push. And again, we get to see the Queen just getting that Warden back on course to work into the mix. And we'll have the one jump here to actually get through this base. I'm looking to see if he's going to bring in this wall breaker. Surely he's going to have to bring in this wall breaker just to get a little bit further through so the jump can connect him to the town hall.
And he still has a couple of invisibility spells later on. Still, though, making work of his EUR compartment. Still got a minute and a half left remaining. Still only done 40% damage, though. So just a little bit cautious here. And he's now going to try and make a little bit more of an aggressive approach into this multi, which makes perfect sense. But I will say this, even though it's taken a little bit longer than usual, this has been a very clean attack so far. And you were talking about the jump spell. Yeah, it's going to be vital here. That multi in the center, it's going to have to be worth its weight in gold here. And with the Tesla farm in the center as well, it's going to be a little bit of a distraction, a little bit of a pain here. But the Warden's, of course, pushing there as well. The King's just trying to take everything down the south to speed this up a bit, because he's still got that whole entire town hall compartment to deal with. They do all go towards that multi. I think I heard 2 Peckers get slaughtered in the center as well. So it's a matter of if he's going to have enough. But it should be fine, though. 2 invisibility spells. Both the Queen and the RC have their abilities. They should be safe here.
I was a little bit worried about this jump. Look at the cusp of it on the back wall, and it actually did not need the rage to carry everything through. I feel that was a little bit risky, maybe on the fly in the placement, but he managed to keep it alive and well, and enough so that he's able to get to the town hall with the King rounding the corner. Bear in mind, the King started at the 12 o'clock side of the base, a full 180 around, right up through the core, and the Queen and him, are they going to be enough to actually get through? The Queen's got to break through a wall just to get to the AD. There's not enough time to get the Royal Champion podium.
Oh, actually? No. Oh my goodness, but he did. Okay, never mind. I thought they weren't going to have enough time. When I saw the archers go around, I was like, maybe they didn't take the AD out, but not the podium. But they did in the end. Okay, fair enough. Largo, you definitely kept us on the edge of our seats. Got the triple there. 2-star lead, and now they need RPG to get a 1-star in the next attack, which, no, I don't think so somehow. I can't see it happening. But at least if they get a triple here, get themselves in it. But I'm not going to, say anything more, because it's just looking very, very unlikely.
Yeah, this is I wouldn't hold my breath on this scenario, but you got to go down fighting at very least, because we know the stars matter, not just in the individual matches to win them, but even when you lose them, they're coming into play into those leaderboard positions. So that's going to be what's going to edge some of the teams over, depending on the standings at the end. And we've seen them very close so far. A lot of teams just mashed up there in the middle with the same win and loss rates.
Yeah, those mid standings, a little bit of a mess, a bit of a hot mess. I think that's what you're trying to say, and I completely agree. It is just massively chaotic. But I think after today, we can definitely separate a couple of teams from who has a better chance of qualifying and who's already out, especially because we had a couple of teams who did go 2-0 today, like ATN and there was one other team as well, I believe. But we could talk about it later on in the results as we could go back in this war. As Stiglitz is going to be the final attacker here for Carnage Gaming. Definitely one of the better attackers here, with how he dissects a lot of these bases in the past, and someone to heavily rely on to get this triple as well. But like we said, if he does get a triple, it means RPG would have to get some crazy, awful 1-star in order to lose out on this war. But we'll see though. The Queen's funneling nicely into that west compartment, still making this push. We'll have to do a few skellies along the way, but it's not going to change much at all here, apart from the effects and time felt later on. But still looking good so far with the log launcher coming into effect.
Yeah, and with the log launcher Queen charge drag rider attack, I said this, I think it was earlier today that I said this is always a risky approach.
I think
so. Leading that Queen in, we could see a lot of traps picking off the healers. She's coming into a high damage area as well. We want to hold on to the ability as long as possible, because ideally we want it reserved to get to the town hall, especially if anything happens. to those healers. But the way the CC is luring is actually perfect. Look at the Ice Golem distracting those Rocket Loons, wearing off their ability and giving the Queen ample opportunity to pick them off safe and sound with ability intact.
We still got the Dragon Riders, but of course not be used as of yet. The King is going to further damage to north side before it even happens. The Queen's still just in, well, typical. I was going to say just inside that raid spell, just popped on out. Ability has been popped as well. And looks like to try and break the wall into the center instead here, as another raid spell, of course, has to come down, dealing with the Town Hall and that center multi here. This has been quite ridiculous. I didn't realize it was actually going towards the center instead. The visibility spell now needs to have to be dropped just to keep her alive, completely avoiding the Town Hall. And yeah, this has been a little bit balmy so far. RC still in the north as well as the Warden on top of that, but the Dragon Rider still needs to be initiated.
This is definitely not to plan for Hugo Stiglitz. The last thing I want to do is send those Drag Riders into the Town Hall. I don't know where that Queen was going. You know, and I'm surprised because he had a wall breaker that I thought he was going to try and connect to the bottom of that compartment where the Town Hall like connects into the other one. And he didn't. It was a wasted opportunity. But is it really? If the Queen's going to get roasted by the single... These Drag Riders just need a little help to get through it. Has the freeze, one more in his pocket, and he would still be able to actually connect this if it weren't for time.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I don't know if you witnessed that as well, but with those 4 Dragon Riders, 2 of them were literally just completely taken out due to the air bombs, and the other 2 Dragon Riders, they lost half the HP from the poison. So those Dragon Riders got barely any value out of it and was still able to make that attack work. I'm actually really surprised.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and the biggest unfortunate waste of that was a Queen going in the wrong direction, not being able to start off with those Drag Riders when and where he wanted to. And this is why Hugo Stiglitz is really just a phenomenal player, because he can reshape up an attack like that really relies on almost everything going right these days and turn it into almost a 3-star. I mean, the time was the biggest issue.
It really was. I'll be honest, time didn't really come into it. When I saw how much value he was getting from the Dragon Riders, which was literally almost 0, I was like, I didn't even really concentrate on the rest of the base, in all honesty. I was like, I wouldn't even need to worry about it. But that just shows how good that attack could have been. And it still was. I wouldn't even call that a recovery. He's just very lucky he got so much value with everything else apart from the Dragon Riders for the first, 2.5 minutes. So to see yourself quite fortunate he got such a high 2-star in the end, let alone trying to adapt and recover for a 3-star. But General X, though, is going to be the final attacker here for Robotic Gaming. We already know that RPG have won this war outright. It's just a matter of fact can get this perfect war. And, you know, there's no reason why General X can't here. There's a reason why sometimes he is the final attacker. I say sometimes as though he doesn't do it often. It's the majority of Robotic Gaming's final attacker. And already done quite good work there in that 4 o'clock compartment now. Just going to start doing a little bit of work here on the west side, both with the King and the Queen as well.
Yeah, great value out of that one. You know, we'll still have to contend with going through a little bit deeper into the center of the base where we have the air sweeper and Expo. But with the heroes connecting this, it's still a pretty narrowed out path that they should be able to, the Loons should be able to do plenty of work with a properly used Warden ability. Now the Queen working nice and strong with the King, and it's great value to have this Royal Champ sneaking in. An investment of a freeze just to get that scatter shot down is more than enough, though we do have the Skellies here too, but her shield is what's needed in order to carry this along. Let's see. It's a little bit of a struggle. Is he not going to get this freeze down? Oh, playing it risky, General X. I think they know that they're in a pretty safe spot, though, so he doesn't need to worry so much.
Yeah, okay, that was a little bit risky, but I suppose at the same time, he probably wouldn't need to take much to finish off that scatter shot straight afterwards anyway. But fair play to me, probably feels like he can get a lot more value with that 1-free spell later on with the bulk of his attack, which is perfectly understandable as well, as now the Loon's now coming out there to go towards that scatter shot compartment, going for everything apart from the scatter shot, which is absolutely typical. But we now got a few Loons just coming back to make sure to do its duty to clean that up. Good use of the Warden ability as well. Perfect timing for it, and still trying to make some use of the haste spell as well. But looking at the defense, though, the multi is going to be, of course, the triggering factor here in that 2 o'clock compartment. Expo almost taken down. The AD may cause some issues along the way, though. It's going to be to be a little bit careful. But not only that, I didn't even realise the multi's still alive in the bottom centre as well. So could eventually stop this from a perfect war.
It could, and it will. Only 33 seconds left to go. Nothing here to finish off what remains on the board. So this is going to leave them with the 14-star war. But, I mean, 12-12 at this point with Carnage Gaming's final attack. They didn't need to do much, I guess. They didn't really need to do much at that point, looking at the percentage. This was like easy sailing for them. It's a bit of a go for loot kind of grab.
Yeah, just had to be here, really, just to make sure to confirm it. Oh, General X, how anticlimactic, but it's fine. You've done your job. You got at least the W, 2-star, 87%. It's fine. Not perfect war, but you know what? That's a good enough performance as it is. 14-12 in favour of RPG, 3% difference in comparison percentage. Carnage Gaming have to look to try and find some other wins elsewhere, as Robotic Gaming have been looking very strong today, even after the little relapse against ATN.
Yeah, you know, a bit of a shuffle. And I'm trying to remember what my predictions were for this war, because I'm not sure if I mixed up when I picked Carnage Gaming. I know I picked them for 1, and RPG, I got wrong on ATN. I really hope I put them in the mix, because this was a very, very solid performance from them today.
Well, this is the thing, you see. If I thought Robotic Gaming were going to do really well today, I would have put them to defeat ATN and Carnage Gaming, because normally have good or bad days. But it's been a really good day for Robotic Gaming. It's like I mentioned earlier, even though they lost to ATN, it was only that one attack that cost them, really. And I kind of felt like, due to the star count they had, there's no reason why they can't really just do the exact same thing to Carnage Gaming. Just have to reset their mentality going into the next match. I wish they had done it, and they put in an incredible performance and also put themselves in a very good position to potentially qualify now, which is you know, you love to see it. Love to see it as we check the standings later on.
Absolutely. A big bump for them. A big bump for them to stay where they were. You know, I don't think that loss is going to be too much for them, but unfortunate for Carnage Gaming, who was in that mid-level with knowing that MCES is going to be on the rise. That's where they're going to feel the pressure.
Well, do you know what? I think we need to check the results. I think we need everyone to remind themselves, especially at home, to see what shenanigans all these teams got up to earlier today, in case you missed out on it and only just joined us quite late into today's game. So one thing to talk about, Entropy Gaming continue on the rise, defeating Time to Throw. ATN, do you know, it feels weird saying this, but they actually had a good day for once. Didn't just go 1 for 1 or anything like that. They went 2 for 0 today, taking down RPG and Bouncing. And GHS got to a great start until that perfect war loss against MCS, and nothing they could have done about that. So it's just literally a mix of results here. A lot of 1 for 1s, but a lot of a couple of 2 for 0s as well. It's a shame for Time to Throw, though, because they were leading the pack. They were doing pretty well coming up to this play day, but sadly that 0 for 2 could cost them dearly going into the final week.
And ATN definitely flipped the switch on this week. We saw those 2 back-to-back losses for them, unfortunately. And I think that's what lit the fire under them to get it going this week. And I think we've actually seen that with a lot of the teams. You know, it's definitely been a great run, especially for Reported Gaming. You know, that was the fire that they needed, knowing that they were in contention to drop down. So for a final match, a great way to finish off the day.
Oh yeah, RPG were looking absolutely solid that last matchup. Let's have a look at the caster predictions though. There we go. There we go. No. Nice one. 5 out of 7. Cheers, guys. Audience, I did say that the audience are agreeing with me today. They knew the score, they knew the deal. But let's be honest here, it was I would say the first couple of weeks have been a lot more unpredictable. Today was a bit more predictable, isn't it? It's like normality is restored once again here. Just a couple of slip-ups along the way. But yeah, balmy, absolutely balmy. But at least we're not getting like 1 or 2 right, rather than like what we had before previously, because our predictions were horrendous in the past.
Oh, you know, I thought I had Reported Gaming. I went with Carnage, and the mix-up between Badzinger and Carnage Gaming. So I'm... Darn. See, you gotta flip what you think you're gonna do. Judo, though, definitely getting some good predictions in, but Lethal, you know, I think you're gonna be the front runner, beating all of us in the final predictions.
I don't know about that. We'll see. I think when it gets a little bit harder, I think my predictions will probably go 0 for God knows what, 0 for 7 probably in the final week. So that's what I'm going to try and achieve, actually. Let's see if I can... But that's the thing. I feel like even if I try to get 0, I don't think I can, because it's just unbelievable, some of these predictions. But we're going to look at the standings in a minute, which is going to be crucial. We're going to have a lot to discuss there before we close out throughout the show, because remember, guys, there's 8 play days. We've already dealt with 6, and there's only 2 left, and each of these teams only have 4 matches left in them. And we already saw earlier on there was literally 1-2 wins in it between all 8 teams. Definitely one of the closest seasons I've seen so far, just in any esport alone. Actually, this sounds how close it's been so far. We've seen a lot over the years, but yeah, this has been absolutely incredible. But we'll get that up in just a few moments. But in terms of discussing what we could see, I think Badzinger will be looking quite good. ATN may even take the top spot as well, definitely going 2-0. So we'd be surprised if they're well and truly up there as well. But we know that rest is pretty much, it's going to be difficult for them. I don't think they will be able to qualify. But let's have a look anyway. The standings are ready. We're going to talk about it and get a little bit deeper. As we can see, ATN are top of the standings here, going 7-4, and actually Bansing and Entropy Gaming going 6-4, which does mean both of those two have a match in hand. So there's a potential chance we could see either a 3-way tiebreaker for first or for second.
Yeah, this was a nice jump up the ranks for Entropy Gaming over RPG, but RPG did not fall too short. They're still in the running there. You know, those 6 wins really helped them out. They just want to try and edge out on not getting any more losses to try and stay in these standings, because I think it is going to be a lot more difficult. But it looks like MCES is certainly on their heels, and what will be interesting is seeing those lower 3, 6, 7, and 8. With potential opportunity to try and get back in it, but it is not going to be an easy task for them.
Yeah, I think for GX West, they're probably mathematically impossible to even make it through, because the only way they could is maybe a tiebreak if they go 7-7, but I don't think they've got star count to really make a point. But time to throw, I'm still surprised. They're the number 1 seed coming into this, and going 4-7, they'll have to be another team who needs to win every single match outright. It's going to be extremely tough for them, and not something we expected. The fact that they went 0-2 today was definitely a real shame. But you saw there the potential 3-way tiebreaker for first or maybe even second as well, and it's still going to be very close knit indeed. But that's all our final thoughts. That's all we've got time for here today. All we can say to everyone in chat, you guys in production, of course, Lady B, we do have Judo as well. Thanks to everyone for watching, and we'll be back same time, same place on Monday.
Still I'm standing tall, know about the ball. I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all for like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is